We're in the future.
Good luck.
Oh god, I'm still staring at Anna. Staring at me. Hello.
Oh, that's one way to. Okay, I'll take it.
Great.
I was
Got
just
it.
eating a pen. It's fine.
Okay, I'm just playing Minion Masters right now.
Yes. In the best way as we prep for this tournament. Are the matches all starting right now, or do players have a little bit to get started?
Gonna be great.
I'm very excited. I think this is the largest tournament, right, that we've ever had? Competitor-wise.
Oh.
Like by far, I don't think we've had triple digits before. I'm interested to see how Corrupted does, actually. More than anything, because he typically doesn't join tournaments, but he's definitely a good player when it comes to draft, and so he'll be able to adapt his decks pretty easily as the matches go on. So I think if he can make it to the point where it's best of 5, I think that he would do a lot stronger, but he doesn't typically join one-on-one tournaments. So I'm not sure if he'll be able to make it that far.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be very interesting seeing the guy. I have never seen him in a tournament before. In fact, as you said, it's very out of the not a very common thing, I would say, that he's actually entering tournaments.
Yeah.
Haha.
Okay, thanks, Sinobii. Okay, we're okay. Yep, that was a little technical issue. Okay, hi, everybody. I've been talking to myself for a while, but that's nothing new.
Hooray!
That's okay.
Nothing new.
Me too.
Yo.
Good.
Okay, so yeah, just welcome you all guys again. Welcome to the GGtoor Mini Masters Knights Duel number 2. This event is supported by GGtoor, also by Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy. As I previously said that you didn't hear, I'm here with Iamthedannysaur, FloFlorian, and Cosmic Vortex. We're going to be talking through all of the action, watching as many matches as we can, and we're all excited to see what's going to happen. A lot of new players, a lot of existing players, a lot of top players, and of course, brand new patch that dropped on Thursday. So although we're not going to see the new cards, they're not going to be allowed in the tournament since they're so new and untested, but a lot of balance changes that we can strap in and see how the players are going to utilize. A lot of nice changes, a lot of changes to some cheap cards. We've seen the buffs to the illusionary cards. That's interesting. Screaming Scrad as well, plus the Netherbat. All kind of little buffs for APEP as well from that perk 1.
Yes, I think those buffs are going to be huge for APEP players, because before, like perk 1, if you got an illusionary unit and you didn't have anything that you could explode it on, then it was basically useless, and now they're actually going to get some value, which will be huge.
Yeah, those units can be incredible right now. They put out some decent DPS very cheaply. All you need to do is make sure they're not being aggroed on, and they'll stay alive. Illusionary Cleaver hitting for 100 every time, especially if you're defending. You've got that wailing away on some units. That's going to be some great value.
Yeah, stuff like Living Statue just gets eviscerated by that now, which is really, it's a big change because those units that don't attack quite as regularly. I'm a little sad that we won't see Bazooka Scrat. I have been using the new Marked and Bazooka Scrat interaction a lot, and it's one of my favorites. The little Bazooka Boy is going to have his time in the spotlight.
Yeah, the new Marked interaction is interesting. We won't be seeing it due to the fact that both the new cards that implement it are not allowed in this tournament. But yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting things over the last few days. Some of them intentional, some of them unintentional. But the new mechanics that the game introduces are always interesting to see how people are going to use them. Because there's always a way of using them that you don't initially see. And then when you run into it, you're like, wow, that's incredible. Yeah, the Bazooka Scrat has come out of hiding.
I always thought the Bazooka Scrat was a little underrated because if you could get him in range, he's good. It's just tough to put him in decks because on occasion he would just be a flat dead card. But he's got his little uses, and now with that Marked interaction, I think that's my big prediction. As soon as I saw that that's how that interaction would work, I think he's going to be around.
Very scary to play against. Never like playing against it. Like often it's very easy to shut down. But then there's these times when the enemies already like come into your face and you see like the Bazooka Scrat. You know, you either have to like completely throw away your own minion in order to kill that, which gives them advantage again, or you take that face damage, which can be extremely hard because that thing's shooting like a machine gun.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, it nukes things down. What does it take? I think 6 hits to kill a living statue from full health. And that's not including the Marked damage. So it might actually go down to 5. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, the problem with it is it's always been so weak. And it's only going to be giving you value, really, especially on the Master Tower, if it gets deep into enemy territory. It does have a long range, but it's just getting it there. But now with the Marked, you can kind of control, and you can use it defensively, and you can really just really benefit from that DPS. I think the only thing is people need to just consider that to get the Marked plus getting the Bazooka Scrat, you're spending a certain amount of mana. So, you know, again, as always, you've just got to be using that as appropriately as possible. But yeah, if you get the Marked coming up from the new Vulture unit, and then that Bazooka can just start shredding, we love it. Very cool to see. Very weird to see the first time you see it as well, but very cool to see as well.
Which what is the... Because we know a lot of people, at least at the last season, had a lot of different types of casino decks with APEP. What's the policy if they get one of the new cards from like a future present pull?
Then they're gonna play with that.
Yeah, that's allowed. If you get one of the cards from a random purpose, then, you know, how it is.
RNG is RNG. Casino APEP is still gonna be strong. It's still gonna be played, and we're most likely going to see the new cards probably, just how much it's being played.
New cards, of course, are going to be banned.
Can I ask? Is RNG APEP, Casino APEP, something that you really want to bring to this? Because if you're a top rated player, it's going to feel really bad to roll one of those decks and then just get, a really dead card, which does happen. Anybody who's played, some of those future present decks know. But, if you're a top player, do you bring that, even though it is, on the ladder pretty strong? But it's just
Absolutely.
like sometimes you're just going to auto lose a game, and that's going to be really tough.
Absolutely, it is. It's a question of chances. So you're most likely going to get something good out of it, and even if you don't, a really good, true top player is going to take it. Even like the worst card, it might seem the worst card. If you get if you use a future present, get a roll out of it. For most people, it might be completely useless. For a top player, this might be the winning card to win the entire game. So you never really have completely useless cards you can get from future present or future past. It's just a question on how you use it and how much you can get out of the entire thing. the reason why Future Present and Casino Ape generally is just so strong is because you don't have to pay as much for a certain card, and the better the player is, the more advantage you will be able to take out of that. So Casino Ape will always be one of the top decks.
Very fair point. As I'm reviewing the bracket, seeing a couple familiar faces.
Oh,
Anno
Anno
and
versus
Blanky, and
nice.
yeah, and right in round 1, 2 buddies.
Yeah, just to go back to the APEP RNG question, you know, the top players can get value out of pretty much anything, and there's very few pulls that you're going to get from the futures that are going to be bad pulls. So, you know, whatever you get, and the fact that you're getting the free cards as well from perk 1 and perk 3, they help to also fill in any mistakes as well, any bits that are missing in your deck.
Sure, it harkens back to the old Hearthstone days. That was always, it just kind of became the thing that RNG-based cards were kind of taken out of tournaments, not by rules or anything, but players just didn't want that variability. But on occasion, you'd have, especially like lower-ranked players, try it, because you might just get the money card at a huge discount, which is exactly what you need. Certainly can happen. We've all, I'm assuming, we're all slightly trash and have played the Casino APEP decks. But when you get like the perfect card on your, perk 3 that just answers exactly what your opponent has, it's pretty good. It's tough to beat.
And we've seen like top players like Satan Worship managed to take out Deathshoot in the last Fish tournament because they played a casino deck and just got the perfect cards. It's actually the only way that I've ever beat Deathshoot before, was playing a casino deck and got the exact cards that I needed.
Feels
Very
good.
often it seems like that you got the perfect, or the enemy got the perfect card that they need, but there's often a lot more just behind the perfect card, because there is possibility for having so many perfect cards or even so few, and it just seems like it is, and it's just this one card forces you to play another card, and therefore it seems like it is a perfect card. Well, it really isn't. It definitely has one of the other problems playing against a casino APEP. You're not just playing against 10 cards, you're playing against more than 10 cards sometimes. And having more cards to play against that are cheaper for the enemy, and he has more diversity in that sense. So you will have a harder time overall just beating him unless you really get the value out of your cards and your master.
Yeah, the way those decks work is they're kind of weak to start with. You've got to try and punish them early, but often the way they're set up with things like Defenso Chopper in there, it's difficult to punish them early. And if you don't, then you're ultimately just going to lose. The longer the game goes on, the more and more effectively free mana they get.
Absolutely. So there's generally 2 plans I have versus a casino APEP. Either like if I have 3 plans, like either I have extreme control, I'll just go for full control, and the other one is just pressure, where I just push him back the entire time, and the third one is just completely kill him before you can do anything. If I have a very aggressive deck, I will just go for the all-in plays and just push everything on him as soon as I see the Future Present being played, because obviously there's gonna be -8 mana to defend with, and this might be my only chance to beat him, or I push him so far down that I can just chip him down slowly.
Okay, we're going to have our first match soon. Going to start getting set up for that, so if you guys can just carry the cast for a second, that'll be awesome.
We do. We should say to all the people watching, Fish is pulling the heavy technical load in terms of getting not 1 but 2 different Minion Masters set up with all the spectating and all of the adding. So a little bit of grace for him as he goes through, because he will be busy clicking all the buttons while we just have to sit here and do nothing. So thank you, Fish, for making our jobs easy.
Yes, we did test this technology on the stream recently, and it was a bit of a nightmare. But that was we were trying to watch from replays, and it made it even more kind of confusing. But watching the live ones will make that a little easier. So it looks like the first match we're going to go into is going to be Nataraja against the Fogo X.
Okay.
If you guys want to just decide amongst yourself who wants to cast this one with me, we can get that set up.
Oh
Okay.
God, how do we decide? Do we
Well,
rock paper scissors?
Random.org. Random.org. Shouldn't we?
However you want
Yeah.
to do it, it's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Who's gonna be number 1? Who's gonna be number 2? And who's gonna be number 3?
Dibs on number 1.
Wait, what? Say again.
Dannysaur number 1.
Yeah, it's in the order on Fish's stream. Dannysaur's the top at 1, FloFlorian
Yeah.
is 2, and then Cosmic Vortex is 3. Like,
Do we really trust FloFlorian to actually tell us the result, though?
I will.
oh, absolutely
be
not.
on
That's
the
why.
The
line.
That's why
answer is-
I'll,
the
I'll
answer
Wait a
is
do
no.
second.
it.
Wait, listen here. I'm going to stream it to you guys. Listen here.
We trust you. Let's get it done.
I wouldn't trust myself, so
Uh-huh.
there we go. And the answer is 1. The answer is 1.
It's just one. All right.
I
You're
am
up,
the
Dannysaur.
Dannysaur. Okay, let's
Let's
get
do
that
it.
set up.
I'm ready.
The first match we're going to go into, which is about to get set up, is going to be Nataraja against Defogo X. Get Dannysaur's cam ready to go. Then see if the players are ready. So we're almost going to be ready for the first match of this tournament. This is a dual elimination tournament. We're going to start off in a best of 3 format. So whatever happens,
While Fish is getting that set up, we do also have a little bit of an extra thing going today. The GGtoor, the OP play, the top play of the day. Whatever is decided on that, I believe. We'll have to confirm, but I believe that gets there's a cash prize for whatever is determined to be the top play.
Mm-hmm.
So keep your eyes peeled and chat. Be sure to stream that. You know, if you see something particularly good, we'll have to wait and see if it's going to be casted and what's going to be the best play of the day. But know that there's a cash prize for that. So, you know, if you're out there going to be in the tournament, you're up against Dragon first, and you're like, well, this might be a lost cause. Just go for that top play. You can still win cash.
Yeah.
I know there was some information about how to submit the top plays of the day. We know where that is. Is that on the tournament page? Because I'm pretty sure that was about tweeting it. We'll get that for everyone in the chat when we get a second. Share that with you. Supply that. Make sure you share any top plays. Totally OP play of the day. Okay, so we're just waiting to see what's going on with these two players. We're going to have Nataraja against Defogo X.
Isn't OP also an acronym? So wouldn't it be like top overly powered play, shortened to top?
Yes.
Exactly. We love
Cosmic
acronyms.
over there. Big brain. The cosmic brain. Dissecting the acronym.
Don't get confused between acronyms.
We could call it like the too powerful play. If we wanted to just pull out one of the acronyms, I feel like that one, like the too powerful, I feel like sounds better than top OP.
Top,
personally.
totally
Like that-
OP, totally overpowered. You just really break it out.
Yeah.
You have an acronym that contains another acronym.
Yes.
Yes. Isn't there, what is it? It's not PHP. It's one of the computer programming languages. Or no, PHP, I think it is. It's like the first letter of PHP is PHP.
Wow.
So it's an acronym of itself within its own acronym. So
Okay.
don't
so
think too much about it or you'll break your brain.
we are almost ready to go. Let's just. Okay. Strap in.
Fish, can I give them the green light to start? Are you all set up?
Yeah, I was just checking with them the ban. They both banned wildcards. Skritilla and Blast Crystal, they've both banned. Nataraja has banned Morelia, and Defogo X has banned Apep. So yeah, we should be ready to go in, and hopefully, all things being well, technology should work flawlessly, he says.
The first match, I sacrificed myself for any technical glitches.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
you're here to blame.
Yeah, I think we might have a bit of a delay. I think Sinobii told them not to start yet, but I pinged him and said, "Now we're good to go. We're all ready.
Good to go. Just waiting on them." Interesting to see first game. What do they bring out? Are they going to go with their strongest decks? Of course, with a tournament like this and a tournament like this that's being streamed, of course, the players are able to watch the stream. We are running on a 60-second delay, so people can't actively cheat. But by watching the stream and seeing what your opponents are playing, you are able to glean some information about them. What are they playing? What are they banning? Are they allowing wildcards? Are there specific things that they seem to be scared of and are banning? So yeah, I'm sure the top players will be using this as a way to glean some information. And I think that's something that comes from tournament experience, just not only just being in the game at the moment, but being around the game and the mindset when it comes to who you're playing and what you should ban and how you should play against them. Obviously, we've got a lot of new players here, so you know that kind of throws that out of the window a little bit, but also a lot of experienced players that we've seen a lot, and they will be very familiar with how the other one play. Some players like to play very aggro decks, some like to be very controlled, and some are just masters of it all. Which, being a jack of all trades in this it really helps you, because not only can you play around any of the bans that your opponent throws at you, then it also keeps your opponent really on their toes. Then they don't know what to expect. That's a real strength as well, rather than just being a one-trick pony.
And I think you can bring it into your deck building a little bit, because you can specifically not include things if you know that you're going to ban them. For example, I mean, a rather obvious one, because it's what I did in my first tournament, was banning Mordor, because then you don't need all of the necessarily stuns or things, and you're like, okay, probably won't be playing against as many big minion decks. So if you can limit that, especially with an archetype like Mordor that's very defined to wanting to resurrect very, very big minions, you can kind of limit, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, I probably don't need, lightning bolts or shock rocks, those little kind of stun things. Maybe I can get away without having those. Whereas if you're laddering, to your point, Fish, you literally have to kind of have everything. And it looks like we're going to jump into our first match.
Certainly does. So hopefully with the technology, we should be able to see both players' hands. Dual deck technology here.
Patent pending, dual deck technology.
We do.
Setsu versus Stormbringer.
Hey.
Nataraj is going to start out with the old building, the old Swarmer building. I hate playing against it, but, at these top tiers, you can kind of get away. Fish, you said they banned wild cards, right? So there won't be any sort of random building spam coming through?
Yeah, we've seen on the ladder that double or triple Swarmer Totem can get kind of disgusting. You can almost get around the wildcard restriction by playing Swarmer Totem and Crossbow Guild. Very similar cards. But yeah, let's see what we've got here. So we've got Nanaraja playing Stormbringer, Defago X playing Setsu. Setsu, of course, very aggro master, but that Battle Monkey is going to be good at pushing in. Of course, it's going to get a buff based on the number of enemy units around it, so it does help it to really shred that swarm, but the building's really slowing his progress down. And there you can see, as I alluded to, we got the Crossbow Guild basically replacing the Swarmer Totem.
Yeah, right on cue there, Fish. That's a great call out. That's clearly what he wants to do. But both players very, very similar in XP, so nobody jumping out to an immediate lead here. So we'll have to see, and Setsu going in for the first jump.
Yeah, Setsu can be very good against the building decks, because you can jump on it, you can shut it down, but you see Defago X, instead of jumping on the Crossbow Guild, he's decided to go for face. Setsu on face, Unholy Ground there as well. The Skeleton's doing a bit of damage, but more importantly, they're tanking Stormbringer, so Stormbringer having to just deal with that. That's a lot of face damage, and that's the way the Setsu decks work. They just want to do damage, and then once they get to perk 3, if you've taken a reasonable amount of damage, you've just got nowhere to go. You know they're going to be on your face, and it's very, very difficult to defend, and almost impossible to defend and take no damage at that point.
it's a tough matchup a little bit. That Stormbringer versus Setsu, because Stormbringer, when you have things like Unholy Ground on face, you just can't quite, get the damage output like a lot of other masters have. You sacrifice that, consistent DPS for the unlimited range. Just makes it a little bit different. So that's certainly something that does not benefit Nataraja in this matchup. That Setsu is going to be even more potent, especially paired with that Unholy Ground with that slow attack speed of the Master.
Yeah, Stormbringer really does struggle to deal with numerous units. Just that, as you say, the slow attack speed. But we're seeing Jolo there trying to tank. It didn't quite work out. The idea there was to put Jolo down so Setsu would land and aggro on Jolo. But Setsu did aggro on the crossbow guild and reduce its usability.
It's an interesting little matchup. Neither player particularly fighting over bridges there for a second. They just both decided to go face. They both wanted to get their damage in, and you can see both of them around that 1500 mark. So this match, we'll have to see. I'm not sure if it's going to get to Mana Frenzy here, Fish. I think it might be over before then with both these players acting so aggressively.
Yeah, and the problem for Nataraja right now is the XP lead for Defogo X. Once he gets to that perk 3, that Setsu perk 3, that stun with the laser is just monster.
It's absolutely brutal to try to deal with. Again, with Stormbringer's slower attack speed, everyone kind of knows that Stormbringer perk 3 is also very potent, but yeah, that and Defogo X is getting a little bit low on health, just getting chipped away little bit by little bit. We thought he was going to be the aggressor, but Nataraj is doing a very nice job putting a lot of face damage, a lot of pressure on.
That's right. We saw at the top there Jolo being used to tank. Jolo, of course, gets the guaranteed first riposte, first defense, guaranteed damage avoidance. So he's a lot better now.
Yeah, he certainly can tank very efficiently, especially when you have slow attacking units. And we're seeing this is getting pretty intense here as that mana starts to ramp up. We're going to see Defogo X hit that perk 3 here in just a moment. And we're going to have to see. This one's going to be over, I think, here in a pretty dramatic fashion here pretty early.
Yeah, as the mana increases as the game goes on, especially with the building decks, you can get more of them out at the same time. But here we go, jumping on face. The stun. Here comes the shock rock.
To get in there. You're trying to go all in, really get in a lot of that face damage. But
Glenn's Brew keeping Setsu alive. Both taking a lot of face damage, but the red team is in the ascendancy right now, but it looks like their attack's being shut down. But the thing with Setsu is he's going to come again and again and again. I should say.
Could just get that perk 3. That could really buff that damage and get a couple cheap shots on face, but so far no such luck. And yeah, it's just a matter of time before Defogo X jumps on face again, and I think that's incoming right now.
I'm not sure how he can defend this. Not only is he going to have that stun, he's going to have this stun. Each stun is a reload. That's going to be 50 HP. Nataraja's still alive.
Your timer. Nataraja, you can't survive until another Setsu jump, which is
here we go.
Right here.
Setsu's going to do 50 damage as she lands. There's no way you can defend against that. You can maybe defend against the shot, but you can't defend against that incoming jump damage. Wow.
That got aggro and out of hand pretty quickly, but it was a great match. You saw both players there played pretty well. It's not like, one of them tried to take it really deep and the other player just didn't allow it. They both kind of went face at the appropriate times. I think that's a great thing for players to take a look at and remember. Sometimes you don't want to just not lose. You have to try to win the game, which is, of course, a silly thing to say, but it's very true. You have to try to actively win. If you just try to defend, and just try to limit face damage, you're never going to get face damage of your own. So both players there deciding, you know what, I'm going to try to close this out. I'm going to try to win. It didn't quite work out, but for one player, but we were able to see a very good match. Both players played extremely well.
Yeah, I think it was a good example of how to play Setsu. Setsu, often you find in the Setsu games, once you get to perk 3, you have the opportunity to be really aggro and really shut the game down. But if you don't take that opportunity, and we could see that if the game didn't get closed out at the end there by Setsu, they were going to be in trouble. So the real key to Setsu is knowing when to go super aggro and trying to take that window and shut your opponent right out.
Looks like we're gonna have 2 new masters. We're gonna have APEP and Mordar. And I can already see from Defogo X's deck that the mana curve on this is going to be extremely low.
Got stun lancers from his future past. 3 mana stun lancers can be useful. Let's see. Mordar, of course, tends to have some heavier units in the deck, but the stun lancers could be incredibly useful against that. So just to clarify,
I think that's a pull you're very excited to look at.
Got Nanoraja, Mordar, Defogo X, APEP. He's got the future present. He's going to try to pull that and see what he gets. One of the keys to the futures is playing them at the right time, because you invest a lot of mana and get nothing back for it immediately. So you can put yourselves in a bit of a situation if you use it incorrectly. But it looks like he's got Last Stand, I believe that is.
Yes,
so
it is. And
you can get that's a huge amount of basically HP and DPS for just a relatively small amount of mana. So I think you'll be okay with that. The Defenso's going to trade incredibly well against it, though. But he did get the Cage Prowler.
You have to play around that for sure.
The Cage Prowler is an interesting one because it's effectively a reduced cost Prowler, but if it does res, you'll get a full cost Prowler as your free unit. So that's a real mana efficient way of using a card like that.
Yeah, we'll see, and this is pretty typical. Defogo X going down a little bit he was able to maintain XP, but went down on health. I'm sorry, that is, which is, Chris, to your point, using those future presents is exactly what that causes. And here we're going to see the new Vortex on a shielded bounty sniper. You can see it lives with just 1 HP left. So that is the new nerf to the Vortex. Does not kill a shielded bounty sniper, as we discussed a little bit in our little pregame show among the casters. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, as we discussed, we won't see any of the new cards, but of course all the new balance changes for the existing cards are going to be in play here. And Vortex has been a hugely meta card for a while now. Not only does it have incredible utility with being able to move units around, but it also has incredible killing potential, because when it used to do 80 damage, it removed a lot of things from the board. The damage has been reduced to 50 now, which in theory should still kill snipers and marines and all sorts of things like that, but only if you play it perfectly. So here you see, because that bounty sniper's got a shield, if there's no other interaction, that bounty sniper will survive, because the shield takes the first tick from the Vortex and there's not enough damage to kill it. So the Vortex is nowhere near as powerful as it used to be.
Yeah, I like Defogo X using that Last Stand, not needing to get all 7 Legionnaires, but 5 is fine because you have that reduced cost. That's okay. So he's able to just use that kind of a little more freely, doesn't need max value out of it. Nataraja, I don't think, has had any really substantial reses thus far. Defogo's been doing a nice job kind of limiting that potential, making it just Dragon Whelps and things of that nature.
Yeah, but it's quite a cheap Mordar deck, so really his play is anything that I res is okay, and if I miss a res, it's not going to be the end of the world. If you're playing a really heavy deck with things like Colossuses and stuff like that, if you miss a res, that can be the end of the world. But here, a missed res, a not quite so powerful res, or a interrupted res, it's not the end of the world. But you can see the longer the game goes on, the APEP spam really just does become a problem. And remember, APEP's getting a free card from perk 1, he's getting a cheap card from the future presence, and in perk 3 he'll get another free card. So it looks like his perk 1 was the wall, so that's a free wall. He's got the wall plus the... So he's got the Defenso Chopper, he's got a free wall, he's got cheap stun lancers. They're incredible for just stalling his opponent.
Yeah, a lot of things to deal with. That bounty sniper might be a little bit of a key if he can keep that up, because the only real tech that it's going to counter that bounty sniper is that Vortex plus a Shock Rock. Otherwise, you can see it's going to survive in the backline here. Maybe Nataraja can start building those up, and you can see bounty snipers start to win games very, very late if you can get enough of them stacked up and protect them.
Yeah, because often what happens is your opponent has a counter for your bounty sniper, but if you can keep one alive, cycle to the next one, if there's any sort of mistakes and you end up with 2 at the time, then you're ahead of their counter and they can't remove them all. So you've always got 1 on the field, always getting some value. Remember, every time the bounty sniper gets a kill or hits face, that's 2 extra XP. And that's exactly what he needs here. And especially against this APEP deck, there's a lot of cheap units that the bounty sniper is going to one-shot.
Bounty Sniper is hugely important. Devogo doing a nice job, though, clearing out the lane, letting that Bounty Sniper walk all the way forward so he can get a pretty easy kill on it before it starts building up. But having a little bit of problem on face, Nagaraja is applying some good pressure here, really applying a lot of face damage. So we'll have to see if Defogo can hold on and get to Mana Frenzy. I'm not sure the game will last that long, but we'll have to wait and see.
It certainly seems like Nagaraja is coming back now. He's on the attack. He's got a Tombstone ready to grab. Another one. He's got a cheap Cage Prowler that's about to spawn very soon. It just seems not only is he doing he's doing a lot of face damage. He's ahead on XP. Looks like it's going to be. I think I've got the score wrong. It'll be 0-1. My mistake. But this is going to if Nagaraja wins this, it's going to tie it up 1-1, right?
Nagaraja throwing out the GG.
That's
going to
be
it, and indeed does.
Very nicely done. But yeah, both of those decks really, as the game goes on, they do really ramp up and get very strong. Just the power of the reses. Remember when Mordor gets into that perk 3, those reses come back with haste, so they come back swinging. They get back into the fight real fast. They do extra damage. It can really snowball at that point.
Yeah, that Whirly Scrat was doing quite a bit there at the end for Nagaraja. Really kind of the MVP. It was not the Bounty Sniper as we thought it might be, but I think you pointed out something great. You know, both those decks late game was really value focused. APEP with free cards, Mordor with reses. You know, whatever you got out of those. There was a lot of minions on the field pretty consistently there. So we'll have to see, and I'm very excited that I believe we're going to go to game number 3.
Yep, so the players now need to decide, do they stick with what they've been playing? Do they change to what they played previously? What do they feel is their strongest? Do they think their opponents are going to change? You know, there's some things you can control, some things you can't. But it was nice to see there the APEP future deck not being able to dominate in that situation. There's many decks that it can dominate against, but in that one, we saw early, as expected, the APEP was light. All that mana being expended on the futures, meaning it's an investment in the later game. At that point, the Mordor was able to do quite a lot of face damage and themselves in there. And those cheap reses, as we said, we've seen some real heavy Mordor decks on the ladder, but this one's a real cheap one. And again, things like, I've seen that before, things like the Cage Prowler, also things like the Groggy Woodsman. You're starting with a cheap unit, and then if you get it resin, you're getting the full fat version of it. So that's just extra mana efficiency. And it was things like that that allowed him to stay in it against the mana efficient APEP with the free cards that he got. The wall was nice defensively, but of course a wall can't take a bridge. So whilst you can use it defensively, it's not going to help you out for taking a bridge or doing any damage. So in certain circumstances it can be amazing, other times, you know, not so much. So yeah, we're just waiting to see what the players are going to switch to for game number 3. A reminder, this is best of 3. It is a dual elimination, so it doesn't matter if you lose your first game, you drop into the redemption bracket. Some call it the losers bracket, but I call it the redemption bracket, and you get to go again.
Sure thing, and we can see, and I don't think this is giving away any information because both these players can see each other, but Defogo X is in the deck building screen, so, you know, probably trying to switch some things up. Obviously, Nagaraja can also see that, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and jump in to the final game, and what a game, what a series to start this tournament off. This is, I would say, higher level play than what you might typically see out of just the first round of a random tournament, so these guys really bringing their all.
Yeah, both very good players. So yeah, okay, looks like Nagaraja's going with a very similar, if not the same, Mordor deck, and Defogo has switched to his own Mordor, but we can see from the Rock Rivals that he's got queued up, it's going to be a heavier deck. Rock Rivals, one of those cards that can be great as the game goes on, but you've got that scary moment the first time you use it. You're going to give an opponent a statue, and especially against Mordor, you've got to be careful because you don't want to give them a statue, deal with it, and then have that statue res and come back at you.
Definitely. Rock Rivals, one of those, I feel like every player new to the game has the experience of just losing a game because you played Rock Rivals. So it's all about that first statue res, and if you can get any value at all, it'd be great. You kind of assume the player who plays the Rock Rivals is not going to let that statue do much, but we'll kind of see what happens here. Nataraj is really loading up that top bridge.
Okay, the Grenadier into the Vortex. That's going to be a nice lot of damage. Stun coming in. But yeah, as you say, if you're going to be running Rock Rivals, you need to have a way of dealing with that. But you can see that statue is healthy. Tombstone activated.
And possibly going to res.
Yeah, we'll see. Remember, you can try to force your opponent to res what you want them to res. So he's going to go for the Bounty Sniper there, get that Tombstone taken out. He doesn't want to deal with the sniper, the statue twice.
Once bitten down at the bottom, and if you notice that Bounty Sniper came out the moment that Defogo used his Vortex. So really planning and trying to stay away from that. So that was a nice move on Nataraj's side. Knowing the Vortex was used, now my Bounty Sniper can run free. And we see that this sniper is also going to live at the top. That Vortex just not as good anymore against those snipers, where it used to be basically a free auto kill.
Yeah. Which I think, as we all discussed, it was too strong originally. The utility plus its killing ability, just too strong. Potentially now in a better place, we'll find out. But you can see players still using the Vortex constantly. So even in its weakened state, it's still a very strong spell.
Nataraja got that Prowler all the way onto the Tombstone, which blew that up for Defogo. That's putting him certainly a little bit more and more behind. Nataraja, I think, is in a pretty commanding position here. Yeah. Very far up on XP, very far up on the health total.
Look at the mana he's got on the field right now compared to Defogo X.
It's a lot, and it's snowballing just a little bit here. So this is, if you're Defogo, you have to kind of just start small, start chipping away at this lead. Things like those snipers in the back, though, are not helping his case.
Yep. Just also killed him, as we said, with the Vortex. He's got multiple snipers, so he needs to spread them out to make sure he doesn't lose a chunk of them at once. But yeah, Nataraja really in the ascendancy right now. Head on XP, doing face damage, getting the reses that he wants.
Looks like he's going to try that. Once bitten has come out quite a few times. He's got that combo going, trying to res the werewolf, which he will do. But again, we need just a little bit more. That dragon at the bottom staying alive.
Yeah, now we see
not for long gets pinged.
Red team's got a bit of a presence now. Soul Stealer, stack 4 Soul Stealer. Gonna start doing some work, and of course Mordor is not very good at dealing with units on his face. Anything small he can kind of break through, but anything with a reasonable amount of HP he does need help with. But here we go, we've got Blue Golem with Taunt. If you see a unit with those circles around it, it means it's taunting and it's going to force everything that's close by to attack it. But again, that wall being used perfectly to keep that Soul Stealer just effectively doing nothing.
I think Nataraja's playing this well. I don't think too concerned about their face or their health. We saw that Soul Stealer going face. He didn't really do anything about it. Not a big deal. You know, he's got the face damage to spare, so why not just go ahead and let that, you know, get some face damage in. It's fine. He can use that to kind of turn the tide. Defogo doesn't quite have that luxury.
Yeah, it's a perk 3 now for the blue Mordor Nataraja. His reses are going to be better. He's already in a commanding position.
Yeah, that perk 3 and halfway to Mana Frenzy, up by about 50 XP at this point, can certainly allow a lot of things to happen. Gives you a lot of flexibility. You don't have to respond to things as drastically. You can let a few more things play out. You can, you know, if the other player starts to snowball, you can really let that pressure out slowly in terms of, or instead of trying to jump it all on it at once and you know, swing the game back in your favor very quickly.
You've got 2 blue golems up. Haven't seen that so far. That could be a problem they need dealing with, and this could be a big push. If he starts getting his tombstones aggroed, if Nataraja starts losing the Cage Powder, for example, things like that, it's going to start becoming a problem. We've got that Soul Stealer that's 8 stack, but it's right next to... Oh, it's right next to the blue golem. So the blue golem kept the Soul Stealer alive, basically, there. It does go down to Mordor eventually, but this is going to be a lot of face damage. This blue golem is probably going to win the game right here. He's just got too much HP. Turret goes down. 90 HP left. Shockrock comes in, 50 HP. Almost dead. Not quite, but the attack's not over. This match changed.
It did. Spun on his head, and now Defogo can cycle through to that shock rock and go for 2 of those to win. So that's all that he has to do right now. He does not have to push face very hard. He can play a little bit defensively, but it's going to keep a ton of pressure on. Those blue golems, absolute MVPs here.
Yeah, he just needs anything to touch face, and then he's going to be within shock rock range.
And here comes one Shock Rock coming in. He's going to position that. Go ahead and get the
10
sniper
HP.
as well. 10 HP. Blue Golem's bearing down Defogo. It's tough to see him losing from here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Nataraja playing amazingly well, but just not quite going to be able to finish it out. We're just waiting. Great defense here. I mean, it's a foregone conclusion at this point.
Yeah, he knows he's lost.
It's nice to see how these players
Both players know what's coming. But yeah, that match changed. As soon as he got 2 blue golems up at the same time, it was just too much for Nataraja to deal with. There we go. Shockrock comes in. Defogo X has won it by 2 games to 1. Wow. And he didn't look like he was going to be in a position at the end there to do that.
Yeah, in a tournament like this, you know, do you look at that and say, oh, Defogo is definitely the better player? I don't really think so. You know, if these two played a best of 5, it could easily turn around the other way. But that is the life of tournament games and playing these best of 3 series. But excellent match from both of those, and it was a joy to be able to watch.
Okay, we're going to jump back to our fellow casters, FloFlorian and Cosmic Vortex. Hopefully they are fully dressed. What did you guys feel about that?
That was an intense set of matches. Which one thing that I did note is on that first match with the Jolo against the Setsu, you can Shock Rock a Jolo and that will stop him from dodging. So if you have something like a Shock Rock that you held in your deck to keep, you know, some ties going, you can immediately shut down a Jolo from anything, just with the way that most people try and tank with him.
Yeah, the changes
was a good match.
The first game was kind of a mess. It was a back and forth and really had no real like plan. I feel like it was just a crazy kind of match where they jumped on each other's face, tried to do face damage, then changed it around. Not really sure what was happening there. But the modern decks were very interesting, especially a cheaper deck from Najara. At the second game, I don't know what really happened, but the Whirly was just so good. The Whirly got like a 4 mana card and just got 10 mana value every time. It's so crazy just how much value it got. And with the revives, it was even harder. Like he could do nothing against the Whirly. So, coming with the Rock Rivals, that was one way to shut that card down. And I'm personally a player who's like, well, I like blue golems on mortar a lot more than Rock Rivals, straight up, because I feel like Rock Rivals taunt is incredibly good, but on mortar you want to go more for the revive. So I was very, very surprised that he played Rock Rivals on mortar, but you definitely saw Rock Rivals showing its strength, that it's in fact still one of the top cards in the game because of the taunt. And when the Soul Stealer with 9 souls was going to face, Najara decided to spawn the Dragon Web, which was the right decision to kill the Soul Stealer, but don't forget there was the Rock Rivals with the taunt, and therefore the Dragon Web didn't go in that, which completely took Najara off the game, and that was the main problem at this point. The entire defense fell apart.
It's amazing. To your point, you just get one kind of crack in the armor, and then it all kind of starts to fall apart. Yeah, those Soul Stealers were posing a pretty major problem. If they didn't get gunned down by one of the 2 snipers, there was basically no response for it, and it was getting large sacks, getting to face there at the end. At the beginning, kind of a non-factor, but as the game went on, it really ramped up and became a huge issue.
And one of the things is, while the Rock Rivals taunt can be a little bit of a hindrance in certain matches, like if someone has like a rammer or a statue, or you know, some of those building hitting units, like even a troubadour, like those can really wreck through a Rock Rival. But as Mordar, you can kind of get around that, because if you res it, then it comes back as a blue golem without that taunt, and you can kind of use it that way to get around some of the weaknesses of a Rock Rival and other non-Mordar decks.
Sure, and taunt is one of those super interesting mechanics. I love it. It's one that I think has, when you get to like the tippy top levels of play, abusing that taunt can be really, really powerful. When you pair it with just the right things, it's admittedly very, very difficult to use. It's not something where it's very self-evident exactly how it can be used in all the best ways. But you know, the taunt, it's a fun, interesting mechanic, which is something that I hope we see even more of. I think the best parts of Minion Masters are oftentimes those little tiny interactions where you get into a situation, that's essentially brand new. You have something in a really odd position with something like taunt, and you're like, all right, how do I deal with this? That's where I think the best players shine, and where the game really becomes very, very skill based in dealing with those situations.
Yeah, it's always nice to see, you're familiar with cards and how they work, correct? But it's always nice to see how other people use them and use them in a different way. Maybe they might use it the same as you, but yeah, cool to see how people use things differently. And especially in this situation where we've just had a new patch, so there's a lot of things that have changed. So, in our minds, when we read the patch notes, we come to certain conclusions about, how things are going to be used. But there's always something that comes out that people come up with ideas or use things in a different way. So it's a learning thing for everyone. And as these tournaments progress, you might see in these matches in the early stages that we show on the stream, certain things are used that other people in the tournament haven't thought about using, and they might then use that later on in the tournament. So it's always changing the meta, and even from the start of the tournament to the end, people are learning what they're playing against, what other people are playing, and adapting to what they're seeing out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try and figure out what our next match is. We were a little spoilt, I think, for that first match. That was an incredibly high-level competitive match.
Yes.
Right at the start of the tournament. And if things are going to continue like that, we're going to be in for quite the ride today, gentlemen.
Totally agreed. That was a very outsized play for a round one, but we thank the players nonetheless. But would not be surprised if we see Nadraja go through that the redemption bracket, as you lovingly call it, Fish, and come out pretty high on the other side. It was a great match, and I love it.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to get set for the next match.
And I'm super sad. I loved that last series, but I'm super sad the next series that I won't get to cast. But it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Florian's going to join us for this one. Like it's going to be Todd Life against Niprax. Get those set up here. Got them as friends. Okay. Yeah, it would be super nice if the game would have a baked-in spectating option for these situations. Would make it a lot.
I'll be spectating Niprax for the game.
Okay. Yeah.
And we have a second person today asking if FloFlorian is Amish. I don't want to say that that's the second time that exact thing has been
said. Exactly the same thing has been said.
I mean, word for word,
and that's been locked down.
Teep out just unknowingly with a slam dunk there. Beautiful.
Sorry,
you love to see it.
Good job. Well done. Know that we're cheering you on from the sidelines.
In 1 minute in the future, you'll know. But
I can you just said the exact same thing as Fish.
What? No, don't throw me under the bus. What? That was secret.
You're just wearing it so well.
I was bullying you in secret. You're not allowed to share this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, you could have pretended that was just Dannysaur pretending to throw you under the bus, but you just outed yourself. So
Damn it! I'm not smart enough for this.
We don't all have that cosmic brain, Cosmic. Come on now. We're not used to bullying people and then having to cover our tracks. It's foreign for most of us.
You got to deal that psychic damage before the match starts. Throw them off their game.
Love God. Jesus.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to do Todd and Niprax. So I'm just trying to get in contact with them. They're fine. Okay. Confirm the bands.
All right, place your bets, casting team. Todd
Niprax.
Life or Niprax?
Absolutely Niprax. I feel like there's no chance for Todd.
He took a little time away from the game, but he's back now.
Niprax definitely.
Well, Todd Life has been playing consistently though, and like as we saw, like a lot of these subtle changes, like especially with the Vortex, are things that like if you haven't played since the patch is going to be a rough learning curve.
Yeah, I would totally agree. It's, you know, it was a bit of a loaded question. Like, you know, the guy who's very typically number one on the leaderboard, are you really going to bet against that guy going in? So I think most people would pick Niprax, but I wouldn't count Todd Life out by any means. It's one of those things you certainly don't know for sure. It's just going to be a slam dunk Niprax all day. So should be hopefully a good match. I think we spectated Ton in a couple practice matches and you know, brought some entertaining games. So we'll see.
Okay, so I'm just trying to check what they banned. So somebody just want to quickly go over the ban process, wild cards and other cards. Knows what's going on.
Sure, I can take it since I believe I had the rules up here. As I pull them up, but essentially you go through a round of bans. So you get to either ban, of course, a master first, and then you can either say no wild cards, or you can name up to 2 cards that you would like to have banned, and both players are able to do that. And then conditionally, as we saw in the last match, I believe both players decided to ban wild cards, and then if both players do that, it kind of unlocks a second ban round where you can also ban a couple of additional cards. Just kind of interesting little gamesmanship there about what you're going to ban, whether it's wild cards or not, and then of course the single master ban as well. So I'm not sure if we get to see exactly what the cards are. I know the masters are usually pretty easy to spot, but we will go ahead and see. And I should say that the master bans, of course, is only for your opponent. So you may play the master that you ban if I read that correctly.
That's right, yeah. You ban for your opponent, play it as long as they don't ban that. So it looks like Todd Life has banned APEP. So that means Niprax can't APEP. Niprax has banned Stormbringer and Wildcards. So here we're in a situation where Todd Life didn't ban Wildcards. But Todd Life has decided to ban Arcane Bolt and Unholy Ground.
Arcane Bolt. Interesting. That
card has had a comeback.
I feel like both of these cards are not necessarily cards you would normally ban out, because like, yeah, it's one is against anti-air and one is against bigger units, single units. But I feel like Matrix has so many cards that, like, so many decks that don't really care about that. Very weird ban, not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, maybe
sounds
that's
like bans that you're gonna plan something specifically for. You want Arcane Bolt out of the pool so that you can do something pretty specific. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, you're trying to you know what you're going to be weak against, and you want to remove that.
Oh god.
Okay, so what are we seeing, FloFlorian?
We're seeing a Milloween and a Volko. Volko obviously without anti-air as a master, and Milloween is I already can see what is happening.
Okay, so we've got Niprax playing Volko, Todd Life playing Milloween. Looks like we've got an accursed Milloween deck. Volko, of course, very different to the Volko of old that we know with the pings to face.
Scotty. Now there comes the Soul Stealer, get a few souls with that.
Scotty, of course, a very high DPS unit, and with Rage and potentially Berserker Rage, that Scotty can get out of control.
That is gonna bite Todd Life. Richburn is gonna do a lot here.
Yeah, so remember when they changed Volko, the Bridge Burn was a 2-mana spell. People really didn't like that. It's back to a 1-mana spell, so it's a lot more usable now.
So what Niprax has to do is play either as aggressive as possible or just win in XP, really.
Got an early XP lead for Volko.
And the question is, what is Todd gonna play?
That assassin is just going to murder those golems, and the assassin again, another high DPS melee unit that's going to get insane with Rage and Berserker Rage.
Is he gonna keep the bridge? I don't think so. I feel like that was a misplay. Yeah, that was definitely a misplay.
Also, one thing to remember is that with the most recent changes to Volko, now that your ranged units can get
Oh,
rage.
nice. Ooh, unlucky.
So we know with the Accursed decks is once Todd Life gets to Accursed Ascension, his deck's going to become a lot stronger, but he needs to be able to still be in the game at that point.
Definitely.
He's got to collect 70 Spectral Essences. He's at 39 so far. Remember, you get them for spawning Accursed cards, Hugger kills, Slumber kills. But he's already a long way down on XP.
Just messed it up. He just messed it up big time. Here comes the Curzon.
Here we go. We got the raged Scotty at the bottom. He will, of course, sit on his backside. That's where he struggles.
The taunt.
The taunt, indeed.
Very good for Niprix there. Very good for Niprix there.
The bridges have just been blue so much for this match. Again, the assassin. Okay, unholy ground there to keep the assassin away from the golem. The golem is so important in a Minion deck. Every time you lose a golem, it's just disastrous almost. Not only have you lost a unit, but every time you use a spell without a golem out, you're not getting the benefit of the whole Minion shtick.
So, Todd Life struggling there quite a bit to get everything done.
Almost at a Cursed Ascension though, he's at 69.
Yeah.
Napper. Assassin again though. I feel like that assassin is just dominating that matchup there with the golem.
It's hard to see where this will go. The Cursed Ascension really can turn everything around. I feel like that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Potentially, but he's a long way down on XP, Florian.
I don't know if XP will matter too much in this kind of game. It's essentially Niprix will have to play this defensively the entire time. He has to have get Mana Frenzy. I feel like I don't think there's much more of a chance for that. I don't think going for the high damage is gonna be the way.
Okay, well his golem at the bottom's got a lot further forward than he.
Sorry.
That's fine. That's the first time we've seen that golem at the bottom really get anywhere near to the opponent's tower. So that's looking like it's swinging slightly in Todd Life's favor now.
Yes, absolutely, and it's gonna go. It's only gonna get worse. So Niprix, it's at this point survive. Just try to survive. Try to get it done. So we'll see what's gonna happen now. There comes an Unholy Ground. Very high mana investment, 9 mana. With the assassin, he's gonna be able to completely obliterate the tower. Well, he's not killing the golem with the assassin, but with the scratch. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a nice technique to use the Unholy Ground to bring the Soul Stealer down and then breath it. But as you say, that's a lot of mana. And there wasn't really anything else that it was doing damage to. Okay, here we go. Dragon spawned defensively. He wants to build a push behind it.
Niprix really has to use his curse on a dragon well, otherwise he's gonna have a hard time.
A lot of face damage from that Raged Assassin though. Berserker Rage available of course. Only 30 XP to go for Niprix to get to Mana Frenzy, and that should seal the deal for him if he gets there.
Got a Bridge Burn coming in.
Again, as you say, the Hugger is available. He's waiting. If you can get the Hugger on the dragon, it's going to be huge, but he needs to aggro this properly. Here we go. Hugger on the dragon.
Niprix is probably going to fail curse on the dragon.
Neither is Curse, so we know that that's 3% max HP damage every second. That dragon's going to start melting. Scotty's just absolutely wailing through it.
Yeah,
wow.
Got a Bridge Burn. Very well played from Niprix. What a solid defense.
Perk 3 for Todd Life though, so he's going to get that big golem.
I feel like it's too late. Look at the XP differences.
Yeah. He's going to struggle. I feel like he's going to struggle to stay in this game, even if his opponent doesn't get to Mana Frenzy.
Yeah.
Trying to be as offensive as possible right now. Okay, again, Dragon spawned defensively, but the problem is he's going to be giving up any sort of bridge control with that there.
And that is exactly what's going to happen. We're going to see a very strong defense from Todd Life though, while Todd Life has the...
On a frenzy now. All that XP from the bridges and generally is turning into some yummy mana. Dragon at the top getting cursed. Any curse you get like that on a big unit is just beautiful. You know you put it on a time and you just need to manage it.
Still hard for Niprex. Niprex still has a hard time defending. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a lot. Basically, Toddlife's getting huge value from the Accursed Ascension.
Absolutely. The Niprex breath is gonna do so much.
What he needs to be able to do is just keep cycling quickly so he can keep getting that dragon out. Because that dragon's really just... although it is dying, it is getting deep into enemy territory. It is causing his opponent to have to really deal with it. Both players getting low on HP right now. And of course, Minion has a lot of spells in her arsenal.
Excuse me?
Or excuse.
Profanity. Anyways, there is Toddlife, and I feel like that was a misplay from Toddlife. I feel like playing this dragon so defensively just gives Niprex a bridge is way too long. And
that dragon just melted. That Berserker Raged Assassin absolutely shredded that dragon, and that's huge. That could be
playing
the end
the
of it
dragon
here.
right in front of your face was probably not the smartest.
He was
choice,
just,
I'm gonna say.
you know, he's relatively low HP. He was just scared about taking too much damage on the face. But there's Scotty's in there. Scotty's going to sit, but he's going to taunt, and that Assassin's going to stay alive. Assassin's going to start shredding face. It's low HP, but
Oh dear.
the Assassin was kept alive by Scotty. Niprex has taken the first game 1-0. Had the score messed up on the screen a little bit there, but don't worry, we fixed it. We're almost in control. Well, it looked like Niprex ran away at the start of the game. Toddlife was coming back, but was, as tends to happen, he was too far behind. If he was closer, if he was able to get his Mana Frenzy a little bit sooner, then potentially he could have just taken that game the other way. But ultimately, Niprex and that Assassin, my god, the DPS that puts out when it's a Berserker Raged Assassin. Remember, it's picking up the bridge buffs from Volko. Very nicely done. Niprex, as we said, hasn't played for a while, but he's back, and we can see he hasn't lost any of the skills that he had to start off with. Be interesting to see what the players do now. I think that was just a bad matchup for Toddlife.
No. I honestly, the deck Toddlife was playing is a very, very hard deck to play against. It's I say very often, if you're playing against a Minion, it's probably not gonna be a very fun game to play, because Minion is just such a kind of a cheesy master. Like, you always have like certain tactics around it. You always play around your golem. You always play around something with these kind of decks. It's never like counter deck or like controlled too much. It's you generally have like a tactic in one way. So if you've got to break the tactic, it's very hard to beat that.
It felt like for most of the match, the Golem just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah,
what are we seeing?
A deck that was stronger in my opinion, but he just wasn't able to get bridge control at the beginning.
Boom buggy on both sides. Okay, we've got Niprex playing Ratbow, Toddlife playing also Ratbow.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
See some Jolo action, Boom buggy action, a lot of scrats. There we see Jolo defending on the right-hand side, taking very little damage because of his damage avoidance.
I definitely would have played the defensive chopper against the Jolo, and then used the scrat board versus other card.
So the Dagger, of course, a very strong tool, but against another Ratbow, it can be difficult to get that Dagger on something. There's so many other things, little things that it's going to hit. A Dagger on a Defenso Chopper could be huge. Okay, so there we see the Scritillary. Looks slightly nerfed recently, but still a very strong card. Doesn't quite kill what it used to kill, but it allows you to put on the pressure. Boom buggy there, absolutely shredding that Defenso.
Well, Niprox is 200 health behind Todd Live. XP is definitely looking great for him. Here comes the... Oh, he's not playing the chopper. He's doing it again. Interesting. I would have just straight up played the chopper. Like, he still killed it, but I feel like the chopper would have just gotten so much more value.
Yeah, often in games you have different ways of dealing with different situations, and it's about making the right choice at the right time.
Absolutely.
Because of course, you know, if he uses a certain card or spell at that point, then he means he can't use it on something else. So, as always, you're feeling out your opponent, trying to figure out what they have that counter you, what you have that counters them, and trying to, you know, have your counters at the right time and trying to force your opponent to not have their counters available.
Yeah, that Scrat Horde is a kind of weird champ, not gonna lie. Not really sure why he played the Scrat Horde at the bottom. Got 0 value, got killed by the flying Scrats as well.
Here comes the Daka, that's a good Daka.
Oh,
doesn't quite kill it. You can see what he was trying to do is to drop the Scrat tank to tank the Daka, but it was a little bit late, but he also got a little bit lucky that there wasn't quite enough to kill. Remember, it does, I think, 40 damage per friendly Scrat. Friendly unit. Wasn't quite enough, and that's frustrating, because that Boom Buggy, even with 1 HP, it's irrelevant. It's going to be sitting at the back there, just wailing away. It's going to get taken out now, but there was a lot of extra value there.
Daka is just gonna be not really useful this entire game, I feel like. There's really not much you can use it against.
And both players are going to be well aware that the Daka is available for their opponent, and they're going to know when there's going to be a window for their opponent to use it, and they're going to be ready to try to block it. There you see, bad Daka.
That's a very, very, very big problem for Niprox. Todd Life definitely can take advantage of that, but... it's just... The decks are so similar, but Todd Life got the really Scrat. It's just not being...
Oh, that's a good Daka, though. It's a skill to get the Daka. Remember, it doesn't lock on immediately, so there's a little bit of time for it to lock onto the target of choice, which is the closest unit. Which means there's a small window where you can try to interrupt it. But as an offensive player, as the player using it, you can also use it slightly before you want to use it. If you time it right and you figure out what's going to die at what time. But it's an XP lead for the blue team right now. Niprox ahead, Scrittillery comes in. Yeah, it didn't hit.
Again, it's the second time.
Yeah, that's frustrating. That Boom Buggy just staying alive there, that's being annoying. And, you know, it wasn't even moving. It was stationary. That should be bread and butter to be taken out.
Again, the Scrat Horde, that's unnecessary.
Okay, Daka coming in. That's a great Daka on the Scrat tank. Got to be real careful using the Daka on the Scrat tank, because if that Scrat tank closes his lid, he's going to laugh at that Daka.
Niprox is getting very nervous, it seems like. He's making a lot of mistakes that I generally wouldn't expect of him.
Well, I think he hasn't played much recently, so I think that's going to really come into the play in the situation.
Todd Life just give up, or why did you just give the...
I think if you're playing the game on a regular basis, then you're just... You almost know what you're going to do before you do it, but if you've taken a little time off, maybe you're starting to just think a little bit too much. Todd Life down to 350 HP. And remember, we do have...
But it's way too early for that. It's not ready yet. Oh, now he messed it up real bad.
I mean, he could just cycle Scrittilleries on Todd Life's face really here to close it out. Niprox ahead on XP as well.
That Daka finished the deal.
Yeah, this is just too much. We've seen some mistakes from both sides, but ultimately that sniper's just going to finish. Niprox is going to take this by 2 games to 0. Niprox not playing as clean as we've seen before. As I say, that's probably down to him not playing so much recently, but ultimately just having enough there to get ahead of Odd Life. Okay, so as before, let's switch back to our fellow casters, bring in Iamthedannysaur, Cosmic Vortex. Let us know what they thought about the action there.
Yeah, I mean, very solid games. Not a whole lot to say. I mean, it was pretty straightforward, especially that second one.
And with that second one, like it's depending on how you built your deck, like seeing another person playing the exact same master as yours, you almost know like right off the bat how well you're gonna do against them based off of how rounded you made yours. Because like if you have two masters who, like for instance, two rat bows, like anyone who doesn't have enough anti-mass cards in their rat bow deck is just gonna get destroyed. But both of them did have like the defensive chopper and the grenadier, but Napraxis is able to use their grenadier so much more effectively for a lot of those smaller trades. That just kind of tips the scale of the match there.
Those little half mana advantages that you can get really do build up over time. I think it's an excellent point.
Yeah, we saw a few mistakes from both sides. Bad Dackers, some bad Scrutillaries. But ultimately, I don't think any of those really decided the outcome.
Was the Rebel match was weird. It's often I see often players play their own counters in their own deck, which is something I don't necessarily agree with. Because I feel like you shouldn't try to play to win against your own deck. I feel like you should try to win against every other deck except yours. I saw defensive choppers in there. I saw really, I wouldn't really say they were playing counters against their own deck in their decks, but I don't know. It was very cheap and cycling decks I saw there.
Well, defensive is also a very strong counter to something like the Battle Shihao, who will destroy mass, but if it hits a defensive chopper, will just get stunned, and you can deal with it at your leisure, basically.
It's such a defensive, nice item. Minion, obviously, and it's always gonna have a place around even after getting nerfed. Maybe even rebuffed once. I'm not really sure. Yeah, it does 75 damage. Used to do 100 damage like around 1.5 years ago. And
the defensive chopper, right? Defensive chopper, sorry. Yeah, I think that's why you see that in the RNG APEP decks, because they know that it's going to be a real stalling unit to a lot of stuff that's going to be potential. That they
a lot of versatility.
Yeah, going to get a lot of value, and you can just throw down the Defenso, and even if you're even if you're behind because you spent all your mana on your futures, that Defenso is probably going to help you get back in it.
Yeah.
Karen, I want to point out something FloFlorian highlighted, but leaving the boom buggy with 1 HP. 1 HP boom buggy does the exact same DPS as a full health one. So it's a concept that comes through in this game. I'd say it's more typical in something like RTS. I know a couple of us here are old StarCraft 2 players, but it's the idea that if you can spread out damage, that DPS is just so strong because it just doesn't go down. So you have to finish off units. And when you don't, you leave a 6-mana unit that can still do damage in the back line. And you've used, in that case, Scrutillary was really the one backline card that they had in the deck. So then it just kind of became a real issue in that one when that was left alive. And it was like, how do you deal with it in the back line when you've already used your counter, you've already committed 5 mana and didn't kill the 6-mana unit that's now still getting full value? Little trades like that, I think, it can be understated, especially in matches like this where the players are so good and so even. Those little edges really play an outsized role in determining a match outcome.
Yeah, I'm sure we've all had matches where you just fail to kill something and that thing goes on, gets insane value, and it's frustrating as heck.
Especially with things like Tranquil Shihao, who just heals right back up afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's the worst feeling in the world. You just watch it with 1 HP going up, and you're like, why do I commit another 6 mana to kill it at this point? Because it's got 3 HP. Yeah, it's the worst.
It is.
I think the two highest cards for raging, for at least getting meter rage, are Cannon Roller and Tranquil Shihao for those reasons, because the Cannon Roller will just back all the way back up, and then Shihao just heals all the way back to full.
I'm up there with Gwyntheron and Reboomer. That sometimes that card just ruins you. On the flip side, it also has caused some giggle fits. If you're in like a 2v2 and it's just getting insane value, it just keeps going. It's
we saw a lot of like uncommon mistakes from Niprex's side, where I thought for a second, okay, that is not good. What are you doing? And definitely going forward in this tournament, this cannot happen. There's some people that will not let it happen, and they will immediately take advantage of any mistake you do.
Okay, looks like we're getting set up for the next match. I think it's going to be Lazur against Black Hunter. Be a good one. Sure, they've got them on my friends list, so if you just give a moment to sort that out.
We'll get to see Cosmic Vortex and his golden locks casting
Yes.
alongside the fish.
Thanks, Dannysaur. Appreciate you, man.
Of course, every time, buddy. Are the the sidecasters, are we having our own little tournament of champions over here?
Yes,
Whoa.
we'll all play casino decks specifically for FloFlorian,
Oh.
and then let the gods decide who should win.
It's the only fair way to do it.
Nah, there is still a lot of skill involved in the casino deck. So
Well, my master's ranking with Casino APEP says otherwise.
Yeah. I got a casino Diona
sometimes
that's made
you
it onto
just
the
get what you
leaderboard.
want. Sometimes you just get what you want, but sometimes you also don't, and then you have to play smartly.
Well, that is just not an option if you're playing with the Dannysaur, so you just deal with it. Yeah, Niprax jumping in chat saying I hadn't played for 3 months, which, you know, the leaderboard was lacking. Niprax holding that #1 spot or around there.
Yeah.
Great player, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to attribute too much to, you know, like rust and things in that last match, but, you know, I think Niprax as goes through, maybe you have a little bit of that at the beginning, but I think you knock that rust off when you're a high level player very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, you absolutely do. You got to take a few matches. I'm sure, like, whenever he has a chance, he has to like solo queue a game. I feel like, and just get a little bit into it, because like I feel like he's definitely out of it. He's done mistakes that definitely, absolutely are just being rusty.
Okay.
So yeah, he can definitely do better.
Right, I'm just making sure, because sometimes people add you as a friend, but then they're appearing offline, so you can't find them. So
Yeah. Black Hunter is not in Minion Masters right now.
And Lazur is also the same, so we'll wait for them to figure that out. And
so it's going to
we'll
be
get
nice
there
to see.
eventually.
Nice to see Lazur, of course. Lazur, winner of the
Laser.
previous Lazur,
There.
the Mega SBI. And Black Hunter, another player like Niprax, has taken a little bit of break from the game. He has come back for this. So we'll see how that affects him, if it does in any way. Okay, so get these spectators. Are you guys able to just quickly check the bans channel to see if we can see what these players have banned? Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Sure, I'll leave that to Cosmic or FloFlorian. I had a quick aside. I don't know if anybody's been playing. I was jumped on, did a little bit of 2v2 last night, and oh man, the amount of aggro decks that I have been running into. Aggro is the new hotness in 2v2. Look out if you're playing out there.
It's always been. I've always remembered aggro decks, either extreme control or extreme aggro. There's some decks like the 6x or Dahlia that are just not fun to play against. And triple rammer, triple 3-mana rammer, and so on. Just very hard to play against.
Yeah, I think it's fun. They're a fun challenge. I think sometimes when you have those mega I'm doing nothing but aggro decks, it kind of puts the game in your hands in an odd way, because when you're playing aggro, you have exactly one line of play, and that is do face damage whenever you can. So it's kind of up to you to deflect, defend. I don't always love playing against them, but I do like the feeling a little bit of they've basically given me control of the outcome of the game. If I play well, I should win. If I make mistakes, they can be very, very, very punishing. So it's a fun little interaction, and I'm interested to see if Betadwarf continues to It can give some more tools for anti-aggro. As much as people complain about aggro, it is healthy for the game. Otherwise, it just becomes who's going to have the most mega late game control deck. You know, we may or may not have seen, you know, people like Fish have a 25+ minute game.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the other side of the equation. So you have to have that healthy respect for aggro. But you know, it brings its own challenges in there.
So, sorry, did I miss? Did you find the bans out? Are we...
From what I can tell, I don't think that they've banned yet. Oh, here we go. They just came in. Black Hunter banned APEP and wildcards. Lazur banned APEP and wildcards. Phase 2 of the banning, we are waiting on.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, each of them will be able to ban up to 2 cards. They don't have to, but they can. So that could be up to 4 cards banned from here, in addition to all the wild cards. So you could get down the rabbit hole a little bit here in terms of some deck building challenges.
The players are just finalizing their bans. Cool.
Okay.
What do you guys think of the ban procedure where you can ban wildcards and cards as well? Do you like that? Rather than just a flat out wildcard
would
ban?
be banned.
Think so?
I like that. I like that because I think a lot of people will just by default ban wildcards. Just because it takes out a lot of like you can go like triple Brutish Betrayer
anything.
and triple anything really, like and really throw like the balance of the game. So if you're trying to have like a nice, you know, banter of a match, like you're kind of just automatically banning wildcards. But then to also be able to ban 2 cards, especially if you know who you're going against, is so huge. Which I personally wouldn't ban Vortex in this tournament just as a player, just because I would bank on people not quite understanding the trades, at least in the first half of the tournament, and kind of play cards specifically to make fun of the new trades. Like I'd play Bounty Sniper, I'd play Mordar with 2 snipers like we saw in the first part of the tournament, like little things like that to just kind of take advantage of old cards that got nerfed kind of thing.
Okay. Oh my goodness, is this a giveaway that I'm seeing in chat here, Fish?
Yeah, exclamation point GGtour with the emoji. I messed up without the exclamation point, but exclamation point GGtour and the emoji to get into a big dwarf pack giveaway. We're going to do these throughout the tournament. Get some
every
stuff
hour,
going
isn't it? Every hour, isn't it?
Maybe, if I remember. Okay, so let's see. I think we're set up to spectate. We've got Black Hunter here, got Lazur here. So yeah, we are ready to go when they're ready to go.
Sounds good. Look at Fish going, giving away, you know, packs, running the stream, hosting the stream, running the spectate, doing it all. So a huge thank you to Fish, and behind the scenes, Sinobii as well is lurking in the shadows, doing an unbelievable amount of admin work. So certainly a huge shout out to him. A lot of work goes through on these tourneys that people may not necessarily see. You know, participating is one thing, running it is quite another.
Yeah, it's a team effort. We've got a great team here bringing this to you. Big shout out again to GGtour for supporting the tournament, Betadwarf, as well, and Team Mana Frenzy. We're just waiting for the players to get ready to go. So we got Black Hunter against Lazur. We're ready to go. Hopefully they're ready to go.
Here we go.
Okay. We're going to see. Cosmic's joining me for the cast for this one. What do we see in Cosmic?
We see Lazur playing Morelia and Black Hunter playing Milliwain. And there are a few different ways that you can play Morelia, just because her Book of the Dead is so useful, giving her bridge grab, spell reduction, the ability to siphon a little bit of health if you're trying to play like the blood tapped cards, as well as passing out spirit to things like snipers.
Yeah, I think that's the key to being a good Morelia player, is to be able to use the spell book and correctly use the right thing at the right time, because you do have options. And it's about using the most appropriate one. You see a lot of players when they start with Morelia, they start using the spell, but grabbing the skeletons, grabbing the bridges, but that's normally not what you want to do. Sometimes it's a thing that you can use, but not generally the best thing to do. So we've got a Colossus pushing at the top. Did a good job by dealing with the stun lancers before they became a problem. Here we got the Ravenous Swarmers. They're activated from the previous spell. They're going to go down the bottom, but
spirit.
What are they going to do though? The scary looking push at the top. Scrotillery coming in. Doesn't quite kill the back line, but then the extra scrats do. One hit on face from the Colossus. Not too shabby. Cursebearer is great in that situation.
Alright, so we see both players have knocked off about the same amount of health to trade, but we do see a little bit more mana on the field from Black Hunter's side. So there's slightly an advantage there, as well as they now have an XP lead.
Okay, so this is all going to be about the Colossus, supporting the Colossus, and then from Lazeur's point of view, can he shut that down? So there we see he's split the Colossus and his Golem. They're not going to be able to push together, which is an interesting choice.
And Black Hunter's having a little bit of an issue because their deck is very fast rotation, but this Colossus is walking in so slowly, and so they're having to like hold certain cards, and it's kind of messing them up, which is why they're playing the Restless Dead so far back.
Spawn of Fury on that Colossus. One Colossus became two, and here you can see the benefit of that is the stuns are going to struggle against it. One of them's going to get stunned, the other's going to come in and clear it. So we've got quite a lot of blue on the field right now. Black Hunter's in a strong position here, got a bit of a push at the top, got a much stronger push at the bottom. Double Colossus. Heal comes in, keeps the Colossus healthy. This is looking kind of scary right now.
And that was Clear Skies. One of the advantages of Clear Skies is it will heal everything on the field, rather than only a certain amount of health from something like a heal ball or a healer who can be instantly spelled down. So with the Spawn of Fury, you can heal up your Golems, the Colossus himself.
Oh, that stun! Double stun's huge there. Colossus still alive though.
That was a great chain lightning.
Yeah, Colossus still alive, not on face. Cursebearer is going to really start doing a good job on that. That 3% damage every second from the curse shuts it down. But of course, he may not have got to face and done much, but all that time he did have bridge control. See Black Hunter ahead on XP now.
Okay, good Vortex there. We're seeing it used more as a crowd control than as a damage as it used to be.
Interesting that he split his units there. The Colossus, of course, does need to be supported. It is very susceptible to air units, to stuns, but when it's split like that, that really does help. And of course, got the back line. Scrotillery coming in though, he clears the back line, the heal, but the double stun is massive. Very nicely double stunned on both Colossuses at the top. Okay. Cursebearer, of course, everything within that curse getting damaged, so overall it's doing huge DPS to both of those Colossuses.
Lazeur's actually doing really well for playing against this Colossus deck with what they have, but they're slowly falling behind in XP, and now that Perk 3 comes on Black Hunter, that means that those Golems are going to start doing even more, and it's going to be much more difficult to deal with a supported Colossus.
Again, that Colossus getting locked down with those stuns.
And Stun Lancers are a very useful card, because if you split your Stun Lancers, all it takes is a single Stun Lancer to lock up a Colossus, so you can kind of push both lanes at the same time for very little committed mana.
Yeah, I think Stun Lance is an interesting card because it's a card you get almost at the start of the game, if not at the start of the game, and here you can see it being used at the highest level, which is a very nice thing about Minion Masters. You don't need all of these legendary cards to compete. Legendary doesn't necessarily mean strong, it generally means unique. So most of the legendary cards have some kind of a unique thing, a unique way of interacting with different things, or a unique ability.
Okay, so Perk 3's now come in for Lazeur's side. He can get a great Queen's Dragon here. He instead opts to go for the Scrotillery.
Okay. Nirvir has landed. The perk 3 Nirvir comes with the breath. Doing a good job. But that golem is still alive. Gets taken out. Yeah, that looks like that's going to be a pretty healthy dragon. It's going to take another hit maybe from the Colossus. Yep. Okay, but the dragon is still alive. This is the only dragon he's going to have, though. This is Nirvir perk 3. It's not from the Nirvir card. He can't cycle and use it time and time again, so it's really important that he gets value from this dragon. Whether that's face damage, whether that's position on the board and holding the bridges and getting back in the XP race.
Which I think he's doing a great job of holding the bridges and putting in a good amount of damage on face. That Stun Lancer locking down Milloween is keeping that dragon alive. Clear skies also heals your opponent, so it's not necessarily doing too much to help the Colossus against the dragon.
XP absolutely
huge comeback
dead
on
level.
Lazur's part, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, but I mean that's it. That's his power spike. That's his perk 3. It's come and gone. Did he miss his only opportunity here? Let's find out. Black Hunter dropping down under 900 HP.
And while he is low, he now has those tier 3 golems are so difficult to deal with, because before the only thing that was really giving Lazur trouble was the Colossus. And now he's going to have just these constant waves of these golems coming in, each of which needs something like Stun Lancers to deal with, but then that frees up the Colossus to just come in behind.
Okay, so when it's so close like this, it's just about who gets to that Mana Frenzy first. Can they lock down a bridge or two and then just push on from that point? And not always the case, but there's a good chance that they'll be in a very good position at that point. And here you can see Mana Frenzy about to happen for Lazur, but the push is coming along at the bottom. That's going to lock that bottom bridge down for a while. Okay, Mana Frenzy for Lazur, red team. Got one bridge. Going to be getting the bonus from that. Remember, Mana Frenzy, XP turns into mana. But he's got to deal with that push at the bottom, and that push at the bottom can be quite terrifying. Artillery is going to come in and do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to kill anything, really. We've got a stun there. Okay, this is looking nice, though. Golem goes down. Stun Lancer's still alive. Oh, the huge swing from the Colossus. It didn't look like it was going to hit the Stun Lancer, but that guy hits more than you expect if you're kind of around him.
Okay, so now both teams are in Mana Frenzy. Unholy Ground, a great way of contesting the bridges in Mana Frenzy if the skeletons aren't just immediately getting shut down. At this point, I think Black Hunter's got enough mana where they can just slowly push in with those Colossus.
Yeah, he's in a position now. He's got a lot on the field, has Black Hunter, and not only that, he's got the bridges controlled, so he's getting that extra mana from Mana Frenzy. The stun, I must say, Lazur's work with the Stun Lancers has been impeccable. He's been able to stun. Remember, you get 2 Stun Lancers. Ideally, you don't want them both stunning the same thing, and time again, we've seen him manage to stun multiple units with them, which is insane. This is just going to be the end here. There we go. Black Hunter's taking it by the first game, 1-0. Now, are you surprised with that outcome, Cosmic?
What's that, sorry?
Are you surprised with the outcome there, with Lazur being on the
no,
losing end?
I have a very... I have a very strong respect for Black Hunter, because I actually faced against him in the $2,000 tournament, and I hadn't actually seen much of them before that, which they actually played King Puff against me, and in my opinion, anyone who can play King Puff well is just good at dealing with cards, period, just because King Puff is such a very unique master to use, as your deck rotation is usually smaller. And so I think at this point, Lazur being a very strong player, I think we'll be able to alter their deck and we'll see some good matches. I think that the skill is definitely bent towards Lazur, but I would not say that I'm surprised to see Black Hunter pulling at least one win. And he could even potentially, depending on, the deck matchup, do the next one. But this was definitely a deck that was weighted in Black Hunter's favor, with the Stun Lancers being the main thing that Lazur was playing around.
Yeah, it was a very good game. I think Lazur did a really good job to make it as close as it actually was. Because there was a lot of scary stuff that he had to try to deal. Did a great job. Ultimately not quite enough, but almost. Waiting to see what the players are going to load into the next game. There were some master bans as well for other people. Some people were quite happy to just ban in public. Other people taking it a little bit more seriously, wanting to do their bans privately. Obviously, the person that bans first is going to be at a bit of a deficit. Their opponent can react to whatever they've banned. Some people like to take that as seriously as possible, and you know, there's a lot of money on the line here. So that makes perfect sense. Is Lazur a player that you think can go all the way in this tournament? Get right to the dark stages?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that if Lazur is able to win out against Black Hunter, I think that they will definitely make it towards the end. Whereas Black Hunter, I feel like, depending on the way the bracket lines up, I haven't looked too deeply at it yet. I think we'll struggle as it gets a little bit further ahead.
Let the fight commence.
Okay. Let's introduce what we're seeing here. That'll be great.
Okay, we have Lazur playing Mordar. Lazur plays a very strong Mordar, and Black Hunter playing Ratbow, which Ratbow versus Mordar is very tricky because you can get crazy high value out of your Dakas. Unless the Mordar plays it just right, because typically Mordars have lower amounts of mass, and so that'll be incredibly difficult unless they're able to get a good amount of reses out.
It's very strong, but
Goes there.
you have to get.
We see a Shock Rock coming out, which means that Black Hunter does have something which can shut down the tombstones. That's going to be huge. I would say that this is again another difficult matchup on Lazur's part.
Yeah. Let's see what we get though. Black Hunter playing Ratbow, Lazur playing Mordar. Perk 1 there for Lazur. Black Hunter's already there. Yeah, as always with Mordar, it's going to be about the tombstones. What reses, when does it res? Can they be stopped?
And we see that Frostfeather coming out. Frostfeather's being a great card to help deal with backline DPS, like snipers and elves, but also giving you those extra units on the field for your Daka. And so you'll see that in a lot of Ratbow decks.
Yeah, Scrutillery seemed a little unnecessary there. Remember, at the core, this game's about being mana efficient, so if you're spending stuff needlessly, you're going to miss out. Shockrock there could have been amazing, wasn't quite. Got killing the archers, but just missing one of them. Of course, in a lot of occasions, it's not just killing the unit. Like, if he'd killed both those units there, he would have held the bridge. So that's where the mana value really comes from, just one simple thing like that. But here we go, Tombstone activated.
Okay. And this is another thing, like that Shock Rock missing, like not only did it not keep the bridges, but that's something that they could have used to shut down a Tombstone,
Yep.
which would be huge.
Everything has a cost. If you use it at one point, you can't use it somewhere else, and it's about trying to figure out what your best way of dealing with your opponent is. We've seen Jolo quite a lot today already, and that's interesting because Jolo was a card that you very, very rarely saw. Since they changed it, and you can basically guarantee some value out of it. It starts with 100% dodge, so you know it's gonna last a while. That value does really tick off quickly, but for a while.
Yeah.
It can be great, especially against the bigger units. If it's against something that attacks really quickly, then it's going to have kind of a bad time. Okay, so Tombstone activated.
And we're seeing a very cheap Mordar deck here. So really, as long as Lazur is able to keep pushing out like the Undying Skeletons and Dragon Whelps, really the main thing that he doesn't want to res is like the Grenadier, the Swarmer, and the Crystal Elves. Those are really the only weak reses that they have. But even then, with their deck cycling so fast, it's not that big of a deal if they miss a Tombstone.
Black Hunter's got a decent XP lead right now. Interesting to see the Restless Dead being used with Mordar, because you get your 2 skeletons, and then if one of them reses, you get a full Undying Skeleton, so you effectively get 2 more skeletons. Again, as we've seen with the Cage Prowler earlier, certain cards that you can use with Mordar that get extra value than you originally think.
Groggy Woodsman is another one of those cards. Groggy Woodsman only being 3 mana.
What happens is the Groggy Woodsman, when you use it, it starts off as the half HP Woodsman with the slow, but when it reses, it's the full fat Woodsman. Okay,
We see Black Hunter forcing a lot of bad reses here.
flyby was a little frustrating for Black Hunter because it didn't quite take the bridge. The flyby is counted as units when it comes in, so it can take bridges, and of course it does count towards the Daka, so it does help you power up the Daka. Here comes a Daka, takes out the Curse Bearer. It's getting a little hectic at the bottom there. We've got Shen, got the Battle Jihao, trading nicely there.
Okay. Here we have a Tombstone, but no units out. This is not necessarily the thing that you want to have happen as a Mordar.
So res, any res is a free unit, but it's not a great res. Squirtillery shutting down the Tombstone at the bottom, forcing the res, and then taking the res unit out immediately. You see Jolo? Jolo took 3 or 4 hits from the boom buggy there. Didn't take any damage at all.
We saw Jolo's luck run out as they went against the 2 barrel scrats, and then the Battle Monkey finished it off.
Okay, do the stun on the Tombstone, resetting it, trying to deny a res. The Monkey's doing a lot of work. Okay, so again, the Tombstone's there, not much res from it. XP still in Black Hunter's favour right now. Could we see one of the early favourites, Lazur, potentially dropping to the redemption bracket early on in this tournament? It's not over yet though. Mordor, this stage of the game can really be oppressive.
I think Jolo, as a card in a Mordor deck, is a very interesting choice, because I feel like he meant that to be kind of an anti-large unit, but then going against a Ratba who just has non-stop amounts of tiny scrats, kind of like shut down what was supposed to be one of the tanks of the deck, I feel like.
Yep.
Because right now the only tanks that they have are Jolo, the Swarmer, and the Skeletons, but of those, the only ones that are really pulling any weight is the Skeletons.
Feels like Black Hunter's getting pinned back now, so the XP is coming back in Lazur's favour. The res is time and time again, and of course things are resing after perk 3 with haste, so they're coming back faster, keeping the pressure on, and doing more damage.
Yeah.
But XP's level now. This is Lazur in the Ascension right now. The Ascendancy. We've got 2 boom buggies out there, so they're going to be defending deep as well, but that poison, I'm not sure, is that boom buggy at the bottom going to die? It might have 1 HP, it's probably going to die ultimately. It gets another barrel, another barrage off. But XP's now in Lazur's favour. Got skeletons coming from the Restless Dead. Tombstone about to activate. Like it's going to be maybe a Curse Bearer, no, maybe the Undying Skeleton at the top. The Ghost Turret got nerfed recently, but it's still very strong.
And this is huge. So now Lazur has a good amount of skeletons on the board that they're rezzing. And so each skeleton res is huge because that gives them a tank that can last for a little bit. They've also got pretty lucky with Jolo's RNG because they've been able to tank a little bit more than they necessarily should in some of these trades.
Okay, Lazur a blink away from Mana Frenzy, and if he gets Mana Frenzy now and the bridges are in his favour, he's going to likely just be able to close this out. But it looked like he was in trouble for a long time in this game, but he's in a strong position right now. Black Hunter's Mana Frenzy not far behind though. Here we go, Mana Frenzy for Lazur. Bridges are in his favour, but they're going to go blue, and that's going to be interesting for a second there.
Ooh, great Shock Rock there. Keeping the bridges. So we're going to have Mana Frenzy on Mana Frenzy here, which... Ooh.
I don't know which way this one is going to go, Cosmo.
Yeah, this could go literally either way, because the Tombstones are going to be getting out a significant amount of value. Because at this point, even something like a Grenadier is a good res just because of the AoE against a massive amount of scratch they're going to be pouring down the field. So at this point, I would say that Lazur doesn't really have a bad res anymore, but you also have things like the Boom Buggy and the Battle Monkey on Black Hunter's side that are just going to exponentially scale in value now that there's more units on the field.
Yeah, but it just looks like there's too much red at the moment. The bridges are staying red, and although they are pushing into that Boom Buggy army almost, they are surviving and keeping the bridges red, and then they're just rezzing time and time again. And I mean, at this point of the game, you've got to be really efficient with your mana. You know, just because it's Mana Frenzy doesn't mean you can just throw away mana. You've still got to be efficient. It's just more difficult because you've got more mana. The cycle's insane. These decks are relatively cheap. Okay, we're just over 9 minutes in. be a long
I
one.
think we're leaning towards Lazur. Just with the Undying Skeletons, their bodies are getting closer and closer to face each time.
Boombuggy's doing a
You see
great
the
job,
Arcanist
but
locking on.
ultimately it's too much. And, not only have you got to defend face, you've also got to try and take the bridges, and this is going to be too much. Ultimately, it looks like Shen coming in with the AoE stun. Not enough, though. Lazur looked like he was in a lot of trouble in that game. The longer it went on, he managed to claw his way back, and ultimately has come out the victor. One game all.
Very, very impressive comeback from Lazur. Just managing to get some key bridge grabs, some lucky Jolo deflects. There was one particular Jolo deflect against a boom buggy that really changed the tide of one of those top pushes.
Yeah, you could see there it was important getting to Mana Frenzy first, but it wasn't a case of who got to Mana Frenzy first just rolled over their opponent. It was still a back and forth game. You could see from the overview really that Lazur was slowly building up more of an army as the Mana Frenzy went. You kind of feel that it was almost inevitable that he was end up with just a bit too much. It's, you know, these are the awesome games we get to see in Minion Masters. You can't tell how they're going to pan out. A lot of the times you look at the decks, you don't know who's going to win. You look even halfway through the match, you still don't know which way it's going to go. And you know, that's just how things change during the match. One of the nice things about this game is that the mana increases, the mana generated increases as the game goes on, so it's a little bit more frantic. And that puts pressure on the players to keep ensuring that they're being mana efficient. They're not burning any mana, but they're still playing as efficiently as possible. And we love it.
Yeah, matches like that are definitely my favorite to see. Like when players like Lazur take something that, like, they definitely were at a disadvantage and it was difficult to get some good reses at the start of the game, but they managed to hit those XP thresholds with key bridge grabs and a little bit of luck from Jolo to kind of pull that game back, I would say, from Black Hunter's just slow, steady pushes in.
Very much. Okay, so we're going to go into the game number 3. Don't know which way it's going to go. No idea, really. We need to see what they load in with. Both players will be happy with how they've played so far.
Yeah, I would say for sure. Just the deck matchups have been very interesting. Lazur is still deck building, trying to obviously make sure that they have some decent things. And I think one of the things that I feel like Black Hunter did by banning Vortex is it kind of forces you to go through and kind of craft a new deck. Because I don't feel like a lot of people will have made many new decks without something like Vortex, because Vortex was kind of a staple before. Yeah.
It's nice when things like that get changed, when a real meta card gets changed, and then people need to decide, is it still meta, or can we play something else instead? I think we're still going to see it a lot. It's just not as ridiculous as previously.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to see a lot more cards like Daggerfall and Poison coming out to deal with things like the Bounty Sniper to make up for, you know, the hole that was left.
Yeah, that's the problem with when you get a card like Vortex that fills a lot of those roles, then there's a lot of other cards that get completely forgotten about. Okay, what do we see here, Cosmic Vortex?
Okay, we got Diona on the side of Lazur and Black Hunter playing Morelia. We see another Shock Rock, not quite taking out both units.
It's very difficult to react quickly enough to get both of those at the start. Get one of them, but ultimately didn't really achieve much. Diona is a master that not many people choose to play, but in the right hands, those traps can be incredibly strong. Need a little bit of luck with Ruffles. Remember, Ruffles got changed in the latest patch, so you'll only get potions on your side or the bridges, which should help your survivability though. You're not going to be getting these potions all over the other side that you've got 0 chance of getting. So I think overall a good chance. Nice Shock Rock there, but although it did kill, it didn't hold any of the bridges, but not hugely mana efficient.
Lazur getting a good amount of advantage in the XP game right now. We see the flank strats come out, but there's not any anti-air really in Lazur's hand. There we go, he cycled a little bit, but it cost him 4 mana to shut that down, which Black Hunter, if they play right, can grab their bridges again.
We saw the trick there with the the prop scrats, where if you spawn them in the middle quickly enough, when there's ground units coming over the bridge, they will split and take both bridges. And although they didn't take both bridges, they did force Lazur to expend more mana to deal with it. A shock rock and some scrats of his own at the top. So, still feeling each other out. Very close right now.
And this is kind of a key point in the game. Ooh, out comes a rammer.
The wall is the perfect answer to that, though. Wall goes down. Rammer's going to get some value here. Stun.
Oh, wow.
Shock rock. Really chaining these stuns together there. Didn't get a huge amount of face damage. Has fallen behind on XP, has Black Hunter. Both players playing crossbow dudes, and you know, crossbow dudes have been beaten with the nerf stick, something fierce recently, but still they persist. Here we see trying to split, but the split's denied there with the whelp. The whelp's going to get taken out. You saw the heal being used there from the spellbook, the spirit drain. The heal wasn't probably the most important part of that, but the fact that he was able to kill some units was. But the Scrotillery coming in, doing a great job. XP still in Lazur's favor.
And when we see Ruffles come out, if you look at the color of the potion, you can kind of see what Ruffles is going for.
Yep.
So we see green potion now. That's going to be 250 health if they can protect Ruffles. Black Hunter shutting that down with a shock rock, which if Ruffles get stunned, they immediately despawn.
Yep. But sometimes even the Ruffles getting countered can be beneficial for you because you're forcing your opponent to deal with it. In that situation, the shock rock hit other things as well, so it's probably okay. But yeah, I think Ruffles is definitely a nice tool to have.
Okay.
Gonna grab some mana.
We see purple coming in. Purple means that you're gonna get 2 mana, but Lazur wasn't quite ready to play cards yet, so they burned one of the mana that Ruffles could have given them.
That was
so you want to kind of watch it. Like if you see Ruffles going for a purple potion, you want to make sure that you're below 8 mana. That way you can actually fully accept it to get maximum value out of that little boy.
More mana there again. One of the things that Black Hunter needs to pay attention to using the rammer is he's got to pay attention to where Lazur's bear traps are. Doesn't want that rammer going in and just getting stunned in a bear trap. That's going to be bad. And I've seen that on the ladder. A lot of times you play against rammer players, they don't pay attention to that. They send a rammer in, it just gets locked up and it's irrelevant.
And even if they do pay attention to it, like that's just another thing that they're having to keep track of, and so you can kind of play around other parts of the field while your opponent's mental attention is trying to focus on these traps. And so, honestly, I don't think that it's worth it for Black Hunter to try and play their rammer at this point, just because there's so many counters with the decoy traps, the wall, the bear trap, the stun lancers, the flightless dragons. Like, there's so many different counters that Lazur has.
Okay, here comes the rammer though. Shockrock trying to deny that, but the DPS from those whelps is going to shred. Everything goes. Oh, Ruffles get taken out by the end of that chain lightning as well. A little extra value. Okay, perk 3. Going to be a dragon soon for Black Hunter, and as we've seen previously, that's going to be a huge power spike, but is it going to be important? Let's find out. Can he use it to get back in the match? Because at this point, he is behind quite far on XP. Which is a red. He needs to give up any field control with this dragon. He needs to spawn defensively and then build a push with it. So he is dropping further and further behind. Lazur really just spending mana now just because he doesn't want to burn it. He's just spending it, getting some units on the field, putting them as deeply as possible. That Stun Lancer could be problematic if it gets on there. There you see beautiful use of the Taunt Totem from Lazur. Taunt Totem and the Damage Trap doing a great job on that dragon. That dragon's going to be removed relatively quickly and without achieving much at all.
See Stun Lancers coming in to counter the... Yeah, I think a lot of this I feel like is because Black Hunter just refused to hold on to that rammer, and I think that that's really hurt them throughout the course of the game, because like their whole strategy was try and rammer, shock rock, chain lightning, Sunshrine, and I think if they would have just used that 4 mana and put like more units like the Shihao and the Battle Monkey, they could have got more value out of those and trying to push behind those than with something like the rammer that just doesn't actually do damage to the units on the field.
Yeah, and sometimes if you're playing something like a rammer and you know your opponents have got stun lance or something like that, you've just got to hold it in your hand until an opportunity presents itself. If they commit their stun lances somewhere else, go. Here, Mana Frenzy almost available for Lazur. Black Hunter a long way down on XP. Again, that rammer.
I think another part of this game also, I would say, like in addition to knowing when to hold cards, is when to literally just understand when a card needs to just not get played and held in your hand the entire match. Because like you said, like if there's wall or stun lancers, like you kind of want to hold your rammer until that's played. But like even, I mean, like I was saying, like there's wall, there's flightless dragons, there's stun lancers, there's the actual bear trap itself. Even a decoy trap can counter a rammer at this point, and I would say that there's just too many counters for the rammer card specifically in Lazur's deck for it to even be worth anything and worth trying to get out.
Yeah, here we go, Mana Frenzy for Lazur. You can see he's just filling the board now. He's going to use the trap, decoy trap to keep everything.
Passes out to GG.
Looks like it's going to be too much artillery coming in from both sides, but it's going to be too much damage on Black Hunter's face here. The stun keeps him alive momentarily, but the units are just going to keep pouring in from Lazur. Mana Frenzy with the bridges. Shock Rock comes in. Lazur has taken that by 2 games to 1.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Lazur is the god of comeback. This guy goes always negative at the beginning. He loses 3 games in a row, whatever, and then he somehow barely comes back. It's always the same. I swear to God, like I was still at last tournament, at the last $1,000 tournament when we were in the winner
We've
brackets.
seen it time and time again,
the first
right?
game against him, and the other ones he just barely took against me. So you never have to believe that he's gonna lose. He's somehow always making it back. I don't know how this guy does it.
Yeah, we've seen that in the big finals previously, where he's just been dead on the canvas, and he drags himself back up. He's run out of lives, and somehow he manages to make it work. And that's a very important skill to have in the tournaments. And why you can never count him out.
It's always a pleasure to watch his matches. He just the comebacks you just don't expect to come. And I don't know, Black Hunter was here in a really bad position. He had the rammer the entire time, but even if he didn't play it, I feel like the rammer was like here just to deal pressure and just like make Lazur not concentrate too much on the bridges, but it really wasn't working. So even if he didn't play a rammer, I don't think he had any chance to win this game.
Yeah, that rammer just had a really bad time and time again. There was so many, as Cosmic listed, there was so many counters. It just, you know, that it was almost irrelevant to play it. It was 4 mana gone time and time again.
Yeah. I gotta say it for the first time, Lazur is the god of comebacks. He's got the title now.
Okay, so seen some great matches so far. We're going to see who we're going to be checking out in the next one. Big shout out again to GGtoor for supporting this event along with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. As we've said before, big shout out to Sinobii for arranging it and helping behind the scenes in every way possible. And of course we've got Cosmic Vortex, FloFlorian and Iamthedannysaur somewhere, AFK for a bit, helping us out with the cast. So everybody helping. Great team effort. The Mini Masters community is awesome. Thanks to everyone for being part of it and in whatever way you can. What do you guys think about the community?
I'm very excited with this community. I think that this is probably one of the best and most wholesome communities of any game that I've seen. Especially when you have a game like this that's like very competitive, you'll see a lot of toxicity show up. But I would say in general, like as a community, especially like with our Twitch presence, like we're very, you know, accepting. We help teach new players things. I would say that we definitely don't like gatekeep in any way. And I've seen a lot of games like this get to the point when like new players will just get shunned for not understanding things, whereas a lot of us will be like, no, like here, let me help teach you some of these trades and learn different things, which is really, really nice. I think just if you're looking for a new game, like I would say this is a great one to just come and just relax for a little bit, kind of have a good time.
I would say for me at least, this game is like an abusive relationship you can't really get away from.
Because you love it so
love it.
much.
You love it so much, and you see the potential behind it, but sometimes you also hate it really much.
But I think that
Sometimes
comes
you're
from
just like,
when you care about something so deeply. That's when you feel like that. If you didn't care, you wouldn't feel like that.
But yeah, I feel like in the top rankings, it can be quite a dumpster fire, but it's warm and nice, so
Dumpster fires make for a great place to get some worth and swap some interesting stories.
absolutely.
And I must say, the developers have been awesome actually recently. I mean, overall they're great, but recently with the new patch, there've been a number of things that were problematic, but I've been able to discuss directly with them, and you know, we got a hot fix the day after the patch to fix a lot of stuff that was broken or not working as intended. So, you know, I know in the past they've openly admitted that they dropped the ball a little bit with some of the balances and reacting to things, but right now they're doing a great job. And of course, we're all looking forward to Mini Masters 2.0 when it's released full across platform. It's going to be on mobile as well, so that's very exciting. We don't know when that's going to be.
We don't have a set date for that yet, correct?
We do not have a set date, no. But hopefully it's getting close. I know they're working tirelessly behind the scenes for that. So yeah, be very excited. Of course, there's the mobile beta going on at the moment, so a lot of people have had their hands on testing out that, seeing what they're thinking of it, giving some feedback, seeing that. Obviously, that's in its early stages, but it's a good sign. Yeah, fingers crossed. Not only will the game improve for us that are already here and enjoying the game, but hopefully it will appeal to a wider audience. We can make a lot more new friends.
Looks like our next matchup is going to be Gustevi versus Set.
Okay, let's see if we can get that set up here. Hey.
Let me see if I have anyone for it.
Guys can check to see if there's been any bans. That'll be amazing. Florian will join us for this one. Okay, so we've got Gustevi here. Again, these are two
friend requests, so I can check that. I will accept Set. I will spectate Set.
These are two very experienced players. Set, I'm not sure has been playing too much recently, but I know there's a number of people have come back from a little bit of a little bit of time away from the game. Sometimes you need to take a break.
I don't need breaks. Play 24/7.
Yeah.
Sleep is for the week.
Right. So yeah.
Alright, I'm spectating Set.
Okay, let's just get set up here. Did we get any confirmation on the bans that they're going to be employing yet?
They have not banned yet, at least not publicly.
Okay, so we're going to have FloFlorian joining us on this one. Get that set up. Set hasn't played in 2 months. Wow. Just like riding a bike.
Just like riding a bike, except if it sits in the shed for 2 months, sometimes the chain gets a little bit rusty and kind of slip that that first pedal and kind of fall down that hill you were looking forward to.
I feel like these players will take a little bit of practice. They'll be right back in the saddle. Another cycling analogy.
Alright. Do we have the bans yet?
Where of? Let me. Hey. Bans. Remember, they can ban Master for the other player. They can also choose to ban wildcards or ban a couple of cards. If they both ban wildcards, then they can then both ban a couple of cards. Go with the casting. Get and A. Right, let me message the players directly.
Okay.
We've seen some great games already. Close games, no rollovers, which is nice. Set might have restarted his game because I lost that. Yeah, it is possible to win with 0 HP in this game. That's insane when it happened.
I've had it happen once. I know you've had it happen once. Yes. What happens is I believe the game doesn't officially end until like that code gets transmitted, and so you can, if you reduce your opponent's base to 0 health, an instant before the opponent reduces your base to 0 health, steal a win out from under them.
Insane. Okay, so looking at the bans here, both players, as we've seen many times already today, have banned APEP and wildcards. They unlock an extra couple of bans. We've got Gusty banning Arcane Bolt and Resonating Blast Crystal, and we've got Set banning Red Golem and Blood Imps. Wow. Bans there, interesting.
And banning Blood Imps, I would say, is actually a pretty good call. We don't really see those bans too often, but that takes out a lot of the cheap bridge grab, and it really pulls out a lot of the quick cycle decks. Like if you're going to try and play a future card, a really good combination to play with that is like Blood Imps and Heal Puff, because that takes up 2 deck slots while giving you a, in quotations, 2 mana bridge grab.
Yeah, we see a lot of the Blood Imps and the Heal Puff with the changes, the balance changes, the mana cost reduction. So previously 2 mana would have gotten you the Heal Puff, where now you can get Heal Puff and Blood Imps. Hugely more value. Okay, looks like we're almost ready here. Waiting on Gusty, I think. Okay, so fully sure about right now where in the tournament we are. We're going through these games, but I'm sure round we're in. So. Okay, so this is winners bracket round 4. Seen Gus. What's Gus? Gus lost in. Gus beat Dragon. Interesting.
Oh, Gus beat
And
Dragon?
Fixes. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, here we go. Loading in. FloFlorian joining me on this cast. Let's see what we're going to see.
Welcome to Minion Masters.
Set playing Set Sue. Stevie playing Ratbow. See how these stack up. Cards on the screen for you. Oh. Both of these players, very good players. Set, always been deep in tournaments previously. Stevie as well. Difficult to choose right now who we feel is going to do a better job. Let's just see how this transpires. Early in the match, the players will just be teasing out their opponents, seeing what we have. Okay, we've got a wolf, once bitten. On the rage unit, it's going to get a rage wolf at the top there. Setsu, of course, always quite an aggro. Here we go. We've got to push at the bottom with the Kinlap's Gong of Pestilence. Remember, the unit is not called a Kinlap. It's a Kinlap's Gong of Pestilence on the back of some random lizard. Got to get that right or it gets shouted at in chat, that's for sure. Okay, but the Howling Moon there.
Game for a second, I just didn't realize.
No problem. Okay, we've got a Cleaver pushing the top. Remember, we've had some changes with the Cleaver. Or more importantly, the Illusionary Cleaver. So not only does it do damage now, but it looks identical to a regular Cleaver. So previously, if you were pretty eagle-eyed, you could tell whether it was a fake Cleaver or not. But now, until you interact with it, you don't know. Arcane Bolt shuts Setsu down immediately there. XP slightly in Set's favor for Setsu right now.
Set is most likely going to take this game, from what I can see. Gustavi already 2000 health. First perk offset's gonna completely take Gustavi down. The Cleaver is, yeah, it's good. I honestly, like, if I was Set in the previous time, I would have probably let the Cleaver actually take face, and then spawn the Wows to get some extra damage in.
Okay, so it's important to use the Howling Moon when the Scrat Tank's open, so it gets affected by the health reduction. Howling Moon, of course, reducing the health of everything on the field to 50%, friend and foe, and then giving you the two full HP wolves. Here we go. Those wolves are tanky, do decent DPS. Arcane Bolt. We've seen that used so much on ladder recently, since the balance changes.
Gustavi getting in a really bad spot here.
Yeah, he's a long way behind, and as we've seen previously, Setsu is so aggro at perk 3 that if you've lost a lot of HP on the way, you're going to be in a huge problem.
Yes, absolutely. Going behind in XP as a Rambo and 1000 HP as well. Really bad.
900 HP now, it keeps on happening. Okay, so those Rage Spear Throwers get Howling.
That's going to be easily killed with a Cleaver. I can already see it coming.
Not if that happens. So he's using the Howling Moon there to force his wall. A lot of poison at the bottom. Gong not being used. Here we see Daggerfall. Haven't seen Daggerfall played much at all recently. Because of the vortex.
I don't understand why he's throwing away 3 mana in order to defend his health.
You've got to remember the health is a resource. He's full HP right now, he's Set, so you can take that on the face. Gustavi down to 380 HP. Setsu's going to be on face. Although it does get Arcane Bolt, that's more damage. More damage. He has spells galore to throw at his opponent as well. Naka not really getting the value it wants. Gustavi really just hanging on in here, but it's going to be perk 3.
And that fireball is over.
Perk 3 wasn't even required. Game number 1 goes to Set. He seemed fully in charge, fully ahead throughout that whole game there.
Yeah, I'm very confused on how Dragon lost against that player, because that was a very clear skill difference. Set played then 10 times better than the other opponent.
It's difficult to know. If we didn't see the match, I don't know exactly what happened. Were the mistakes? Was it just a deck building win? Some of the matchups to know. But of course, dual elimination, so if you lose a match, you drop down into the redemption bracket, you get to go again, and of course you can win the entire thing coming through the redemption bracket. It's the nice thing we like to do in most of the tournaments in Mini Masters. Really keeps people in there, keeps them alive, gives them a go. The Set's going to be very happy with the way that first game went. Gus is going to be reeling a little bit because that was hugely one-sided. Seen some very
one-sided,
very close matches today.
Although
that one was not.
It's some misplays with all of this health block, all of this blocking to save some health. I feel like Set could have won that even clearer, like quicker and more efficiently if he just took it for a face sometimes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that your health is a resource and you don't have to win a game with 3000 HP. Saying that he could have tanked the Cleaver on face, saved some of his other units more efficient, and the face damage he was taking was high HP.
Yes, someone's calling in the chat that it might have been the nerfs as well. It was It was not the best matchup, Repo versus Setsu. Setsu usually wins against that Repo. Like Setsu stuns Repo once he's on phase. Repo can't even defend himself with a Daka there, and there is really a huge advantage in terms of Setsu. And then it's definitely the tournament itself. You're under a lot of pressure. You know you're playing against a very good player, and you've already beaten one player, and it's gonna be like, oh god, I gotta do this, and it all just falls apart very quickly. We just saw that.
Important though, when you have a game like that and you get quote unquote shredded, you've got to put it out of your mind. You've got to come back and you've got to start again. He's not out.
It's the hardest.
Yeah. Got to, maybe change his approach. He's sticking with Setsu.
Middlewing. Here we are. That might actually be the reason why Dragon might have lost. So let's see. Middlewings are always, they're not too skill reliant. The decks themselves can be very carried by the cards he's got. So we will see what's going to happen now.
See straight away, Gusty. He's got a huge removal. He's got a smite, unactivated smite. From the looks of it, no, it's activated. It's a huge smite. It's an expensive spell though. So again, you've got to get value out of it. He's got Arcane Bolt. He's got Blast Crystal.
I wouldn't. If I was Sam, I wouldn't have done that. Oh, he's letting it through. Big misplay from Gustein, and now the wolf is in there. Interesting. I feel like it was an extremely risky move. If these spear throwers could have actually killed the outer spear thrower instant, so wolf would have not been spawned. Interesting. I would always split these shrimps up. I would never let him just go to one side. Definitely saw he had to bend another 2 mana to get the other bridge now.
Okay, first Setsu jump coming in. Here's the bottom bridge. But remember, when Setsu's on the field, Setsu's no longer at home to defend. But here we go. Stun Lancers shut that down. Howling Moon again. Kind of frustrating though that Stun Lancers at the bottom, Werewolves at the top.
Oh,
Howling Moon returns.
that is a good counterplay, not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you've got Howling Moon on both sides, you want to use it second. Trade's so much better. But that, well, looked like it was going to be a problem.
Oh, I don't know, Seth. I said don't do it. Seth, oh no.
Okay. That Raged Wolf, though, doing a great job there. Oh, remember, if a unit is going to turn into a werewolf, if you can kill it before it drops below that 50% threshold, then the werewolf doesn't appear.
And there comes
Thanks for the raid, out of a ring cast. Huge smite. Let's have a look at the XP. Slightly in Set's favor right now.
I would not go phase. I feel like Seth should just go third perk and that's win it off from there. I feel like there's just no point in going more than that.
I don't think Gus has used the Arcane Bolt yet, so Set doesn't know that that's a thing. That's great for shutting down Setsu.
Well, if he's watching the stream, then he knows it's fine.
Hopefully it's not. We're on the 60-second delay to prevent stuff like that happening.
Oh,
There we see.
mess it
He
up.
knows it now. Okay. He knows the Arcane Bolt.
Seth has to do more pressure.
You count cards against an opponent, Florian?
I don't.
I think some people do.
Possibly, yeah. Very
talking-
likely, actually.
What we're talking about there is that people are paying attention to the cards their opponents are using, and if they've only counted, for example, 9 cards, they know there's something else there that hasn't been used, and
I feel like there's definitely people that do count cards. Oh, so that's a lucky one.
Yeah. Wolf surviving
but
there.
I don't know who. If they do, they don't say it, and that's a smart thing.
The Arcane Bolt shutting the Setsu down, but a little bit more face damage. XP's
It's not worth
basically
using the
level.
Arcane Bolt. It's just not worth it.
It's obviously just scared of just dropping too low on HP. Setsu gets terrifying at perk 3.
Yeah, but it's not per 3 yet. That's the thing. Don't fireball that.
Fireball more face damage, but it doesn't kill the doesn't kill the mana golem.
Set really doesn't know what to do. Set really doesn't know what to do.
I feel like he's in a good spot though. Oh, there we see the stint, the new stint. Grab that top bridge by using the Outlander tech mechanic. Here we go, jumping on face. Wolves.
If I was dead, I would have waited for a few seconds before I TP.
Perk 3.
So I would get perk 3.
Set 1 game to up. Sorry, 1 game to nil up. He's perk 3 right now. That's when Setsu gets real strong. Minion a little bit further behind. There you see the stun.
Oh.
Huge smite at the bottom, clears everything. Stun Lancer's there, getting healed from the Holy Fire.
Third for both people now. This is now it's gonna be the interesting part.
Gus knows that Setsu's coming.
Gus is most likely gonna play the Holy Moon themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already a lot of face damage.
Right, he
Not
dealt with it
looking
as
good
best
for
he
Gus.
could, but even that happened. Even with dealing with it so well, he still shredded the face. That's a problem. Setsu's now back defending better as well. We got perk 3 now for Gus Levy, so those golems are solid, but his HP's a huge problem right now. Setsu's just going to be able to cycle and probably close this out. He does need to stay defensively for a little bit. He knows the walls are going to take care of that. Here we go. Shrimps on face. Setsu on face. That's going to be game, set, and match. That's 2 games to nil to Set. Showing just how strong Setsu can be, especially in that third perk situation. Very nicely done from Set. Okay, so Set will continue. In the winners bracket, Gus Stevie will drop to the redemption bracket. Let's bring Cosmic Vortex back in here.
There's something else that has happened in this tournament that we just saw. Cat lost the game.
What?
Cat's lost for best of 3 against a person I've never heard of.
Biddy
Wow.
Hobgoblin? No, Biddy Hobgoblin's been around for a while.
Oh yeah, Biddy.
Okay.
Never heard Biddy? Damn, savage. Throwing the shade towards Biddy. Wow, Cat of course one of the best players of all time.
Cat is the best player of all
and
time.
in answer to y'all's question, I count cards, and I think it's important to count cards based on the type of deck that you're fighting. Like especially with a Minion, like you know that person's gonna have at least 3 to 4 spells, and if you haven't seen all of those spells yet, then you need to make sure that you know what that last one is and be prepared for what it could potentially be.
You find you can make quite a good guesstimate of what it's going to be based on the fact that they haven't used it yet.
Yeah, because like a lot of things, like with the bolt, like you can assume that Gustavi was going to have some kind of Setsu counter, and so of all the Setsu counters, I would say that Arcane Bolt is a really solid counter in terms of spells, because you would assume that it would be a kind of spell, as opposed to like. I mean, really what I think Gustavi should have done with that last little bit was hold the Stun Lancers and use the Stun Lancers to counter the Setsu at the end rather than the Bolt. But the Bolt really just, I don't feel like was as useful as what they wanted it to be.
With the
and that kind of pushed them back a little bit efficiency-wise.
Yeah, the Setsu was getting countered by the Arcane Bolt, but constantly it was still doing some damage, some value, trading more efficiently.
Yes, very well played from Set. I feel like Set made a lot of mistakes he often didn't know what to play. I feel like he definitely struggled in deciding what cards to play at what point, which definitely lost him some plays. And I feel like if he really wants to go far in a tournament, he can't just hesitate that much and really not know what to do. Like, he's got to do it. Just go for it, man.
Right. And that's why I would say that it's so important to practice, because like you want things to just be second nature kind of thing. Like you want to just know offhand, like what cards beat what cards. Like if I play a warrior against a Tranquil Shihao, which one's gonna win? If I support it, what cards do I have to support it? Do I have stuff to peel out the support for their cards? Like you shouldn't have to think about what cards in your deck counter the other person's cards. You should just be able to know what you're playing against, kind of thing.
Something that just struck me. Do you think some of these players save their best decks for the end of the tournament? Sometimes that can
absolutely.
Sometimes that can backfire on you.
And we see Cat dropping might have been like literally a situation like that where Biddy Hobgoblin got a win off because Cat was saving a deck, and then they just kind of stacked that momentum kind of thing. And so Cat's then having to pull out all the stops coming up the loser bracket just to make sure that they don't get completely knocked out before they get their hands on some prize money.
Also, we need to remember the Cat hasn't played much at all recently. Having some performance issues. Game on his PC. Started playing again yesterday, I think. So, got to take that into account as well, I think. Okay, so we're going to find out who our next games. Anything else interesting from the bracket that you've seen?
I would say Dragon getting knocked out pretty early was also a pretty surprising matchup. Core got knocked out by Satan Worship, which is pretty interesting. That would have been a very interesting match to see.
Remember when you're saying you're knocked out, they've been knocked down to the redemption bracket, right?
Correct. Yes. Knocked out of the winner bracket, but not knocked out of the tournament yet. If we go down to the loser bracket, like we'll see, there are some pretty interesting matches. We're gonna have a Planky versus Dragon fight, which that'll be pretty interesting. Core's gonna fight J Shagzilla. Cat is gonna fight Stretch Wrap, who I've not heard of before.
Played him a few times on the level recently. He's a good player. Okay, oof. See the game we're gonna be watching.
Oof, that's gonna be a fun one. We're gonna spectate Naprax versus Deadshot.
Hey, got these here. Of course, both very good players. Seen Niprax today. This will be the first time we're seeing Deadshot. I feel like Deadshot's going to be in contention there or thereabouts at the end of the day for sure. Knows the game incredibly well. Always plays very mana efficiently. If you're ever ahead of him on XP, wow, doing a good job. Be interested to see for him and Niprax play against each other here. So find out what their bans are.
And I'm interested to see if Deadshot is going to break out Diona, because I know that they play Diona really well, and I would say that for players like Deadshot, the Diona change can actually be a kind of buff, because if you're really good about the push and pull of your mana, you can like kind of bait the opponent into taking a bridge specifically so you can get extra potions from Ruffles, which can actually make Diona stronger with the tweak, which is something I've been playing around with a little bit since the patch, and has been confirmed that my Diona decks are actually a lot stronger based on how I play with Ruffles.
I think a lot of people feel that perk is completely passive, but as you say, you can play around it and force it.
And part of it is just like with the way that my mind works, I'm constantly keeping track of like a lot of different variables, and so every 10 seconds Ruffles will come out, and you don't have to count to 10. You can look at the timer at the top of the screen on the match time, and you can just look at what that number is, and then 10 seconds after Ruffles disappears, he's going to show up for the next kill. And so you can kind of play around Ruffles that way, like, and you can use that to incredibly boost the power of your decks with extra mana, extra XP, extra health. Which is why I like throwing in Blood Imps in a lot of my Diona decks, just because it's nice to actually get value out of that health potion. Because if you play decks that are really aggressive with Diona, which is common with the global taunt and the crossbow trap, then a lot of times you don't end up actually taking face damage, and so one of those potions can be useless.
Yeah, I think techniques like that are part of what makes this game awesome. It's easy to get into the game, but there's so much nuance to try to learn. So many small things that can really improve how you're playing and how your deck performs. So it's super easy to get into, but of course there's so much to learn, and it's the part of the fun is learning all these new techniques and being able to watch the top players in these tournaments. We all get to see how they're utilizing, especially now with this new patch. We can see how they're utilizing stuff that's changed, a way that maybe we didn't expect.
And we could even see like two players. Like, I'm sure that if Deadshot and Cat went against each other playing the exact same deck, then that would still be like an incredibly intense match, and you'd see both players playing that incredibly differently based on like which master they choose, whether they choose to go for aggression, like a bunch of different subtleties. Just because, like, while you can copy decks from a lot of the people on leaderboards, it's really good to kind of spectate them if you can and kind of see like how they use their decks. Like, and you can see that with a lot of the people on the leaderboard. Like, you'll see like J-Shag, Corrupted, Fish, you know, like a lot of these top players are streamers, and you can watch them and kind of see how they use their decks and kind of get an extra insight into how they use the different cards for tanking and for support and so forth.
I think even if players play the same deck, there's players inherently have a way that they're comfortable playing, and that's always nice to see.
Especially with Mordor decks.
Yeah,
it's something we've seen recently come out since I think Satan Worship was actually the first to go for a fast cycle Mordor deck with Restless Dead, and they basically just had cheap cards with Restless Dead and snipers, and they just made like a fast cycle Mordor, and then that really caught on. And then since then we've seen a lot of fast cycle Mordor decks which aren't as easily countered by things like Shockrock, because before a Shockrock was just as good at a Chain Lightning or other things at shutting down a Mordor, but now just because of the fast cycle Mordors, there's so much stuff that's just out there ready to get rezzed that it's not as easy of a counter.
Sure. Lots of decks have different kinds of weaknesses, and you can build a deck that's real strong, but if it comes up against something specific, then it can just get hard countered. And you know, sometimes in these tournaments, it's, you know, maybe it's better off to not play quite so niche, and have decks that can deal with way more threats, and not get hard countered. As you say, with the cheaper Mordors, things like the Lightning Bolt, the Arcane Bolt, the Shock Rock, it can't fully shut the deck down. Whereas got a real heavy Mordor deck, then it could be GG from the first time they use a Lightning Bolt. Okay, so we are just trying to get in touch with the players. Niprax against Deadshot. Niprax. Or me. Deadshot's.
Deadshot's around. They are currently deck building.
Okay. Rex clearly in the zone. Reminder, thanks to GGtoor for supporting the event, along with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. Maybe putting everything together behind the scenes. Everyone coming together to put a great show on for you guys. Thanks so much for being part of it in the chat. We've got giveaways running all day, so just keep an eye on the chat and put in the commands as required. We're going to do them slightly differently. We're just going to draw a winner. We're not going to spin a wheel or anything fancy like that, just to keep things streamlined here. We are, if you've not noticed yet, I'm not ignoring you. We're not ignoring you in chat. We are running with a 60-second delay just to keep it as fair as possible for the competitors. So chat interaction is a little bit more difficult right now, but feel free to chat against each other. We are, of course, reading the chat as well where possible, so if necessary, if appropriate, we can respond to you, but just beware there's going to be a little bit of a delay.
I'll ride with you guys. I'll ride with everyone in here.
What on what?
I said I'll ride with you guys.
You'll ride with these guys?
Yeah, I'll ride with them.
What do you mean?
I'll ride and chat with them.
Oh, you'll write with them?
Yeah.
I thought you said I'll ride with them.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's I heard ride, and I was like, what are you, like...
Right. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Please don't bully me.
my fault. Okay,
No, that's, yeah, that's...
Florian will write. He's not going to be riding you, he'll be writing you.
Niprax wants a
I'm gonna
shout out
ride
for
anyway.
beating Lizard 2-0. Congratulations, Niprax. I tip my invisible hat to you.
Golf clap. Okay, so lots of moving parts here. Let's have a look at the bracket, see where we are. This is gonna be Niprax and Deadshot, which is okay. So Niprax beat Lazur. Lazur's going to drop down to Redemption bracket. Niprax is on to play Deadshot that we're going to watch. Deadshot has beaten Alucard, Planky, Undead, and somebody called Buy, which also might just be a buy.
It
Who
is
knows?
a buy, I think.
I'm not ignoring you, bastard. Okay. I think they've banned. Don't know if you see them in the ban channel. Okay, so let's just double check where we are here. We are winners bracket round 5. Brackets, we'll put that in the chat for you if you want to keep up to date with the brackets yourself. To reiterate, the way the bans work is the players can choose to ban a master for their opponent, and then they can choose to ban wild cards or 2 specific cards. Remember, all the bans are for their opponent, so they're banning their opponent from playing a master, they're banning their opponent from playing wild cards or 2 specific cards, but that doesn't affect them. And then, of course, their opponent has that ban power as well. If they both choose to ban wild cards, then they both unlock the next ban ability to ban 2 specific cards. Okay, so looks like they've banned wild cards. Deadshot. Wait until I see Niprax's ban before I speak about it. We're almost ready to go with this game. Thanks again in chat for hanging out, taking part of this tournament for us. Part of it. Okay, so Deadshot's banned Apep, Whirly Scrat, and Demon Warrior. Mordor has been banned by Niprax, along with Blast Crystal and Cursebearer.
Cursebearer is a pretty interesting deck and a ban, and kind of telling, I would say.
We're probably going to see some big units coming his way, or from him. Okay, so the players are almost ready, and then once they are, we will go back in. Remember, we just had the new expansion this week, Outlandish Operations. If you haven't found out about that, we'll put the link in the chat for you to check out. New cards.
The DLC is free.
Yes, good call. Free DLC on Steam and on Xbox for this weekend. Make sure you grab that. A lot of cool stuff in that. That'll power up your collection, whether you're new or experienced in the game. So yeah, the new expansion has brought 2 new cards: the TAS building and the Vulture Prime flying unit, with of course the Hellfire ability card coming out of the TAS building. So that's interesting. Of course, it's brought 2 new mechanics: the Marked mechanic and the Outlander Tech mechanic. Here we go. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. We are loading in to game number 1. We're still in the relatively early stages of the tournament, so this is best of 3 still. Cosmic Vortex is casting this one alongside me.
Okay, we got Deadshot playing King Puff, and Niprax playing Volko. We saw Niprax play Volko earlier in this tournament. We haven't seen Deadshot yet. Not this tournament, anyway. And Deadshot has started streaming again. So if you want to see, I would say that he's probably the highest skilled player that consistently streams.
And he has a mic now, so that's a great insight into how he plays. Okay, we've seen him recently this season on ladder playing King Puff a lot. He's brought it here into the tournament. So again, just feeling each other out at the early stages. Curse, the Haunting Hugger, Niprax, I feel Niprax's favourite cards just from how often he uses it. Nice little bridge grab, even when units are walking over the bridge.
And the nice thing about the Cursebearer is that you can kind of float that on the field. Just because it pops out of the unit that it killed. So if you don't have a lot of ranged units in your deck, or if you're having play your anti-air against other things, you can really get hurt by that thing just slowly kiting all the way back, you know, to the opponent's master, and then it slowly working its way back.
For sure. Shen shutting down the Scotty at the bottom there. Okay, Shadow Whelp doing a good job at the bottom there. It's going to be all over that bridge, keeping it neutral. Okay.
Ooh, great shock rock there on Deadshot's part.
Yeah, I'm also not entirely sure what his name is. So many different variants of it. Okay. Let's have a look at the XP. We've got a slight XP lead for Niprex right now. Perk 2 is where King Puff really does start to get some strength in the match. Those 4 and 5 mana minions spawning with a shield or rage, really helping their efficiency.
Ooh, and that's actually, I just noticed that Deadshot has the stint, which is going to really help King Puff with bridge grab.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, especially at perk 3 as well, when you can force that, the bridge grab, give yourself a shield on your face, even when defending. That could be really interesting. Bridge burn doing a lot of work there.
Ooh, and it doesn't even grab the bridge. That's huge.
Shock Crop there again, denies the bridge grab, forces out the extra from his opponent. So the stint's been changed in the latest patch, where it has the Outlander tech mechanic, where if you have enough tech from drawing Outlander cards into your hand, it will claim the furthest bridge from where you spawn it. Very nice.
Great bridge swap there.
Still very level. Got that raged assassin though. We saw that in some earlier matches, how insane that can be, especially against larger units. Bridge burn doing a great job. Okay, we're getting quite a lot of face damage coming in here onto Niprex. He's under half HP now. See ranged units from both sides.
And we're seeing some expertly timed shock rocks on Deathshoot's part, and that's something like you'll see, like a lot as we get higher in this tournament. You'll see cards like shock rock that aren't necessarily all that great of a spell in and of itself, but you can use it to just carefully tip the scale of a battle.
Wolf at the bottom grabs the bridge, gonna hit hard. Triple damage coming out of stealth really helps. Well, again, getting more value at the bottom there, keeping that bridge red, that's nice. More face damage coming. Be careful with Shen, because Shen can certainly put out some DPS when it's locked on face. More face damage. This is a lot of face damage, under 600 HP now, Niprex.
And those air units can't get hit by Volko. Like, while Volko has some really strong perks, they have a huge disadvantage with not being able to hit any air units, melee or ranged.
It's true. Deal with them carefully. Okay, perk 3 now. There's a shield on Deadshot's face from the marked bridge, the bottom bridge that is marked with the crown. It's King Puff's crown. That crown can move around depending on the bridge switch, but Niprex, so low HP, it needs to be careful. Shen, this Whirly Scrat's going to finish it here. Game number 1 to Deadshot seemed relatively comfortable, all things told. King Puff, not a master of choice for quite a while, but maybe it's coming back.
I've seen King Puffs be... Typically, when you see King Puffs, they're either like newer players who are just trying them out, or it's someone who is really skilled. And so I'm always terrified whenever I go against a King Puff, because typically it's people who have a great understanding of their cards and what their counters are. Because there's some really good King Puff players out there.
For sure, that bridge switch can be huge. You need to see the game slightly differently to all the other masters when you starting to learn King Puff, and you need to think about how you can move things around on the battlefield for your It's going to be in your favor. So whether that's moving your units, moving their units, stunning their stuff. That stun is huge, and you see that. Do a bridge switch, stun all the enemy units on it, then you can chain it with a shock rock or something, and that's a long stun. And if you've got some high DPS units, you can absolutely shred almost.
Yep, and we saw the bridge swap being used to let crossbow dudes take out some plasma marines. So even after the switch stun was over, the plasma marines started shooting, but they were low enough health, where something as cheap as a crossbow dude was able to win a trade that it otherwise wouldn't have.
Yep,
here we go, game 2.
Deadshot's incredible at just knowing what trades against what. That just game knowledge is. I mean, the top players all.
Okay, Deathshoot playing Morelia with Naprax bringing out a King Puff. It's always interesting to see someone pulling out a master that the other one used before, like, okay, you showed me yours, now I'll show you mine, and then seeing how it compares.
I think historically Niprex has played King Puff a lot, not necessarily in tournaments, but definitely in ladder. He's players that's played it more than most. You don't have a very good understanding of it. Deadshot leading 1-0. Early stages here, filling each other out. Need some snipers coming in from Deadshot. Got a bounty sniper and a regular sniper. Those can be problematic. We've got this. The spirit on the bounty sniper gives it much more survivability. Needs to be careful with that ting though, because those bounce berries do bounce. And they can take out snipers in the pocket. Defenso put there. Looks like he spawned that Defenso far enough away so that hopefully he won't have to worry about any of the bounce berries. But that ting's doing a great job.
Yeah, that was an amazing ting there.
A lot of face damage. Deadshot dropped 1000 HP there and has still somehow managed to be ahead on XP. So that's something that the top players can do. Even whilst defending, they can keep the pressure on with the bridges. Shockrock comes in, keeps that bounty sniper alive. Bounty sniper's going to get an extra shot off, kills the Soul Stealer, and Scotty's going to get, from the looks of it, taken out. I can really feel the nerf to the ghost turret there, the attack speed.
Oh, Deadshot is pinging his Crystal Blast. Oh, wasn't that banned? Or does he just not think he's going to get good use out of it?
Have a look. Deadshot banned Apep, Whirly Scrat, and Demon Warrior.
No, okay, so he just doesn't think that he's going to get much use out of it.
Niprex banned Mordor, Blast Crystal, and Cursebearer. Do they both have Blast Crystal? Deadshot shouldn't have Blast Crystal, right? Play an incorrect card.
He has it in his deck. He hasn't played it, but he has it in his deck.
Well, let's just play this out and then we'll figure out what happened from the point of view. He might just hold on to it, honorably not play it. We'll see.
Yep. He almost used it instinctively to kill the Soul Stealer because that's a spell in his deck. Because with him not playing that, that is the spell in this deck. So he's going to be incredibly handicapped.
He might just forfeit this game just for that mistake. But let's get through the game and then we'll see. He is ahead substantially on XP right now. One game up from the previous game. Like 3 coming for Deadshot. It's interesting. He might have noticed that and his opponent may not have. He's a very honourable player. Okay, I think that was a bit of a mistake there. Didn't split those whelps as intended. Not going to get both bridges. Deadshot dropping low on HP though. Well ahead on XP, but HP could be a problem. It needs to be careful here, especially with raged units coming in from the other side. Going to have his dragon soon, but of course he's going to have to save up the mana for that and give up a little bit of position on the field. But he uses the spellbook nicely. Bounty Sniper doing a great job so far, time and time again, just getting that extra XP. Okay, he's got the dragon in his hand, he's got the mana available for it, should he wish to go for it, but dropping 800 HP now.
And see, and this is Deadshot playing with a three-carded hand with only a Shock Rock for spells. Like, this is incredible play from Deadshot at this point.
Yep. Got to keep in mind the bridge switch here. If he commits in one lane, he can get bridge switched and miss everything. Okay, Scotty's going to go down pretty quickly. XP still in Deadshot's favour. Here we can see the bounce berries.
Wonderful defense.
Yeah, the bounce berries there. Almost going to take that sniper out. Doesn't quite though. That's important. Dragon pushing at the top, full HP, but that's a raged Battle Monkey at the top. Doesn't have any other units around. It's a Procket, so it's not going to do insane DPS. Will go down to the Dragon. Deadshot in charge, but behind on HP. It's a one-time Dragon, but looks like he's going to get a lot of value out of it. Scotty's going to shred it. Done some more face damage. He's kind of equaled up how much HP the players have got a little bit, but Deadshot's still well ahead on XP. Needs to just hold on here, because I feel like that now his perk 3 has been used. It's going to be a little lightweight against what he's facing.
And the Soul Skill is going to be so much harder without the Crystal Blast to deal with.
Yep. Just needs to get to Mana Frenzy. He's going to be counting down that, but he's taking face damage every now and then. Sniper's dying as well. That Crystal Blast, Resonating Crystal Blast, has such a huge range. Such a good spell. It's air, ground, face, buildings, massive range, drops an extra one for you next time. Insane. Here we go. 8 XP, 7 XP to go. Mana Frenzy is on the horizon for Deadshot. Looks like he's going to tick in there, and then he needs to try to grab the bridges. Needs to be careful with that Soul Stealer. If that Soul Stealer can get a bunch of kills and can start shredding, but he's got a couple of snipers that will deal with it relatively decently if they can get the DPS on it. Okay, here we go. Bit more face damage. Monkey pushing at the bottom. Shock Rock comes in, trying to keep that sniper alive. Needs to be careful. That Soul Stealer can be a huge problem at the top. Going to take the sniper out. Battle Monkey on face. Of course, he can get the shield. No, he's not King Puff. That was last match. Okay, that's a 9-stack Soul Stealer, though. That needs dealing with. That can shred face quickly, but it's aggroed back. Sniper's going to hit it before it hits face.
Oh my goodness.
Mana Frenzy for Deadshot, but bridges are fully red right now.
And we see, I think Naprax has finally picked up that their Soul Stealer doesn't really have a spell that can counter it in Deadshot's deck, and so they're just slowly spamming that as fast as they can, which is huge.
Yeah, he's dropping down, and remember, he can heal, but that Soul Stealer had a shield on it, so the heal didn't actually do anything. Okay, now he needs to clear. When Niprex gets units with shields on, that really slows the way Deadshot can deal with them. Everything requiring a couple of hits to be removed. Okay. Ooh, that Spirit was just landing on the sniper at the bottom, but it died just before. That's frustrating. Okay, Deadshot got the Mana Frenzy, but not really being able to make too much of it. Remember, in Mana Frenzy, your bounty sniper can give you extra mana. So Niprex needs to keep on top of that. Which way is it going to go? Don't know.
At this point, I feel like Deadshot has the bridges again, and they have the bounty sniper that they can use. Because even though they were struggling to get the bridges, each kill from the bounty sniper still gave them a little bit of the mana that they needed to help get back into this game.
I think if Niprex gets to his Mana Frenzy, it could change things a lot, but still got 20 XP to go.
Ooh, Niprax choosing to tank those dragons.
Oh, that's too much!
That was not the choice.
Okay, Deadshot has taken that, but it looks like there may have been a incorrect card. Figure out what's going on with that. Looks like, yes, load in. Okay. Okay. So we will check that. Right. Right.
Okay, so it looks like, yeah, that still counts as a loss for Deathshot, even though that they technically won, because they did queue with an illegal deck. And so here we saw a great ban on Naprax's part, choosing a card that Deadshot had already.
Okay. So, question. He queued in with an illegal card, but never played it. Does that change anything?
He did play
That
it.
is up to Naprax's
He did play it.
discernment.
He says he never played it.
I would say.
Okay, let's. Okay, let's. Play. Okay. By this rule. He didn't play the card, no. Find out.
Yeah, and while because it is a debatable issue. It's not a set whatever, because like if you're playing against someone who's counting cards, then they're going to be playing differently because they know they haven't seen that 10th card. So it does affect the gameplay even though it was never technically played, or at least it can. So
Yeah, he actually.
it's
did
not
play
a
it.
straight answer one way or the other.
The bottom of it. Make sure we're fair to both players. Okay, Sinobii is handling it, so see. Either it's going to be okay and Deadshot's going to progress, or it's not going to be okay and will be 1-all. Or is 1-all. Question mark, we're not sure. There's different ways you can look at it. Did he handicap himself by having that card? But as you say, did it affect his opponent's mindset by knowing that something was missing? Bottom of it.
Yeah, I agree. Besides, we need to insert what happens if a situation like this happens in the rules, because I've definitely had tournament matches where I did what Deathshoot did, and my opponent was like, "No, that's fine. You didn't play the card, and so that's fair." But I know that my opponent wasn't someone who counted cards. I don't know if Naprax counts cards, but I would say, in my opinion, I think that the decision should fall to Naprax. Because if they feel like their gameplay was affected, then
Niprax says it's fine.
It's fine to replay the game.
Well, to replay the game or to
okay.
on
Yes.
the result?
So normally you only have 30 seconds to replay the game.
That is a very big sportsmanship from Niprax. Niprax could have definitely said, "Yeah, I won this game," but actually, like, an amazing thing of him to allow this really big sportsmanship. Lots of respect for that. There's other people that don't do that.
Okay, so get to the bottom of this. Sure both players are happy with whatever is agreed. Do it in the fairest way possible. A lot of sports. Okay, so Deadshot won the first game, right? Game to 0. Niprax is allowing it. Gonna be a replay. Niprax says he can get the win. Okay.
Deathshoot says that he's good at causing problems, so that he can have an extra $50 bonus.
Okay, news just in. Niprax says that's fine. Very, very well played to Niprax. Good sportsmanship there. The Deadshot's going to go through 2. Very well done. Both of them. We're going to get set up for the next game. Got that ready to go. So, let's go back to the casters. Okay. So,
Tibbs. So, sorry, 1 second. So, Tibbs. Keeping a card secret is a huge deal, especially with cards like Red Golem in play. Because if you think that your opponent is holding a Red Golem for whatever reason, it's going to affect how you whittle their health down. If they have something like a heal ball that they're waiting for a rammer, or if they have a rammer that they're holding, like there are certain cards that can totally change the dynamic of the game if you wait until perk 2 or perk 3 to pull them out. And if you're playing against someone who's counting cards and knows that you're holding a card, it will affect their gameplay. And so, like I said, it's not a clear cut, oh, they didn't play it so it doesn't count kind of thing. Like if I know that, or if I'm presumed that someone has a red golem, then I'm going to make sure that when I do a push that's going to bring them under 1500, it's a big push. And that means that I'll lose a little bit of XP or health to make sure that I can do that, which will affect how they're pushing into me.
Very well said.
I still feel like disadvantages and advantages are going definitely on Niprex's side in that game, because that should had a dead card in the hand. So even if you expect it or change your gameplay, the amount like the disadvantage you get out of changing your gameplay definitely doesn't beat the having only 3 cards in your hand to play for the entire game. So I would say Death Shot definitely wasn't the disadvantage there, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
You essentially have always a dead card that is even like the surprising factor for the enemy that one card might not be played. And let's be honest, I highly doubt that many people count cards, and I don't think Niprit counts cards either. I've never heard him talk about it. So it honestly feels to me more like Defter was playing the entire time with disadvantage there. And still won. That's pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so with the next game, we're going to see Biddy Hobgoblin against Set. Biddy Hobgoblin, of course, beating Cat earlier in the tournament, so it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the table. Beating Cat and Satan. Great work so far. Find out the bans. Okay. The bands and then up. What's up? Thanks for the raid. What in G-Town? How you doing? Congratulations to Alex for winning the giveaway. We're going to be running giveaways as we go through here, so make sure you get involved in that. Set up. Okay, we're just going to wait for the bands. This is your best of 3. Okay. So FloFlorian joining us with this cast. That's set up very quickly. Could you guys just check what the bands are? And we'll be almost ready to go.
Okay. Bands have not come in on the public channel yet.
Hey.
Also, thank you, G-Town, for that raid. We do appreciate you. Who knocked you out? Let's see.
Okay, so Set has banned Milloween, Mordred, Red Golem.
Red Golem, interesting.
Biddy has banned Apep, Wild Cards, and Demon Warrior, and Black Hole. Okay, so
Both players ban wildcards?
undecided. This no, but I'll just get information. Yeah, they're both banned wildcards. Okay, so both banned wildcards. APEP has been banned by Billy. Set's banned between Modred and Red Golem, and Demon Warrior and Black Hole banned Biddy. Okay. Ready with the spectate, FloFlorian?
I am spectating Set.
Okay, we're ready to go when these guys are ready to go. So we're getting deep into the early stages here. Snoma there, but we got Biddy and Set in the winners bracket round 5.
Who do you think is gonna win? Because I don't really know. I don't know AMB in both players too well.
Based on the players that Biddy's beaten so far, and the fact Set hasn't played much recently, I think my money would be on Biddy.
I've sadly, this is honestly, I know it's a little bit mean, but it's the first time I've heard of him. And
it's because he has a different name on the leaderboard every time. Like, see, when we log in, it's probably going to be a different game.
Yeah, but Set definitely struggling a lot in the tournament. I feel like one time he had a good showing, and one time it was definitely a struggle where he didn't know what to play and so on. So I feel like BD could just completely take him apart if he gets Set out of like if Set doesn't know what to do immediately. So surprise factor can definitely throw Set off the rails.
Okay.
Very interesting.
They are almost ready. Bands are in.
Having pressure.
We're still best of 3.
Correct. We're
best
still
of
best of
5.
3 until we have to change which bracket we're looking at.
So this will be their last game, potentially, this first bracket. Okay. It's a little confusing with the redemption bracket, the quote-unquote losers bracket. But we'll clarify exactly what's going on. Winners bracket round 5. Biddy Hobgoblin versus Set. Biddy having beaten Satan Warship, Cat, Omi of Silver, getting a bye in the first round. Oh, that was hold on. No, that's the wrong one. Biddy beat Cat. Biddy beat Satan Isimus, and Biddy beat Stretch Wrap. And Set, as we've seen, beat Gus Stevie, beat You Fools, beat Dr. Death, and started off by beating Red Ring. Could have been a forfeit. Oh, hold on, beat Wolf. Wolf.
So
Apparently I can't read these brackets. Okay.
We've already seen a lot of very good players fall out of the rankings. Black Hunter X and You Fools already both eliminated from the tournament. Very unexpected.
Wow.
Masters, get ready.
Here we go. So Friar Tuck Jr.
The fight is on.
is Biddy Hobgoblin. And Set, as you've probably figured it out, is Set.
Setsu.
Setsu against Setsu.
These matchups are weird usually. 3 mana card to do quite a bit of damage, but didn't kill everything. So I don't know about that. I feel like that's a okay. That is yeah, it's already a very back and forth with spells. Both people have definitely a lot of spells there ready.
Heavy monkey deck from Biddy Hobgoblin. We go Jade Spark Watchers. They're going to pick up the shrooms. That's going to help. The top a lot stronger than the bottom right now. Okay, Howling Moon. That's going to get some good value in. But the stun, as we see with the Zenshi decks, they really do favour the stun mechanic.
Wins though.
Didn't trade very well though. Those wolves be healthy. That's a lot of
Stun was played too early as well. Should have waited a little bit with that.
Units on the foot. I think it's going to be quite some base damage here. That Battle Monkey though is going to shred. Setsu coming in there. Fireball coming in. That monkey goes down. It's going to be problematic.
Or is it? It's not.
Okay, that's good because he gets that bottom bridge. Forces out the well.
Absolutely. Well, on top of the bridge would have probably been better. I feel like the stint on the bottom would have been good. But Flightless Dragon definitely gonna deal with the Shen. Oh.
Shockrock though. Shockrock's real nice because Shen can do 2 attacks in a row.
But 2 such aggressive decks, and that's a nice play. So Set very low on mana. And yeah, it's not looking very good for Set, honestly. Although he has the HP and barely the XP advantage, I feel like he still might have a struggle in that game. But maybe I'm just going crazy.
Well, we see Biddy Hobgoblin dropping below almost 1300 HP. Set's got a big HP lead now, but the monkeys are pushing. Remember, we saw the stun to support them, but it didn't help too much last time.
There comes a proper stun this time.
Okay. Well, that's nice. Arcane Bolt takes out the strong monkey. XP's exactly level. Fine doing a little bit here, but not really much use.
We're gonna see a spell on Ravenous Swarmers or something like that.
If Set just keeps doing a bit of face damage every attack, eventually he's going to be in a position where he can finish off his opponent.
Aw.
Battle Monkey doing a great job with the stun. Doesn't quite finish off the Wolf though, and now here we go, the Legionnaires. Wolf's almost dead, but any face damage is bonus here. Maybe a tiny bit early there, but it ultimately didn't matter.
And it's gonna be the once bitten here. Face jump again. Very aggressive plays.
Yeah, he's just chipping away over and over again until he gets his
He can
opponent in.
afford to play. He really can.
That Howling Moon's getting so much value. Again, doing a good job at the top.
And
The chain attacks with the stun, perfect. Setsu's taking the top bridge, this is nice. Ken goes down though, Setsu not available to defend on the blue team. Not required at the moment. XP in Red's favour right now.
yes, take everything back. This seems to be Set's win.
Setsu on the right side getting so excited, look at it. Crazy.
He's absolutely a madman right now. He doesn't even care.
Okay, tried to get a bit of extra face damage with the Shock Rock and the Battle Monkey didn't quite work out. Jump coming in.
Shockrock might have been quite a mistake there.
Fireball's going to clear a lot here. Okay. Dropping very low on HP. It's Biddy Hobgoblin right now, 555 HP. The Wolf
Unlucky.
is still
Really
alive.
lucky. This is GG.
Just can't kill that Wolf quickly enough, can he?
Wolf.
So low
Unlucky.
HP now, we know he's just going to die to something on his face very soon. Okay, he's jumping face himself, trying to play offensively as the best form of defense, but ultimately it's not going to be enough from the looks of it.
Absolutely not. This is
Jumping
over.
on a Setsu that is perk 3 and you're not is hugely problematic. Fireball comes in! Game. Set takes that 1-0.
That is really showing how different playstyles really can beat each other. I feel like if one side played different, the entire game could have just went around to the other side.
Got so much value out of that Howling Moon. Jade Spark Watchers would be counted every time. So much value. We've seen Howling Moon quite a lot today. It was interesting to see that card. Okay, so Set's taken that 1 for nothing. We need to see what they're going to do. They're going to load into the second game with. Are they going to try and switch it up? Are they going to play something else? I think Set played that Setsu earlier. Where's he going to stick?
I'd like to see. What do I like to see? Maybe a mortar will do fine. Anything really except Setsu. I don't think. I feel like Set might play Setsu again, but I'm not so sure about that either. Could be anything really. If I was like the opponent, I really wouldn't know what's gonna come out now.
Yeah, we don't have any sort of knowledge about what Biddy's played tournament up to this point. We haven't seen any of his matches, so we don't know if he's sticking with one deck and just rush with that or switching things up. But we're about to find out. Is in deck building. Could that be a little, I'm just going to go in deck building, I'm not going to change anything, but I'm going to show my opponent I'm in deck building to make them think I'm going to change something? Or is he going to find out very soon? Here we go, loading in. Game number 2. Set leading by 1-0.
And we're off.
APEP.
APEP it is. And Set staying on the same deck like I expected. Set really liked Setsu, by the way. Guy always...
He's always liked aggro decks. Like, he always played Fiona with a Rammer. I remember he played those a lot in the tournaments. He very much likes these aggro decks.
The Whirly is gonna be so good though. Oh, and the Vortex.
Vortex
really
grabbing everything together. Whirly comes in. He's going to do a good job. That Wolf, though, is going to be the problem here. Persistent with the stint. Bottom bridge grab with the collision. Stint on stint action. Nicely done. Go down to the aimbot.
The shield is gonna be good. Ah, the shield is taking off. Howling Moon taking away half of the HP. And whew,
Drone.
that was a close. I'm
Rival
sure
coming
he
in.
played drone a little bit too late there.
Demon Warrior.
Too early there. Yeah, too late.
So, Biddy's deck's going to be a little light until that Demon Warrior gets large and in charge. That's a good crystal, though, killing everything and holding both the bridges for a moment.
I still feel very much like Biddy is gonna win this. Just because the second perk is just gonna deal with the Avid itself, and XP will definitely go in towards Biddy favor. The Burly spread is gonna be so huge.
That's a real meta card.
Yeah.
Vortex again. This is not about doing damage. That Vortex is just about moving those units so the Whirly can kill them. It's not allowing them to split. That's why we've got an XP lead now for APEP.
Absolutely, and that XP will only get further the longer the game goes.
We did get a scrap pack from his free card from perk 1, so that's just going to help him there. Extra bridge grab. It's defending, but taking the bridge. It's keeping that XP lead. Demon Warrior is only on stack 2 after 2 minutes 10 seconds, so it's not a real quick cycle deck.
Set gonna make sure not to give him any chances. Ooh.
Howling Moon on the aimbot with the shield, so the aimbot just laughed that off, but it's be too much.
Yeah, exactly.
ATG drone getting some work, but it's going to come under attack from the Whelp. Okay, perk 2 now. Shield is available.
Here again, you can just see him playing only EXP.
Yep, just grabbing the bridges whenever he can. He knows that he can just shield and slow things down. Vortex again, doesn't get them all, the top one's still allowed to escape, but you just see the Vortex is, it's like the Shock Rock where you can use it in combination with many different units and it just allows them to trade so much more effectively. Okay, Demon Warrior's up to number 3, we need to get to number 5 and that's going to change things, but he's already, I would say, relatively in control here, is Biddy. Hasn't taken too much face damage.
Ah, there comes the ATG drone. I already can see Howling Moon coming in. Or will it? Yeah. He has to play the Howling Moon, he had something else.
The APEP shield negates a lot of the APEP, the Setsu jumping on face pressure. Oh, that's a lucky bit of survival at the bottom there. In the bridge, XP, it's closing up a little bit. Set's coming back.
Nope. I disagree with that a lot.
Find out. Okay, that's a huge value blast crystal there. Dropping another one for the next time.
It's kind of a back and forth the entire game, so whenever you feel like Set's coming back because he has the bridges for a while, Billy Bob already got the new the bridges back, so it seems like he's coming back, but in reality it's not that simple.
Nice fireball there. He's using the shield to tank, but it got taken out by the fireball. Okay,
Yeah.
saves any
It was
face
a
damage.
fourth goal. Demon Warriors up. Set is done for.
Gonna get us his perk 3, let's find out. And he's gonna have to play the Setsu very differently because it's against an APEP. He's not gonna be able to jump on face most of the time. He's gonna try to build a push with it, utilize it in a different way. Here we go, what's his Demon Warrior coming? Perk 3 for APEP. Demon Warrior down. Of course, the Demon Warrior is going to one-shot these Legionnaires, which means the Wolf won't be spawning.
And even if it would, it wouldn't matter.
Okay, that's a lot of damage on the Demon Warrior, but Fireball coming in, but it's not really going to clear as much as it needs to. Now, the free card for Biddy Hobgoblin is a Magma Cannon. A Magma Cannon.
Magma Cannon is good.
That pretty much seals the deal.
Magma Cannon, best card in the game.
Free Magma Cannon, that's massive. Okay. Of course, when you're playing against Setsu that's got perk 3, you need to pay attention to not putting all your units in a row. You know that Setsu's going to shred them if you do. Okay, big XP lead now for Biddy Hobgoblin.
Come out here.
Lost the first game to Biddy. Looking to bring it back one game more.
Oh. It's not looking good at all.
Heard the Accursed Ascension sound effect there, but neither player's playing anything benefits from it, so it's going to change anything. Okay, there you see defensive Setsu. Dispel, reload if necessary.
Just defending here is not going to help the situation at all, sadly. It's only going to make it worse. Because look at his XP. Even if he defends himself for a while, it's not gonna. He's eventually still gonna lose out. Mana Frenzy will just seal the deal.
Yeah, this is definitely Biddy's game to lose right now. Okay, Demon Warrior goes down. There'll be another one not too far away, and he does have the Vortex to drag everything together if he wants to.
If he wants to win, he has to do it now.
Okay.
But it's not gonna happen. There we go.
Demon Warrior into the stun. Can he keep it stunned? No, he can't. Setsu goes down. Got a bit of work on the Demon Warrior, but Scrutillery coming in. Oh, that's massive. This Demon Warrior is probably going to finish the game here, is it? Not quite. He's going to... Oh, he could be now. Desperately trying to keep that Demon Warrior off her face. It's dead.
I didn't know.
Mana Frenzy. Yeah, he was holding on to it.
Wow. That's a long hold on. Guess he never really had the chance to play it. Oh boy, he kind of did.
Like it's going to be one game all.
Yeah.
A Demon Warrior. Okay. Get onto the Setsu. Setsu reloading. Sometimes it feels like Setsu takes an age to reload when you're desperately needing it. Got some face damage coming in. That Demon Warrior is going to go down before it gets the hit on the face, but it's so tanky. It's keeping that lane locked down, and this is just going to be too much. Mana Frenzy, both bridges, Apep Cycle. Vortex pulling everything together. Scrutillery coming in, doing face damage, clearing everything. Blast Crystal. Demon Warrior. What's going to get the winning blow? I don't think it was the Demon Warrior, but that is one game all. Goodness me, Florian.
Yeah, that APAP really was too much for Sad to handle. Sad really had to kill him before he could get anywhere, because in the terms of EXP, he was not going to win. And I feel like Sad decided way too much to focus on bridges, and he didn't really get the pushes out. He didn't play bad. He played very well. I'm sure Billy would have definitely used his Scrutillery a lot more if Set, for example, spawned his Warmong Sheep on one side and didn't split it up. So that I feel like the split up was just well done. But I don't know. I feel like with a Volko, he would have had the same effect, or even maybe the same deck with a Volko might have been even better.
Are you talking about Biddy Hobgoblin with Volko?
No, Set's deck actually.
Well, he's got some thinking to do now. One game all, best of 5. Sorry, best of 3. This is the deciding match of this winners bracket match. See if anybody switches. We've just seen Set play 2 decks in a row without changing. Is he going to switch? Is he going to stick? And what bid he going to play? We don't know, but we'll find out together. Giveaway going on in the chat, so make sure you copy and paste the command. Make sure you do it exactly as the bot requires. See the changes to the aimbot? The Outlander tech stuff?
I do not understand it. That's all I gotta say. I didn't think it through. I see someone's playing a 2 minion and 2 mana card and it's obliterating all of my minions. I don't understand why, but it's happening and I don't know what to do against it.
Sometimes you wish they'd like give us some patch notes that we could read and know what's changed, right? Oh, they do.
But it's 2 mana. I don't think it's supposed to do like that.
Guys, who actually takes the time to read information about the game they're playing? You just go in, throw some random cards together, and hope for the best.
I read it. I read it to my
Like,
stream.
I type in awesome card when I'm deck searching, and I just add everything that comes up, and I take that into the leaderboard.
That's nonsense. I read it to my stream multiple times. I made a video about the changes on my YouTube. Florian, did you watch it? No, you didn't.
I'm up to you.
My God.
You can get something.
Is that how
But it
you
has
like
something to do with things and it works.
Is that how you like to explore the changes, just to dive in and see what's happening?
Yeah, why not?
Everything's a surprise.
Oh, win.
What's this? Some units are marked and the bazooka scrat's shooting stuff out of the sky. What's going on?
I mean, I still won against the new cards every time, so it doesn't matter really.
I just need to increase the size of your webcam to get your ego in.
Yeah. I don't know if your screen's big enough for that, though.
My God. Deadshot says, old man Florian can't keep up with these new mechanics.
I really can't. I tried reading about it, but I got bored really fast.
If only you had someone to read it for you, like your favourite streamer, and they made a YouTube video about it, and you could watch it, and they'd tell you all about it and explain it for you. Imagine that.
Pretty strong. But how do you get tech? You should probably explain it to the audience, because there might be people who don't know about it.
Oh, well, Outlander Tech is a new mechanic where you save up Outlander Tech, and then you can spend it automatically on some of your cards to get buffs. How do you get Outlander Tech? Well, let me tell you, every time you draw an Outlander card, so draw it means it enters your 4-card hand, not actually using it, you get 5 tech per mana. It's a 5 mana card that you've drawn into your hand, a 5 mana Outlander card, you get 25 tech. So what you have is an Outlander tech balance that you're adding to throughout the game, and then if you come to a card that is tech enabled, like a stint or an aimbot for example, and you've got enough tech, it will auto spend it. And with the stint, for example, it will take the furthest bridge if that's not taken, and aimbot, it will buff it, marksmanship, and potentially haste. So it's like
I'm sure a lot of viewers have learned now about that.
Oh, I know one person. I know one person definitely has, Florian.
Just one.
It can't be me. Can't be me.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like they're going to roll that out to more Outlander units as well. Matches. And of course, have you seen the new Master, Florian? I'm going to assume that that's a no.
Wait, what? There's coming a new net? What? Since when? There's a new
Serious?
master.
Guy. You can even see it in the game. You go to your masters.
That requires looking at the screen. Remember, FloFlorian just types in awesome card and then just throws that into his deck, and he just wins every game.
I have 17 pages of decks. I don't think I need to worry about making new decks.
Okay, so Rex coming to the game. That's also included in my YouTube video as well that you haven't seen. He's going to be able to jump into the field like Setsu, Shadow Clones, Punch, I think. One Punch Blast.
I see Blast Crystal is pretty damn meta right now.
Saying it's really strong. It's got a huge area. It hits so much. It's 130 damage, so kills stun lancers.
And
round
RM
units,
as well.
ground units, air units, buildings, 50% damage to face, and drops you an extra crystal for your next explosion that will explode as well. So I think that's massive.
That is incredible.
Right? Really interesting. Yeah, we're seeing people play a lot of that. Fireball, not so much. Okay. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Game number 3. 1 game all. Biddy Hobgoblin, named Friar Tuck Jr. for reasons. Ask
Let
Tomcat
the match begin.
against Set. Okay. Apep
Rebel.
Demon Warrior again.
That is gonna be a fun game. That is gonna be murderous. This is going to be madness. Pure
Okay.
bridge control.
Apep Demon Warrior against Ratbo.
Demon Warrior not gonna have a fun time in this game. In fact, Sunlancer's there, so Demon Warrior is going to be completely useless.
think it makes
Unless heal them.
I think it makes a big difference whether you get Demon Warrior earlier in your hand at the start of a game or not.
Absolutely. I've had, especially if you're in a Demon Warrior on Demon Warrior deck, because like at that point, like you have someone who's getting, like someone who gets Demon Warrior in the first 4 cards versus someone where it's literally at the bottom of their deck. You'll get a whole deck rotation sooner than the other person, which means everything.
I feel like most of the time it doesn't matter. It can definitely matter, but...
What about this face damage?
Yeah, it's a lot of face
Azali.
damage. It's really gonna do a lot, and
My goodness.
our decks are so crazy with Mana plus Madness. This game is an entire madness. Oh my god.
Mana Puff Madness. Everything
Red
grabs
Horde.
a shield. The red team. More shields. Remember, it only attaches the shield to ground units. But these are the decks that can get out of control. If those puffs can survive a cycle or two and then get added to it, it's insane. Artillery comes in, shutting down the defense. Has to deal with those puffs at the bottom. But goodness me, this is a push and a half here.
Billy really taking a lot of damage there. As long as he gets back control though, everything's fine because he has a Whirly Scratch. If he times the Whirly Scratch, oh, he played it now? I don't know about that.
Set's taking
I
a lot of
would've held
HP
the
and
Whirly
has
Scratch
Blood Imps in his deck. Gotta be careful. Again, we saw this push with the Whirly Scrat early. Did a lot of damage. Not going to do it this time. Zali hits
feel like-
real hard.
Wait, I feel like not playing like you. Good, it's not good.
Here we go. Remember, when you've got a Zali out, every time you grab a bridge, everything on the ground gets shielded. Vortex putting everything together. That ATG drone's going to do a great job. But we've got a lot of Scrats pushing on Biddy Hobgoblin's face. There is a shield, but the Scrats, of course, are shielded, so they will take some time to deal with.
Look at his health getting slowly chipped down. Ah, Scratch
Really putting on the pressure now. 540 HP left. This is problematic for Biddy Hobgoblin right now.
And early.
Viper's going to get a couple of pings on face, maybe. One.
If I was him, I wouldn't play Demon Warrior anymore. I feel like it's completely useless at this point.
The thing is, though, if he gets the big Demon Warrior out and then he gets to play that on Blood Imps, that could be massive. That's going to be direct face damage. Vortex, that's 4 Mana Puffs staying alive for a little while there.
But look at that.
Shields are so annoying, and you know, Apep's attacking quickly here, but just not quickly enough. Daka comes in, he was ready for it. The shield tanks the Daka, but the shield is no longer available. There's more face damage, 240. He's dropping in. Scritillery is going to probably seal the deal here. 78 HP, 38, 8 HP. Scrats too much.
Set played such an interesting and funny deck there. I've tried it out once, like a month ago in 1v1, and it still definitely does work, and it's a super surprise factor. Nobody's expecting that something like that is getting played.
Wow. Okay, well, that final game was over a lot more quicker than we're anticipating.
I feel like he should have held to the Whirly Scrat a lot more, because all the Blood Imps, all the Scrats, and so on, he could have just immediately completely taken down without that. So I don't know. I feel like he should have more held on to that.
Okay, I'm going to take a very quick break. Bathroom, grab a drink. We're going to be queuing up our next game soon. We're not entirely sure who it's going to be. So let's have a look what's the bracket so far. Match needs to be reported. So this is winners bracket round 5. Moving into the next round, the next bracket. Find out. Okay. Anyway, I'll be right back. Work, everybody. You guys want to discuss anything? Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Cosmic, do you want to talk about something, or ask me something, or should I ask you?
Yeah. So, how do you feel about the latest like additions of Outlander tech, with Stint getting buffed and with the bots getting like haste and shield and so forth? Do you think they're going to affect the game too terribly much?
Stint is definitely gonna be a meta card at this point. I've always loved to play Stint. Now it's even stronger than it was before. So definitely going into tournament meta for sure. The entire Outlander, I can't say too much about it. I don't understand the marksmanship thing too much. As I said, like I played against the tower thing, and it just obliterated all of my minions immediately, whenever, like wherever they were. And then I like checked and was like, okay, it's probably like 5 to 6 mana. And then I saw it's 2 mana. So I definitely have to check on how that works. Because I really don't understand it.
Okay. How do you feel about the changes to Diona's ruffle? The way ruffles works. Do you feel like that's a buff, a nerf, just a tweak?
Diona has always been such a oppressive master in terms of control. Give me 1 second, all right?
Thinking about it. Because I think it's very easy to make just about any kind of deck work with Diona.
Nerf.
And you can make cards that are normally pretty weak on their own.
Okay, so
like
I think
something like Aimbot.
I would say it's definitely weaker. Since before that, you could do the same thing. You could like push him like to your own side. A very good Diona player could always like make his potion appear on his side, and on the other side, if it happens on the other side, then it happens. But I don't know. It's. I feel like for top players, it's not gonna matter too much.
Yeah.
okay, so I think we're watching matches primarily from the winners bracket down to the redemption bracket. Matchup's gonna have a giveaway running in chat, so feel free to get in that.
Yes. Looks like the next match is going to be Death Shoot versus Set, right? Won the last one?
Deadshot just messaged me and said, funny thing, Set and I we're practicing for the tournament, so they're gonna know the ins and outs of each other's decks, so that could be switch things up.
It's always fun. Whenever I try and practice for a tournament, I try and look at the bracket if it's up, like especially for your tournaments, Fish, and I'll be like, okay, so this person's all the way at the other end of the bracket, and I'll practice against them. That way, you know, I don't have to worry about any of my decks getting known with the people who I'm going to be fighting sooner.
Yeah. Part of the game. Okay. Deadshot versus Set. Okay. So look at the bracket. So this is in the redemption bracket. Losers bracket must. Is this in the redemption bracket? Seeing this? Do I see this match bracket?
I can't see. I'm legally blind.
Okay, whilst we're confirming that, somebody able to figure out the bands that are...
Okay, not come in yet. So we are still waiting on those. Looks like at this point, though, I feel like most people are going to be doing the private bans.
Okay, so the bracket gets a little bit confusing here. This is to determine top 3 of the winners bracket. I think that there's a little quirk with how tournament sets the up, but we shall assume that Sinobii knows exactly what's going in and out. Okay. The bands.
All right, seems to be a best of 5.
Best of 5. Okay, winners bracket finals, top 3 stage. Okay. You guys understand that? Then you're one step ahead of me. Okay, so we are ready to go when they are ready to go. We've got Set against Deadshot. Got set up here, Deadshot set up there, just waiting on the bans. And then we can go. Remember, as we were saying, these guys have been practicing against each other, so that adds another bit of interest to it. Okay, so Cosmic is going to cast this one with me, so we get that set up while we're waiting for them.
Okay. It is Deshoot versus Set.
Okay, they're
This
just
will be
in
best of 5.
best of 5. They're just in the banning process. Okay, so we're getting to the business end, but of course we still have the redemption bracket to take care of to find out who's going to progress through from that. We'll put the brackets in the chat for everyone.
Which Cat just beat Core. They had a little bit of a complication because Cat played an illegal deck, but Core let them replay the match, which means that we'll then have a Cat versus Laser.
Laser.
Yes.
I agree with Laser.
Well, he doesn't. So let's go with what he says his name is. He knows
Probably
his own
a
name.
better idea.
Okay, yep. So that's going to be Cat against Laser. Hopefully we get to see that. We still got some great players still in the redemption bracket. We've got Gustivi, Planky, Netaraja, Niprax, Biddy Hobgoblin, Alucard, Laser, and Cat. All fighting for their life in this tournament. Okay. They're really thinking hard about their bans, as we say. As we mentioned before, they do know their opponent's decks quite well.
Oh, Planky knocked out Dragon. I did not see that.
Wow.
That's impressive. So Dragon got knocked out like super early.
Interesting. Yeah, these things don't always go the way that we expect.
Satan Worship is making it further and further in these tournaments. I feel like give them like maybe 1 or 2 more tournaments and they'll start making it to the top 8 consistently.
Is he getting better or is everyone else getting worse?
You know, that's a
I think he's
great
getting
question. No, I would say he's getting better. He's getting, because he loves making atypical decks. And I think with Betadwarf being better about like their balance tweaks and so forth, he's shining a little bit more since there's less pointed cards. Because he's able to make stuff that isn't necessarily easily countered by your typical meta.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right, we're getting close to the bans from Deadshot and Set. They're thinking about it very in-depthly. Deadshot's put his bans in. Don't want to mention it until we get Set's bans, though. Okay, here we go. APEP banned by both players. Wildcards banned for both players. Deadshot has then banned Once Bidden and Shockrock. And Set has banned Blood Imps and Blast Crystal.
Okay.
As we were saying, Blast Crystal very strong right now.
Yes.
Okay. So it's historically APEP gets banned a lot. It's continuing here in this tournament as well.
Just because
Yeah,
a lot of that is you.
It's just such a strong master, and it's just often so demoralizing playing against something you don't know what's going to happen. Like, you don't know what the enemy is going to get, if it's going to get a card that completely counters you or not. And it's most of the time a card that really makes you struggle because it's, well, free.
Okay,
here we go. Loading into game number 1. Reminder, this is best of 5. Cosmic Vortex is going to be joining us for this cast. Florian sitting in the naughty corner. What do we have?
Aha. Alright, we have Deshoot playing Diona and Set playing Valorian. So Deshoot playing Diona was strong before, but I personally feel like Deshoot's Diona will be even stronger than it was before. Just with his particular playstyle with the tweak to Ruffles.
Yeah, he might change slightly how he plays it, but he'll definitely be changing it to take much advantage of that. Okay, so...
Because the thing is, now it's going to be easier to support Ruffles, even though Ruffles won't be coming out as often.
Yeah, so overall there'll be less potions, but you should be able to get more of the ones that you get.
And thus, the shadows seem far less intense.
Excellent placement on Spear Throwers.
There we see the Vortex, but the Vortex won't kill that if it gets a heal.
No, it will. It will. Oh, because it gets Valorian.
Yeah, the Valorian heal just ticked off. That's huge. And it's going to keep ticking as well. Ultimately, that Vortex could mean nothing. There we go. Sniper's nearly full HP. Brother of the Burning Fist, one of my favourite cards right now. Very tanky. He's got his AoE that he will drop. Heal himself and friends, do damage as well. Cleaver. That's a real Cleaver. That does huge damage.
We haven't seen any of the illusion cards make their way into the tournament so far.
No, I was expecting to see some, but a little disappointed we haven't yet. Maybe players haven't figured them out quite yet, and whether they should be there. But that ATG drone's doing a lot of work. Does go down, but that's a lot of face damage though. Set in the ascendancy here. He's ahead on XP and HP.
Ooh, that taunting trap was exactly what Deshoot needed right now.
Here we go. This is going to be some face damage. Whelps, ATG drone, Cleaver coming in as well. Vortex bringing the sniper in. It does die to the damage from the ATG drone. Okay, Black Hole to reset the Cleaver. Gets that extra hit. This attack could be it.
Extra tanks coming in. Is this could be it?
That's it. That ATG drone's not going to die. Wow.
Dang.
2 minutes and 16 seconds. Golly. Deadshot looked like he was in trouble the way the first few interactions occurred, but suddenly we had Whelps, Cleaver, ATG drone all up on the face, supported by the Black Hole. Then the Unholy Ground came in, adding those extra bodies, and suddenly game was over. Goodness me. Okay. Well, they spent a lot of time thinking about their bans, and that was considerably less time than that match lasted.
Yeah.
Very well played from Deadshot.
It's great. It's great watching the stream because I can see it like right at the moment when it tips. People are already going, "Oh, the practice like, oh yeah, this is over. Deadshoot's dead," and then that's right when the game started tipping.
Yep. If only you knew.
But that's all right. Saying hey to you from the future to Prax. Deadshoot says, "Get wrecked. You shouldn't doubt me."
Yikes. Savage. Okay, congratulations to RC21YT. You won the most recent giveaway. Let's get a big dwarf pack on its way to you. Okay, so a reminder, this is best of 5, which changes the dynamic of these games quite a bit.
Oh yes, because like before, it's a lot like a lot of it can just be bad deck matchups. But with a best of 5, like with having to win 3 times, like you will have to fight some games like what we just saw. Like you have to take some very calculated risks to get yourself that lead.
That's right. But yeah, that game suddenly turned in the blink of an eye, and you know, sometimes games can do that. You feel like you're in trouble, but you've got a plan. You stick to the plan. Deadshot had a big push on his face, but his return push was considerably more stronger. Again, they're going to go back to the deck building.
Yeah, do you think Deadshoot's going to bring out Diona again, or do you think they're gonna change masters?
I feel like Deadshot likes to change masters a lot. He's so good with all of them, but I feel like he wouldn't necessarily stick to one, even though it did work out incredibly well for him. We've seen him play King Puff earlier. The owner now, many options available to him. Just try to keep his opponent on the toes. I feel like if you stick to the deck you played, there's a chance your opponent could react and assume you're going to stick and counter it. If you switch, then there's no chance they can know what you're going to play, and any countering is just down to luck.
Right. And I think that with the best of 5, you can kind of do that a little bit more flexibly if you get 2 wins before the other person has any. Because if you just totally crush them with a certain deck, then you can afford to wager whether or not they're going to try and counter you with that 3rd match point. Because even if they do counter it, then you still have 2 matches to pull a win out. But if they don't, then you just get to use that same deck that already won it. So that's I feel like when the mind games really start as these best of 5s.
Indeedly do. Deadshot Mordor set instantly. Raw Dog and a Rammer. It's going to get taken out though.
It's opening with a Rammer can sometimes be really good, because if your opponent doesn't have their Rammer counters in hand, then you can get massive damage off right at the start. But
yeah, that assassin just shut that down. No problems.
Oh wow, and it's going to make it all the way to face here, looks like.
Getting DPS down by Ratbo, just dies. Okay, so again we see Set with really aggro cards like the Rammer. He really does favour that playstyle. This is another sort of mid-range Mordor deck that we've seen previously from some other players. You've got some good res targets, but your deck doesn't depend on the specific res of anything individually.
That can be very strong, especially in games at this level when players will have something like a Shock Rock. You don't want it where like your entire Tombstone can just get shut down by a 2-mana card. Like by having these faster cycling, more mid-tier unit Mordor decks, it really helps you counter the Shock Rocks and the Chain Lightnings.
Okay, Rammer could be good here. He's going to get massively attacked though. Can it stop the res? Yes, it can. That's huge. So it might not get to face. It may well. The assassin got close, but then the Rammer ran off. That was a good Rammer. That Rammer could be huge, shutting down those reses.
I doubted it at first, but after seeing it go against the Tombstone, it could do really well if he can also pull a hit on face out of it. Defensive Trapper going to get a lot of work done down bottom.
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier. It's so strong against these melee units. It's just going to laugh in the face of them. Deadshot ahead on XP right now.
As he is.
Always is. So he does have a lot of relatively small units in his deck, so he does need to play smart around his tombstones. He doesn't want to get bad reses, but we saw that tombstone at the top getting shut down with the shock blast. Now, Mordar's good at killing these little units, but are they going to DPS the... Oh, the res! Okay. Could have got... I feel like he could have maybe defended that more, but he needs to be careful because he only had small units in his hand. He didn't want to burn the res on something. I mean, it was going to die anyway, but probably wasn't going to get much out of it. Okay, so here we go. That assassin's being really useful. Defenso again onto that battle monkey. He knows it's going to just shred it each time.
Alright. And getting value out of an assassin when you're going up against a rat bow is huge. Like, the fact that Deathshoot's even able to use that card. Like, if I ever play an assassin against a rat bow, that card's usually just dead in my hand the entire time, just about.
Yep. Good against big units, not so good against many small units. Okay. That's a big shock blast at the top, but it's not going to be available for the tombstone. Can he get a res? We haven't really seen much res action, and that's problematic. Tombstone's taking 8 seconds to charge up. Defenso goes down. Looks like there's going to be a res here. Rammer coming in, though. It's going to be controlled with the Vortex. Getting some great work there, but the Rammer looks like it's going to escape. Okay, he takes the hit.
Oh, that's huge.
That's nice. So he saves the tombstone that would have died to the hit by almost half sacrificing the previous tombstone, but you can see it worked out perfectly. Res in both units there. Perfect. Big brain, Deadshot. Soul Stealer just alive. Assassin goes invis though. Set down to 1250 HP. Okay, perk 3 coming up.
We see this Whirly Scrat drone up top that gave Set a lot of trouble beforehand with the defensive chopper on bottom, which that defensive chopper will just clean up all of the scrats that get sent down bottom. So this is going to be huge. I think that this is the beginning of the end for Set, just because Deathshoot has a lot of cards that'll just slowly wear him down. And that assassin taking out the Rammer is huge.
Yeah, that Rammer got nothing done. That Dakka's mediocre at best. Soul Stealer could get some work here, but there's a number of units that can remove it. Okay, 660 HP. Deadshot got a lot of HP and really nice position. XP ahead. And we saw again here the Defenso, how strong it is against melee units. It's just shredding, even against just one single unit there. It's taken very little damage. It's going to push. We've got 2 tombstones up. There are stuns available, but not enough. And again, the Vortex, we're not seeing the Vortex being used there primarily for its damage. It's just to keep it off the aimbot.
Yeah,
and here's
now
the
we
push.
see, so Set... Wow.
If he doesn't win this push, he'll win the next one. These reses are going to be too much. Dakka coming in. The Assassin on face. It's 40 HP. There's no way Set's going to be living through this. We know there's some fireball available.
Yeah, but the pushes on both sides will win if left alone, and so
double defense at the
double
bottom.
defense, no chopper, like there's not enough in Set's hand. Like the spells that they opted for were Stun Blast and Daggerfall, and those just proved to be suboptimal against this current deck that Deathshoot's playing.
Looks like Deadshot's going to go 2-0
Fireball
lead.
finishing it off. No, the skeleton stole the win.
Very nicely done. 2-0. Okay, best of 5 though, so it's not over.
Yes, it's best of 5, but now Deadshot has that extra flexibility. They could play a deck that's a little bit more pointed, or replay a deck, or all those other fun things, because they have the flexibility to lose a match. So having the flexibility to lose a match is huge if you're trying to play like a very pointed deck.
Yeah, he could go for something just a little bit crazy.
Now, there aren't wild cards, so it can't be anything too crazy, but you could bet your bottom dollar that if someone didn't ban wild cards against me and I had a game to lose, I would definitely play something like Triple Brutish Betrayer just for the giggle factor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so back to the drawing board.
I can hear FloFlorian screaming and all the way over here in America, like...
Anger.
He would hate that. He would hate that. One of my favourite clips of FloFlorian was when he was streaming and he was playing against somebody. I think it was a duos match, and they were playing. Do you remember when you used to use the Rock Rivals and the statue?
Don't mention it. I hate it so much.
And the statue would spawn right on the opponent's face, and they would spam those and then hypnotize them.
Yep.
With the old hypnotize, that was monstrous.
That was.
Florian did not enjoy that.
Ha 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 ha.
I mean, all you gotta do is just run a black hole in every single deck for every reason ever.
Good times. Good times.
Didn't they nerf Magma Storm too, or is that just not as crazy of a card as it used to be?
Did they remove one of them? One of the balls?
And they removed, they reduced damage from 200 to 170.
That's right. Yeah, that was huge, because before, if you did that, and then even if it failed, you could just Magma Storm and it would kill all of the statues.
Yeah.
Alright, so Deadshot is waiting. Looks like Set is deck building. Yep. So trying to figure out what Deadshot's gonna do. And they have to come out with a full reverse sweep. Like, they can't lose a single game going forward, which really limits the kinds of decks you can play, I feel like, because you have to make sure that you have something that can counter all the masters that are available to either person. Because Deadshot's shown that they can win with Mordar and with Diona, but those are two widely different play styles, and so you kind of have to guess correctly each time what kind of master they're going to play.
Okay. Here we go. Game number 3, 2 games to 0 in the favour of Deadshot. He's going back to his king path.
You see Ratbell coming out on Set's side.
Okay, ready to go. Thanks again to everyone in the chat for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying the tournament. Let us know in the chat what you're thinking, what your predictions are. Okay, here we go. Set's gone back to Commander Azali.
We see a thumbs up from Deadshot. I'm guessing he was assuming that Set was going to play this kind of deck. Oh, wow. That's just going to completely shut down.
Yeah, that's the Whirly Scrat's going to have a great time in there. Azali's going to survive, but only just. And Azali, whilst hitting hard, only hits one target at a time, so the Horde's going to shred it. Okay. Good start from Deadshot, I'd say there. Okay.
See the Fireball coming in, getting some extra shots, face damage off.
Yeah, previously we saw him try to kill a sniper with the Vortex. He got denied. The Fireball this time, no chance. Right. XP's well in Deadshot's favour already. Set needs to build up a push here. But Deadshot's got a lot of tools to deal with it. Yeah. Just needs to clear the small units, get the stuns on Azali. Azali just stun lock there. Scratillery coming in.
Deadshot's ready. There it is. I was like, Deadshot was hovering over the bridge swap, knowing that Scratillery was coming in.
Yeah. Nice bridge swap. Fireball comes in, bit of face damage, takes out the Arcanist, but some decent return face damage onto Deadshot though. Those Scrats do a surprisingly decent amount of damage. King Puff hits hard, but again, another slow attack in Master.
And this is perk 2 now, so this is really when King Puff shines, is once that perk 2 comes in, because that really boosts all your units.
Yeah, it's a huge power spike. The Daka not even nearly available. And there's not really that many good Daka targets either. Okay, here we go. Locking Azali down. Those enraged whelps absolutely shred. Azali just survives though.
Yeah, but Azali, the bridges are already on Set's side, so even though Azali survived, they're not necessarily getting the value of Azali's shields because of Azali being stunned. And so even if you can't kill an Azali, if you can stun it when the bridge is being taken, then that's just as good.
Yep.
If you do it at the right time.
Got to be careful with these Blood Imps as well, because the further his face damage drops, like a fireball on those Blood Imps, whilst not as scary as it used to be, can still do a considerable amount of damage. He does have a heal puff, but that gets denied immediately. Here we see a little bit of damage going back onto Set's face, drops under 500 HP, XP well in Deadshot's favour. He's in control here, but Set just needs one good push and it can get out of control. Okay. Zali just seems to be too far ahead of everything else. It's getting the aggro first.
And a lot of the issue is Set rushed in with the Azali at first, but Deadshot had the exact cards that they needed to deal with it with the Whirly Scrat and the Stun Lance just right off the get-go.
Yeah, so Blood Imps again, more face damage, 214 HP. Fireball comes on the Blood Imps, that's going to be huge! The Blood Imps are not as scary as they used to be, but scary enough. 50% of that damage being passed to the Master Tower, and that's enough for Deadshot to seal the deal. 3 games to 0. Rikey. Okay, let's get back to our caster screen. Blood Imps, you see them a lot. You don't see them punished too much anymore, but there, Deadshot had his finger on the fireball trigger. He knew his opponent was low HP and those Blood Imps were available. What do you guys think?
I think Set did a great job for the deck that they had. I think that they could have played the Azali back a little bit because all of the counters that Deadshot had involved units. And so if he would have played the Azali back a little bit more, he could have supported it a little bit better, I feel like. And then maybe got a little bit more value out of it and potentially even turn to win if he were able to get through that stun lance or Whirly Scrat defense.
Yeah, it just got jumped on every time, and just the DPS of the whelps, the stun, just burnt through. And even when the Scrat army was there to help defend, the problem was the Whirly Scrat just jumped in and just shredded absolutely everything. Okay, so we could have a very interesting match coming up. We'll just check to see on the state of it. And then we'll catch up.
Boy, in menu. Cat is in menu.
So, I think we're going to be watching Cat against Lazur, which has been many a tournament final, but it's going to be in the redemption bracket here. Do we have... Okay, we are ready for them. Do we have any... Oh, they might have just started.
Yep, they just started.
Looks like they're queuing in. FloFlorian's going to be casting this. I just need to set that up real quick.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cat is playing against Lazur. A match that we have seen so often at this point already. But
Right,
I think my game might be bugged.
Okay. Do
Never
you
mind,
want Cosmic to do this one, or?
It's fine.
Okay, just setting up.
Lash of Mamoon. I've seen that card being used against me and it's obliterated me. So it's 5 mana cost. Now I don't know the cost of that card. No.
Okay.
So we see Cat playing with a Rock Rivals Milloween and a Lash of Mamoon, which is insane damage. That is pretty crazy. Cat playing that against a Curse Sparrow. Interesting. But it didn't touch the Curse Sparrow, so it's fine.
Okay. So this is a best of 3 match, right? Redemption bracket.
I'm sure how they are. But
Okay.
I can tell you for sure. This is insane.
Tombstone there. Res in the Archer, not the best res.
Coming on.
Lash of Our Moon, one of the new cards. Spirit of Our Moon's going to appear, attack twice, and then disappear. But a big XP lead for Lazur to start with here.
Definitely, but don't underestimate the Rock Rivals. You know just how much damage it can do later on. He's going to deficit at the beginning of the game, but the power he's gonna get out of it is crazy, especially against the Modar. The Rock Rivals is gonna go through any card that Lazur is gonna play. Oh, I probably said it. There comes easy Shock Rock. There we go.
Bit of face damage.
And YOLO. Best card in the game. Really scary. Really, really scary.
I mean, the Jolo could trade pretty well here until it gets stunned and then it's just game over. Okay.
Lucky. YOLO is the best card in the game. Changed my mind.
Blast Crystal might want to have a word. Okay, so have a look. XP is perk 2 available for Lazur. That's the second tombstone.
Wait, Cholos dodges that, doesn't he?
Yes, so. Okay, so we've got the blue golem at the top with the taunt. Those circles mean everything's going to attack it that's close by.
Cat did catch up in the XP now. So what Lazur has to try is to still get as much XP as possible, because obviously Mortar First Rook is absolutely insane. But Cat also got the Shock Rock, which is really bad, but I don't think it matters really, since Cat is just playing so many, I mean, Lazur is just playing so many small cards that are like, I mean, reviving an Archer is gonna be hell for them.
Curse Bear at the top. Needs it on the bottom. Nice Shock Rock, forcing a relatively weak res.
Interesting.
The golem trade at the top. It's always frustrating when you got a big unit like the blue golem that's just slowly walking towards range and getting shredded all the way. But here we see Jolo. He's dodged once, he's dodged twice, took no damage, killed the golem, off to continue his adventure. XP
and Cat is
level. Okay, Tombstone is up. So remember, if you see the units with the green circle around them, that means that it's a Mordar unit and a Tombstone is active and waiting to res them.
Here comes the Moon card.
Yep.
Reviving the Curse Hero.
The green circles around the units are not particularly helpful in solos, but in duos it helps you know which ones are the Mordar units, so you can play appropriately around that.
Cat's gonna get to the Lazur's bridge now with the shrimps for sure. Yep.
There goes Jolo. Okay.
It's gonna revive that.
Res available. It's the Elite Swarmer. Bottom's gonna get shut down pretty hard. Tombstone
I don't know what's gonna.
Perk 3 coming though. That's gonna really change that golem. There we go. Big golem. It's going to get DPS down by the Ghost Turret. Doesn't quite do as much damage as it used to, but it's still a substantial DPS. Oh, that's a very nice arcane missiles, taking out the Arcanist and then getting the Rezzed Arcanist as well. Perfect. He saw that line up and he just couldn't resist. Very nicely done. Okay, big push at the top. This is what Cat's deck's about. It's about the blue golem and being supported by the mana golem, the arcane golem.
If I was Cat, I would just try to get the mana frenzy at this point.
Lash of Armoon doing huge damage though. Jolo doing a good job at the top tanking. XP still in Cat's favour on the blue team. Of course, as we know, Mordar can get out of control with these reses. He's not trying to res anything specific, he's just hoping to get a res and keep the pressure on.
Here he can just revive Archer if he does it well. Fuck, he's gonna revive another Dragon Whelp.
Yeah. Again, it's a cheap Mordar, but it's working out well.
No, it's gonna be played for sure.
Okay, blue golem's gonna get... Almost survived. Goes down though. Okay, let's have a look. XP. This is a race to Mana Frenzy from the looks of it. But that Jolo could trade really well at the bottom there.
It will,
Trying
for
to
sure.
dodge. There we go. His luck was...
Cat still had an XP, but the revives are gonna be so much pressure, especially versus a Mordar. It might often seem like when you get to Mana Frenzy, that's one game, but it doesn't have to be. Especially the Jolo is just so annoying to play.
Yeah, you can see Jolo's still alive at the bottom there. It's on face, bit of extra damage. Again, as we mentioned earlier, the Restless Deads, those Skelly Reds is going to be huge. Yeah, he's still ahead on XP though. Can he hold
There's
it?
a gang for arrows.
They go down, but they get a lot of value out. That blue golem's dying very quickly. Okay, push at the bottom. Needs to try to trade with that golem. Grabbing the bridge at the top. This is just... Cat needs to hold on to get some Mana Frenzy.
Oh,
Shock Rock
no,
didn't hit the...
That's so bad.
Yeah, Shock Rock missing the Jolo. Stun Jolo doesn't dodge. So that was huge. Look at all the red units coming.
And look at the XP. Just the frenzy on all of these minions is just so good. There comes the Arcane Missile.
That doesn't quite finish off the Arcanist. That's frustrating. Okay,
Now he has
XP.
to take advantage of that. He has to win this now.
There you go, Jolo getting stunned. Okay, bridges are going to go blue. This is where he needs to hold the bridges and then go. He's going to tick over to Mana Frenzy, but both players level on XP. Looks like we're going to see Lazur grabbing the bridges, and he might be able to just decimate his opponent here. Okay, Cat having to spawn that golem really far forward. Needs to contest that bridge immediately. Mana Frenzy for Cat.
And one bridge is red.
Mana Frenzy.
Both bridges are red.
For Lazur. Okay,
Not
this
good.
is Lazur's chance. He needs to utilize this. You saw the top bridge get taken out by the stint for a second, but immediately removed. Grenadier getting some work at the top, but those whelps are going to clear the top bridge, are they? Okay, top bridge goes blue. This is super, super close. Both of them are in Mana Frenzy. They need to be all over the bridges at all times. Every second the bridge is held can hugely help them out. Jolo goes down.
And Jolo.
It's a big poison though. Whirly Scrat getting some work done at the top. All Jolo stunned. Okay, again the prop Scrats at the top holding that bridge.
Come on, use it. Oh, too
But
late.
again,
He's
Lazur
burning.
seems to have so much on the field right now. Just seems to be red
Can't
units
burn a
after
bunch
red
of
units.
mana.
No. You're getting extra mana, you need to utilize it. Here comes Jolo on face. This could be the beginning of the end, maybe. There's a push coming. We've always seen Cat being incredible at defense, though. Desperately trying to grab the bridge, using all the little mechanical tricks to grab a bridge whilst defending. We've seen he hasn't used his blue golem at all for a long time. He's deciding that that's just not useful to him right now. He needs
Cat
the
lost
other
this
cards.
game, but he just doesn't want to give up.
Never give up.
So weak. Get that back, sadly.
630 HP. Okay, more damage on Cat's face, and you can see now he's having to spawn really defensively. That means he's given the bridges to his opponent, which means they're going to be able to just grab more and more of them. Okay, nice bridge grab at the bottom from the Lash of Our Moon, but doesn't last for very long. And now we've got Jolo on face. It does go down, but the skeletons, the red tide is coming.
Ooh, Jolo is ridiculous. I'm not even joking. It's such a good card to play properly.
There we go. Lazur has won. Now, there's the potential that they might have played a game before we got them on the stream. So we will clarify exactly what the score is and what's happening right now. We'll try and find out. But that was definitely a game to Lazur. Very close, but okay, Lazur has taken that by 2-0. That's confirmation coming in. Lazur has beaten Cat by 2
Cat is not anymore in the tournament.
games to 0. Cat has been eliminated.
I should have just played in this tournament. Jesus Christ, no! Why am I
Lazur,
casting?
I feel like Lazur is Cat's kryptonite.
I feel like that as well at this point.
Okay. Would go back to Cosmic, but he's AFK for a moment. But yeah, very nicely done. We missed the first game, unfortunately. But that's just what happens with these games going on at the same time. Okay, we're gonna see Lazur in the next game. Let's get that set up here for you. Lazur against Alucard. Remember, if you want to see what's going on in the brackets, you can check them out. See where your players of choice are and who's still left in. Got any questions, let us know.
Is it weird that I don't know Alucard?
Alucard's been around for a bit.
For a bit.
I know they hang out with Bridge Baddies. I don't know if they're actually in Bridge Baddies.
Okay, let me see.
But they've been around and they do fairly well. Everywhere that I've seen them.
Mm-hmm.
Be more of a duos player.
I don't see it on the 1v1 leaderboard for sure.
Oh, the leaderboard does not mean too much, especially at the
Yeah,
start
yeah.
of a new season.
Of course, I just was hoping that I would see him. Maybe I knew him.
Right, so let's. I'm not sure if I've got Alucard as a friend. Let's find out. Hey.
Oh, he's rank 1 in pre-made. And I see he did it with a deck. So...
If I've got any friend requests to receive. Okay, there we go, Alucard, boom. Okay.
What do you guys think is he gonna play? Is he gonna play wildcards? It's gonna be the first match that is not memes, but proper like wildcards? Or are we not gonna get that?
I don't know. I think people seem to be banning wildcards every single time. So we'll see.
I haven't seen anybody playing meta decks at this point. What is even the meta right now?
Nobody knows.
It's getting established because the new Outlander tech is very interesting. Plus the Vortex patch really changed because Vortex was in just about everyone's deck, and now you have Crossbow Dudes are no longer the only 2-mana card that can grab both bridges and like also provide anti-air, and so Stint is kind of fulfilling a hole that's kind of been getting created with the way Crossbow Dudes are working. And so I'm assuming that we're going to see Stint showing up a lot, and if we're seeing Stint, then you're also going to see more aimbots and so forth. But the aimbots are easily killed by the pincer, so I think that we might also see the pincer show up a little bit more. We haven't seen Finral, but they boosted Finral's damage back up, much to G-Town's excitement.
Yeah, they did over-nerf him a little bit, so hopefully he's back now into a more usable state.
Dormant Defenders is not in the meta as much, with it being 7 mana. I still think that it's a good card for 7 mana though, but not quite as overwhelming as it was before, because you can't just stack elves directly behind it. You kind of have to wait until about mid-game to actually get your mana's worth out of them, or do it in the 2v2 ladder.
Okay, so these guys are getting ready to ban. So if we have a look at the brackets, see where these guys are. Okay. So if I'm correct, we've got Deadshot and Set, plus one other person to be decided in the final 3 of the tournament. So Deadshot is already awaiting his opponent in the grand final of the tournament. And Set is in the redemption bracket final awaiting his opponent that has yet to been decided. So we're now making our way through the redemption bracket, the losers bracket if you will. So we've still got a few games to go in that. We've got Gustavia against Nataraja, Alucard against Lazur. Biddy Hobgoblin is awaiting the winner of that match. Niprak's awaiting the winner of Gustavia and Nataraja. We've still got a few matches to go before we get to the business end of this tournament.
It's gonna be a long night, son. It's gonna be a long night.
Okay. Right, so Alucard and Lazur are just getting in the process of deciding what they're going to ban.
Oh, we have Gustavi versus Nataraja. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, all the matches from this. I mean, all the matches have been great so far. And again, looking at the bracket,
Yeah.
all the remaining matches.
Even
are
looking
gonna
at
be
the
great.
ones that we're not spectating, like those are there's some very interesting matchups going on.
Okay, so let's get. So when we get ready for this match, Cosmic's going to be joining us for this match. Set that up here on the overlay. It's just taking a bit of time just to try to ban as appropriately as possible.
And that's huge. A lot of these games can be decided just with good bans.
Yeah, these players, these recognized players, will know the people that they're playing against and the kind of stuff that they like to play.
Mm-hmm.
That will factor into it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so we're in the process where we've got Deadshot in the grand final. He's going to play the winner of Set versus somebody else who hasn't been decided yet. That's either going to be Gus, Nataraja, Niprax, Biddy Hobgoblin, Alucard, or Lazur, whoever trumps the rest of them from the redemption bracket.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Lazur rebooted.
Yay. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen some of the cards that got changed, the illusionary cards, the Screaming Scrap. They seem like they would do better than previously. Maybe players feeling like they're a little bit untested at the moment. Or maybe they just feel that they weren't buffed enough to include them. I think what Betadwarf's trying to do is, you know, in that 2 mana slot, we're always seeing crossbow dudes, but they're trying to give players some other options. You know, we've got the Screaming Scrap there, the illusionary cards. They've been buffed recently. The Sewer Scrap as well got buffed recently. But so far... Yeah, go ahead.
I would love to see a 3-mana tank arise other than Warrior. Because, like, that's currently, like, if you want a 3-mana tank, like, you're literally just looking at Warrior. Like, Groggy Woodsman, you'll see in, like, Mordar decks and so forth, but unless you're playing a Mordar, if you're looking for a cheap tank, you're literally just putting Elite Swarmer, Warrior, occasionally Legionnaires, if you're running an Empyrean deck. But I think we'll slowly start to see this fill out so that we have more options, but I'm really excited with the Stint, because that definitely can replace crossbow dudes in a lot of decks, and help us get a little bit more variety there.
Variety is the spice of life.
Always like Stint. I've liked the old one as a lot as well, and I felt like it was a lot stronger than people gave it credit for. That's why I've been playing it for a long time, especially on my Volcos. Because it's always like it beats crossbow dudes actually, and while it doesn't take both bridges, it's still overall a very, very good card. Now that it's buffed, it's definitely a lot stronger, I feel like, in some kind of decks. I liked it before that already as well, though. I felt it was fine already before that. Now we'll see in how much it will actually come into the meta, because now with this buff, I feel like it might be even at points like even too strong a little bit. But we'll have to see in long term on what's going to happen.
Well, I think it's counterbalanced by the fact that you have to be playing the other tech cards with it, and so like
yeah, but there's a lot of
the other Outlander cards.
Tech cards in anyways.
Mm-hmm.
In my Volco, for example, I already have another tech card, which is the aimbot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
But
just a
aimbot
buff.
will also absorb that tech, I believe.
Yes, it will.
Okay, so we're getting some ban information coming in. Sure. This up correctly. Okay. Spectating Lazur here. Alucard here. Okay, so they're both going to ban wild cards. Alucard is banning Apep, Crystal Blast, so that's the Resonating Blast Crystal, and Shock Rock. And Lazur is banning Apep also, Resonating Blast Crystal, and Defenso Chopper. We've seen Defenso Chopper be insane in some of the matchups so far, so that's being removed from somebody's arsenal right there.
Banning Defensive Chopper, very interesting choice, because you also have Broly Scrap. You would need to ban both of them if you really want to get rid of that. And then you have, again, Resonating Blast, which is a really, really strong card. So he's gonna ban the Broly, and the Defensive Chopper, but he's just gonna play against the Broly Scrap now. So I don't know about that ban. I felt like there were other better bans.
Whirly Scrat's able to be countered by Stun Lancers, which we've seen a lot of Stun Lancers come out, which then forces a spell from your opponent, but you can also counter Whirly Scrat with air. Whereas Defenso Chopper, you can't use a Dragon Whelp or Flying Scrats to deal with the Defenso Chopper, because they'll just take the reflect damage and die.
Oh, absolutely, but Whirly, I believe, still has a higher damage output, so that's already, again, something else. Although, and it costs 1 mass mana, let's not forget about that. So there's 1 mana you can actually use to defend the Broly as well with other minions, for example, stun crossbow dudes or any spell, really.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, he's editing. Right, so got this right. So Alucard is banning Crystal Blast and Arcane Bolt. Okay. Okay, so well, he did his bans, and I sent his bans to his opponent, and then he changed his ban because he mistyped it.
Hog.
Okay, so card crystal. Oh, is it? Yep. Okay. Yep, that should be fine. Okay, here we go. Loading in. Okay, so we're still in best of 3 territory here. We've got Alucard playing Mordor and Lazur playing Stormbringer. I haven't seen Stormbringer so much yet.
And Alucard is in Bridge Baddies.
Okay. What's up? Hey. Okay, so joining us here is Cosmic Vortex. Lazur
Okay.
hot on the heels
That
of feeding cats.
Spirit is not. Okay. See the werewolf symbol go out, so we know that that swarmer is going to be a wolf.
Okay, so the Arcane Bolt taking out the Crystal Sentry. You can really feel the nerf to the Ghost Turret there. Okay, so we got a statue, but it needs to be supported. He's got his Tombstone available after his next cycle. Tombstone down. That's going to take 8 seconds to charge up. But, oh, the Lady and Frey here is hitting everything.
Oh,
Tombstone as well. Shockrock comes in. Combustion doesn't kill it because she's got a spirit on it. Tombstone charging back up, but looks like the...
It's not going to get there in time.
Yikes.
That was impressive defense on Lazur's part.
Yikes. Right, hold on. He's messaging me about a banned card. Okay. Well, I think Alucard's been distracted by just messaging me about a banned card, but I don't think Shockrock got banned.
Yeah, they...
Okay. For some reason he thought Shockrock was banned. But it wasn't. And Lost Crystal and Chopper.
So was Shock Rock banned?
Well, as far as I know, apparently I said that on stream, but as far as I know. I think he banned it. Didn't ban it. Okay, hold tight, stream. Hold tight.
I definitely heard somebody, like you said, somebody banned Shockrock. I definitely heard it myself.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what I said. If I said it wrong, he knows what he banned, right?
Should be.
So that trumps what
Probably.
if I said
Should
it
be,
wrong.
yeah.
But that is a confusing thing. Should they just replay the entire game, or because I feel like it would be miscommunication at this point. I feel like it's up to Lazor.
Hold on. Yeah, see, changed. I think he originally banned Shock Rock, so that's why I said it on stream. But then he changed his mind, and he changed his mind before I'd given it to Lazur. So I sent Lazur the updated ban, which was not Shock Rock but Arcane Bolt. We'll figure out what best to do in this situation.
I think part of that was also compounded because they weren't pasted into the ban.
Too much
channel this
drama. I'm going to the toilet.
time.
What do we think the best thing to do here is?
I would say just replay the match, same decks. Honestly, I think that would be the easiest.
Yeah, absolute same decks. Just replay. I feel
Because
like
it was
that
just a
would be-
miscommunication, and Alucard definitely was distracted by typing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's weird. What does I want Lazur's actually opinion on it? I really want to hear Lazur's opinion on it.
Well, all he knew was I sent him what the bans were, which wasn't the
Lazur
Shock
or
Rock.
no probably will agree to a rematch.
Just a breakdown in communication there. Okay. Okay, right. Figure out exactly what's happening here. Discussing it with the two players. Yeah, the confusion happened because one of the players changed their ban, but then they decided to not play to that ban.
Change their ban? Yeah.
Okay. Right. We have a giveaway running, I think, guys, so if you want to get involved in that. Oh, no, we don't, but we can start one. Exclamation point GGtoor. Big shout out to GGtoor for supporting this event, as well as Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy.
Yes.
Yes, so the Shock Rock was banned, but then he changed his mind. That's the problem, Colgan.
Yes, show me the money. Streamers can keep you from banning, or can ban you from getting a puff in their streams if they want.
Can they?
Yes, there is a command for it. I don't remember the exact command because I haven't had to do it before, but I remember seeing that when looking at the commands.
It was a kick
on the
audience
bot.
command, but then that stopped working forever ago. Don't know if it still works or not. Okay. Okay, we're just trying to figure out if there's going to be a replay or not. Okay, a little bit of drama added to the excitement here. So we've got Lazur against Alucard. We're just getting to the bottom of confusion about a ban or a banned card, and just deciding how best to resolve it. I mean, yeah, you can. The kick audience does work. I mean, it used to work, but it stopped working a long time ago. I haven't tried it. I can try if one of you guys wants to be kicked. Okay, Lazur says we're going to replay. Okay, we're going to replay. Right. Okay, we are replaying. Okay. Let's confirm the bans for them, just to make sure. Okay. Okay, we just get the final bans again. Okay. It is best of 3, yeah. Okay, so bans both players, so they know exactly what's happening. Okay, so we've got Lazur's ban here. Sorry for the interruption, guys, but sometimes these things happen. We just figure out the fairest way to resolve it.
Okay. One moment, real quick.
Right. I was what banned? Well, Black Hunter, that's what you can decide between the admin and your opponent. Right, I'm just double confirming the bans. and we'll move on.
Hello.
Welcome back. Okay, it looks like we got to the bottom of it. We're going to replay. We're going to replay the first game, same decks. Everything is okay. Shockrock is not banned. Okay, just to confirm. Okay, so we had some confusion because one of the players changed their ban and then they thought they were doing their old version of the ban, not the new version, because the stream was behind. Okay, Alucard is banning Apep, Wildcards, Crystal Blast, Arcane Bolt. Lazur's banning Wildcards, Apep, Crystal Blast, and Defenso Chopper. Okay, thanks for your patience. We're loading in. Okay. I think we sorted that out as well as we probably could. Right. They should be playing the same decks as before. So we got Mordor lining up against Lazur.
Okay,
Okay, best of 3, 0-0. Got the statue pushing at the bottom, tanking, ghost turret. They'd like to kill that wolf before it gets out of ghost turret range. There we go, nicely done.
see a good amount of damage that's going to be done if they don't deal with this statue too terribly quickly.
Yeah, we don't see any way of him shredding it right now, so he's going to get a few hits off on face for sure. Bridge is staying red this whole time, so that's going to be a nice start XP-wise from Lazur.
Gonna see Spear from the Ghost Turret, picked up by the Arcanist.
Okay. Yeah,
Don't think they necessarily needed to bolt that, because I was going to die to the Warrior anyway.
Yeah, the Spirit did make it a bit tanky, but not anything too scary. Spirit drops on the Wolf. It's going to help it tank a bit better at the top there. Nerfed Ghost Turret. Would have killed it before the patch. Didn't kill it that time. It's going to get a bit more value. Not too much though, but every little helps in these games. Okay, statue on statue. Remember, statue's a unit that only attacks buildings or taunted units, so they'll ignore each other. Combustion, though, doesn't quite kill the archer with the spirit, so that bridge is going to remain. Needs to be addressed. Okay, but again, we've got statue on Alucard's face. He's got no mana available. Mana freeze, causing him to lock up a little bit there after the arcane bolt. Lady in Frey almost getting some DPS there on the tombstone. Okay. A lot of damage on Alucard's face right now. Behind, on face damage, but he's not doing too badly at the other end of the field though. Lazur's dropping down to 1000 HP. It's a nice res on that wolf though.
Alright, statue's back in Lazur's hand, which means there's going to be another strong push coming in.
I don't know about that arcane bolt on the Arcanist though. It doesn't seem like the best trade. Especially with something like a living statue on the field. We get a living statue res here, which will be nice. But he's still got to deal with this other statue, and he just doesn't really have the DPS to get through it before it can get on his face. Combustion getting some value there, but the tombstone got shock rock, so no res coming. Nice ghost turret though, keeps the living statue walking about, but it's going to start aggroing on the tombstone. That's going to be a problem. This is not looking too good for Alucard right now.
Yeah. Managed to just barely make use of that tombstone.
Yeah.
Getting the spirit on the sniper before the vortex was really, really good.
Yeah, this sniper could help here. It's going to be on the... Looks like it's on the ghost turret. No, it's on... Okay.
There's
again.
that bolt again. They really should be saving that bolt for the statue.
Yeah. Lock that statue in place once it gets down to 450 HP, but it'll explode, but hey. Okay, Ghost Turret at the top, not really achieving much there. It's going to drop a Spirit. Shock Rock taking out Rez. Okay, so this time the statue pushing at the bottom is almost dead. Vortex won't kill the sniper. Oh, it just kills the sniper. Okay, if the Vortex is dead center with the sniper, it will kill it. But here we go. Arcane Bolt being used there. But remember, that's a 4 mana spell, so it's not huge trades.
Okay, looks like we're gonna get a warrior and a wolf. Statues coming in. Not too many like face damaging spells on Lazur's side, which can be pretty scary with these statues coming in. That piercing shot can
Ooh,
kill
60
Alucard
HP.
though. See
Yeah.
that was worth a bolt, I feel like, because that. But they should have used it sooner. But oh, this might be it. Lazur committed a shock rock.
Oh, that's some face damage, Lazur.
Statue gets
45
hit on
HP.
face.
The wolf's there. It's 5 HP.
Wolf
This is
gets
so
pulled up.
close. 20
Oh
HP
my
places
goodness.
5 HP. Who's got the next
One-
spell damage? Sniper on
shock rock
face.
from Lazur would make it.
Oh, sniper goes down. 2 snipers are still up though. 5 HP
Shock rock
places.
is one card away for Lazur.
Shock
He sends it in.
rock. 5 HP.
There's
Wow.
that 5 hit point win that you guys were talking about.
Wow. 1-0 to Lazur. After all the confusion about whether Shock Rock was banned or not, the Shock Rock was the card that ended the game. So close. Wow. That was just a cycle to the Shock Rock. You saw the Vortex there pulling the wolf off face, just saving him. Absolutely insane. Both players playing incredibly well there. The statues really carrying the game for both of them.
Oh yeah.
They were struggling to DPS through the statue. Alucard seemed to be struggling a lot, but somehow he really pulled back into the game and almost killed Lazur. Lazur just taking the win though. Sometimes this is what the top players can do. They can just pull a victory out of a game that they definitely 99% of the time should lose. That Vortex just grabbing the wolf off face, 5 HP. And that's why every bit of...
That Vortex was so intense.
Yeah, that's why every tiny bit of face damage does matter. If he'd done just a tiny scratch more, Alucard, during that game, then he would have won it at that point. Goodness me. Unbelievable. Okay, let's hope Alucard can come back from that, because that's really frustrating. He must have felt like he was just about to win that. He knew he was almost dead, but goodness me. Goodness me. Yeah, we saw Lady and Frey. Sometimes Lady and Frey with that piercing shot can finish games off like that. You think your opponent doesn't have any direct face damage, but suddenly lining up that Lady and Frey, that third piercing shot, can be a surprise.
Yeah, I think if Alucard would have been a little bit more strategic with the arcane bolts, they easily could have pulled that out.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the best mana trades, especially with the when it could have been used with the statue on face to potentially save a few spankings from that statue. The king of comebacks. Okay. Giveaway is running. If you want to get involved in the chat, we are on a 60-second delay, so see you in 60 seconds. But exclamation point GGtoor and the trophy. Big shout out again to GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy for putting on this event for you. Okay, we're going into game number 2. Best of 3. Lazur 1 game up. Alucard going full of FloFlorian, Lazur playing Ravager.
I don't think Lazur's played Ravager yet. I don't think we've seen a Ravager being played yet.
Oh, I think you might be right. I feel like I've played against him with this deck a few times. He's got ATG drone, he's got Succubus in there, high DPS units that will really benefit from his perk 2. Here comes the ATG drone, just spawned in the middle, trying to collect a lot of stuff. Scritillary with the recent nerf doesn't kill ATG drone. I think one of the missiles missed as well. That's some nice defense. So remember, Ravager is a very aggro master. Perk 1 and perk 3, you're going to get that extra unit to push with. Here we go. He would prefer that the Brutus was ahead of everything else, rather than joining the party a little bit too late. But here comes Yahoon! First time we've seen the mythical Yahoon. Sunder Spell in hand. Arcane Bolt.
Ooh.
I'd see that's a better Arcane Bolt for me. Because that Succubus could be a nightmare.
Yeah, that would have been huge with the Brutus there to tank.
Okay, so you can see he's defending here, but he's decided, hey, I need a bridge. Because the problem is you can defend pretty well sometimes against these pushes from Ravager, but you find yourself so far behind on XP that it's almost inevitable. But the push is still going. The bridge was taken, but it has been taken back. Yahoon's going to go down. That Brutus has got a spirit on it. The Wolf's going to start shutting it down.
And it has lifesteal. That's huge, because lifesteal means that if you're not putting enough damage into that Brutus, it will literally just sit there, and we've seen it eat half of Alucard's health, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that's the push down, but you can see Lazur did a lot of face damage and is ahead in XP. That worked out perfectly for him. He won't have another push like that until his perk 3. Okay, so Unholy Ground being used there just to try to keep
Forcing the reload was really good.
Yeah.
Then it allowed the rest of the skeletons to come through, so kind of unlucky with
this is
the way
massive
that those
damage.
reloads worked out.
That ATG drone with a sliver of health just shredding, and the Unholy Ground was keeping it alive by getting the aggro on the skeletons. That's huge. Okay.
And we still have perk 3 of the Terror Brutus, which is going to push in, and that's going to be huge.
Scratillery on face, nothing to defend it. Not only does it get the damage from the Scrats landing, those Scrats getting a few hits off. 290 HP.
The Scrat's hiding!
Oh, he's in the corner!
Away.
That Scrat in the corner. Okay, Setsu takes it out, but boy, he was surrounded by coins.
Lazur gave a thumbs up to the Scrat MVP. That was Jolo's origin story right there.
Didn't see that. Wow. 240 HP. This is looking very problematic for Alucard right now. There we see. Unholy Ground on face. Look at that Succubus. That Succubus has got 1 HP and it's going to shred though. 140 HP left.
We have a Daggerfall and a Scratillery on Laser's side. That's
there
game. There's 2 face damaging spells.
Wow. That is 2 games to 0. We had a bit of drama at the start there, but the first game was very, very close indeed. The second game, Lazur closing it out quite comfortably, I think. He got a few units there. That the ATG drone with hardly any HP getting huge value. That's frustrating when you 99% kill a unit, but it's still there and still shredding your face. What do you think of that, Florian?
I just played a game myself and I got really angry because I lost one because I should have won.
Oh, well, thanks for paying attention to the tournament.
Yeah.
Professional as always.
That's why people love me.
Sorry if we're interrupting your gaming time.
Nah, I've seen a bit of it. Yeah. The Lazur Scratilleries are pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever Alucard pushed out with his cards, it was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm playing a game right now.
Yeah, that Scrat in the corner was hilarious.
No, that was great. I like to think that Jolo got his name from being a Scrat that landed in the corner but actually managed to kill the Master. And then he was forever known as Jolo the Hero Scrat.
Could be. Okay, I just drew the giveaway and unfortunately I drew myself. That's a little awkward. Guess we'll re-roll it. Oh, Jimmy D Knight. Okay, so the question is, where are we going next? You get Jimmy's giveaway sorted, and then we will figure it out. Do we have another game lined up, guys? Can you see?
We don't have another game lined up yet. If we just continue following this bracket, though, next will be Lazur versus Bitty Hobgoblin.
Hey. Find out, so bring the bracket back up, see where we are. So you guys in the chat can check out the bracket as well, should you wish to. There it is. So we've finished the winners bracket. We are on the redemption bracket right now. Okay, so it looks like Nadaraja is beating Gus Stevie, so we're going to have Niprax against Nadaraja on one side of the redemption bracket. We've got Biddy Hobgoblin versus Lazur on the other side. The winner of each of those will meet in the final of the redemption bracket. The winner of that will then play Set in the redemption bracket final, and the winner of that will then play Deadshot in the final.
It's a lot of final.
I mean,
And then
hopefully,
if they beat him, then it'll go into the final.
exactly. Thank you. Somebody was listening. We tried to keep that as simple as possible for you guys there. Thanks for following. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting to see. Okay, we're just going to keep following this bracket. So it's going to be Biddy Hobgoblin against Lazur. So we need to. Got Lazur spectated here. So we just need to figure out what their bans are. Still best of 3. We'll let you know when it changes to best of 5. Best of 3 at this point. Okay. Biddy's easy to find. Just look for the idiot with the purple name.
Aha!
Okay, he's offline at the moment. Okay, so Lazur against Biddy Hobgoblin. We just need to...
Alright. I'm ready.
Oh, welcome back. Right.
Yeah.
You go somewhere? Or are you finishing a game? Sorry if we interrupted your gameplay. Sorry guys, we're just going to hold the stream here. Hold the tournament. Florian's playing a ladder match.
Brother.
Yep, he's trying to get above all the triple Brutish Betrayers on ladder, but he can't. They're just too strong.
My goodness.
Anyways, guys, I'm sure people think it's funny. I really hope they do. So yeah, Lazur is obviously favorite to win this tournament, but he is in the loser bracket, which is, or is he? Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Which is weird. It's also weird that Cat is not in the tournament anymore, so I don't know who's gonna win the tournament anymore. It's still most likely Lazur, but it could be anyone, really. It's complete madness right now. So, yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting death. It's gotta be Deathshot or Cat, but Deathshot.
Hold on, not Cat. Cat's not in it.
Lazur. Yeah, or Lazur.
We're just used to saying
Deathshot will have the second chance, but it's still gonna be like, ooh, this is gonna be mad stuff because Deathshot is definitely
Now,
has the chance to take that.
Lazur did get knocked out by Niprax before, and Niprax has the option if they beat. Let me double check this real quick, make sure my stuff's refreshed so I'm actually telling you accurate information. Yeah, if Niprax beats Nadaraja, then Lazur and Niprax could have a rematch. And if Niprax did it once, they could easily do it again, and then it would be Niprax versus Deshu. So it's not even like it's going to guaranteed be a Lazur versus Deshu.
Yeah, it's always nice when these don't pan out exactly as we're expecting. I know, that kind of sucks. Some people are going to have to fall by the wayside, but for the people watching at home and for us watching here, it's always interesting to see different names getting towards the end of the tournaments. Yeah, we've seen a lot of good players today. I don't feel like we've seen many mistakes. I don't really recall too many matches being just decided by somebody messing up.
I disagree. I feel like the match up with Set and who was the second person, where both sides made quite a few mistakes, and that was, I would say, the only match with real mistakes in there.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the bans to come in. Be able to see. And we'll confirm the bans back to the players just to make sure we don't have any issues. Okay. Right. Got a ban from Lazur. Okay, here we go. Right. Bans. Biddy. Right.
But yeah, Lazur definitely favored in that thing. Biddy pushed the Cat from winners bracket to loser bracket, so two people that pretty much took out Cat are currently playing against each other, which is very interesting. But favorite is in my opinion still obviously Lazur taking the win on the last tournament, and I think the tournament even before that, I'm not sure. But pretty damn crazy.
Okay. But we got the bands in. When the players are happy, and then we'll let you guys know what the bands are. And okay, so the bans are Biddy Hobgoblin has banned wildcards. Lazur has also banned wildcards. We haven't seen a single wildcarded match so far, which is interesting. Biddy's banned Apep, plus Ghost Turret and Black Hole. Lazur has banned Milloween, plus Crystal Blast and Chopper. Okay, so Florian's going to join us on the cast for this one, assuming he's available. I don't know if you're in a game or something, Florian.
I'm not in a game.
I don't want to...
I've been waiting the entire time for you.
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, my bad. Okay, thanks for making some time in your busy schedule for this one. Okay, so let's get Florian here. Okay, so are you ready to go, Florian? We've got Lazur and we've got Biddy, so ready when you are.
I am spectating Lazur right now, so I'm ready. I'm
Ready.
ready to rumble.
Nice. Okay, so we're gonna have. Thank you, Cosmic, for putting the bans in the chat. We got Biddy banning wildcards, Apep, Ghost Turret, and Black Hole. We got Lazur banning wildcards, Milloween, Crystal Blast, and Chopper. Defenso. Chopper. Right, so we're just waiting for the players to ready up, making some last changes maybe to their decks, maybe just choosing exactly what they're going to play, maybe trying to outsmart their opponents. Let's find out. Still in the redemption bracket, so still best of 3. We still have a couple of matches to go before we get into the best of 5. I know we had one best of 5 already, which is just a little quirk of how the bracket works. But don't worry. Sinobii, if he's got a free 45 minutes or something, he'll explain to you exactly why that is the requirement. Something to do with the restrictions of the tournament website that we use. Just don't question.
Yo.
Just don't question.
Biddy help. Sorry. If Biddy wins that, I'll shave off my beard.
What? Can you just say that again?
If Biddy wins that,
And will the shaving be on stream?
I would have to do it in front of my PC, and it's a lot of hair, you know. But
No, you can do it through your phone. I can show you how to route your phone camera through OBS. I got you.
Want to.
Go.
Or I could.
We could listen.
Yeah, don't blame logistics, man. Like I can make this happen.
You're looking for excuses already. Like you haven't even agreed to it, and you're already trying to get out of it. You guys heard that? FloFlorian said that if Biddy Hobgoblin wins this best of 3, he will shave his beard off. And hopefully we'll watch it.
I'm not saying that you should purposely lose just to make FloFlorian shave, but I am saying that it would be a way that he could accept the fact that you lost while also still shaving his beard.
I don't know how I feel about this though, because it feels like Florian, if he shaves his beard, he wins in this situation because he gets rid of his ridiculous beard. I'm not sure who this is benefiting.
I don't know. I'll shave it out off it eventually. Well, I'm just gonna lock
You're gonna shave your head as well.
Can we get a prediction going?
That is absolutely not going to happen.
So just to confirm, if Biddy wins this game, you'll shave your beard. If he wins the tournament, you'll shave your head.
I will not shave my head. Under no circumstances will I shave my head.
I tried, stream. I tried.
What if who's the least likely person to win? What if Naprax wins the tournament?
Jesus, so like.
Oh yeah, will you do it live on stream?
Right now, where I suffer in one way or another, or.
Will you shave your beard on this stream right here, if we get the perfect storm of results? I don't want you to say this and then come up with days worth of excuses. You know, if you said it, we want to hold you to it. We want to see it.
Yes.
He said yes! He said yes! There we go.
Alright, Biddy, we're all rooting for you, man. Come on, this is our next pre-match content
Lazur.
is just gonna be FloFlorian.
And you know what to do, Lazur. It's all up to you.
Wow. This is where you and Lazur could really fall out.
Could I like become like best friends now or like biggest enemies?
Beardgate.
Straight up, we'll just fucking. Sorry guys, I gotta go right now.
Your internet will just mysteriously cut out. He's disappeared. What do we do? We'll hold him to it.
That's
Look at him. I want to see.
Like he's just good. Like he would instantly get like 200 messages on Discord. Hey, where's that beard shaving clip?
Oh.
Okay, they're just making decks.
Really deep hole. I probably.
Oh, here we go. If Biddy wins, Fish, will you shave your head? If
No.
Biddy wins the entire tournament.
Nope, no, 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 no. This is not about me. This is about FloFlorian. Don't try and don't distract from that. I'm not here. I did not say yes. I said no many times. No, 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 no. Okay, let's make sure we still got these set up. Players sometimes restart their games and then that messes up the spectator. Looks like we're okay. But he said 2 minutes making a deck. That was 3 minutes ago. Unacceptable.
Well, I mean, he never specified that it was Earth minutes. Martian seconds are equal to about 2.5 minutes. So if he's decided to pull a fast one on us and use those, then we got like another 15 hours or so.
Guess I made an assumption there. My mistake. Tangelizer says, I'm just so thankful Florian took time out of his gaming to cast for us. Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, thanks
Yeah.
Florian.
Oh, don't worry about it. I do it for the fun. I don't even get anything out of it, as far as I know. Do I get something out of it?
You get to shave your beard. Here we go!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything out of it, yeah.
Okay, FloFlorian is casting this one with me if he's available.
So I can't go too professional on that if I'm not even getting paid, brother.
What do you mean too professional? You haven't even grazed professional. Okay. Biddy Hobgoblin is playing.
Wait a second. Fish. What?
What? What?
What?
What?
What?
And Lazur is playing Diona.
Oh, the door.
Hold on, what's happening? They're burning mana. No, they're not. Okay, here we go.
They didn't. They perfectly played it. Absolutely insane.
They
Holy
did.
shit. I've never seen such an insanely perfect play from
Both of them
sides.
perfect on the 11th mana ticked over. Okay, we've seen the ATG drone do shredding face damage today.
Oh, the Dragon Whelp is gonna be so good.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball, let's go.
Do we see Vortex?
Ooh.
It's gonna trade
3
better.
mana though. It's not really worth it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to remember the mana freeze as well. Like the Arcane Bolt, you think it's 2 mana, but hey, guess what? Your next 2 mana are gone. It's a 4 mana card. Artillery putting on the pressure. This is a lot of face damage to start off with. Blood Imp's on the field as well.
I mean, I don't know. 600 is not a lot.
Don't make me look stupid.
Still, I'm sorry.
My god, you apologized. I didn't know you had that in you. Okay, Shock Rock, nice. Shock Rock.
Anyways,
Nice.
it's gonna be back and forth. Both sides are completely playing EXP. I don't think the damage really matters too much.
We see the Nether Bats. Maybe you get 2 of them now. Each one does
And
less
it's a lot
damage
of-
than previous, but together they do more. And you get 2 of them.
Ooh,
And they
that's big
split.
brain. That's one way to nerf bats.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Okay, hold on. We got the
I
score
don't
on
know
the
why
screen
I'm
incorrect. Let me fix that. Best of 3. 0-0. My mistake. Sorry, stream.
This could be so random. This entire game could just be completely random.
Very close. Artillery coming in on the aimbot. Remember the aimbot not spawning with marksmanship. Without the Outlander tech buff.
No healing puff either, huh?
No, those blood imps doing more face damage.
I don't know about that one.
Nice use of the shield to tank though, but of course it's not going to be available should he need it for the next cycle.
Exactly. I feel like this artillery on his face the entire time whenever he defends himself is going to be a lot more annoying. And XP for Lazor there is Ruffles, yeah. Gonna be bad.
Some work. Okay, so the bats were his free card. Artillery's going to be great here. It's going to shut down.
Here he needed shield.
Yeah, it's going to shut down the aimbot and do face damage. Jolo doing some work. Ruffles going. Look how deep that potion is. Is that like was that on the bridge?
Yeah. That doesn't seem like it was on the bridge at all. It wasn't. It definitely wasn't.
Yes, that's the deepest it can spawn. Okay, XP still neck and neck. The assassin's going to do some work at the top there. Ruffles going for a heal this time. Shockrock keeping the assassin alive. Assassin. Oh, I'm not sure about that. If the assassin goes invisible, it's going to keep trading here. Okay, that assassin got loads of value. Doesn't quite kill the elite swarmer, but got a lot more value than it really should have there. Just went invisible when the stint was going to take it out.
But there's nothing you can really do. Like, the AGG is just not getting any value. It's so sad to see. It's so sad to see.
It's like the worst bridge grab ever.
Yeah. Kinda.
Didn't even get a scratch on face. I mean, sometimes it's really frustrating when you're playing someone that's got a really cheap deck and they're taking the bridge with 1 or 2 mana and then you have to take it back with 5 mana. You just feel like you're just losing out. Lovely Shockrock taking out both of the bats there. Shockrock picking up the assassin. That's nice. He can't be dropping too much more face damage. He's down to 1107.
It's not on his Dragon Whelp yet, though. That's cool. I think Billy is actually out cycling Lazor. So if he really goes for cycle, he could definitely take this, though.
Here we go. Bit of face damage from the ATG drone. Get its value there. Here come the bats.
Oh, that might be it. Just play cycle. Make sure that he's not going to be able to use the... Exactly, now he uses... Look at that!
ATG
he doesn't have
drone's back.
anything to do with it anymore.
Pop Scrat's available, but they're going to take a while to kill it.
Yeah.
Assassin again getting some value at the bottom there, but the Shockrock comes in. Not sure about that Taunt Totem. Didn't really do anything though. It's difficult to use the Taunt Totem against the Whirly Scratch just because it's got such a long range. Perk 3 for both players.
The Jumping Monkey, huh? Good one. Good damage, good bridge grab. That's still game. That could be go anyway. Come on, my man. Lazor.
Okay, remember, if Biddy wins this best of 3, FloFlorian is going to shave his beard.
Oh no, Lazor!
It's the push coming though. That's the monkey supporting the push, getting straight in there. Windwalker, but the assassin doesn't mess about. Shockrock. There's a lot of face damage coming in from the ATG drone that can really put the DPS down. This could be too much. ATG drone, artillery defensively, but we've still got the Whirly Scrat wailing away here. The next attack's pushing. Whirly Scrat's still going. 95-70, 15 game.
He's throwing. My beard.
That's 1 down.
Biddy Hobgoblin has taken the first game.
Insanely well played from Biddy. Oh my god, I think I just turned on his cheats, bro.
Wow.
Oh no.
Biddy looked at the stream. The
vortex was just so good.
He looked at FloFlorian's beard and he thought, I've got to help a brother out.
But don't forget Lazor. He is the clutch god.
Yeah, comeback king.
I'll never lose it again. So the comeback king, yes, absolutely. Must be, please be.
We could see as that game went on, the ATG drone became more and more important. The counters to it were not available.
So crazy. bats actually, bats and shock rock. That's what him wanted. That's what he used to kill the dragon whelp with, and that's why the G drone was able to live for so long and do so much damage.
Yep, that thing puts out serious DPS. We've seen it shred face a few times today. But for a long time in that game, it was just a liability. Spawning at the bottom bridge, grab the bottom bridge.
Pretty hot problem with the spoilers.
I got your beard. What do you mean he's got your beard? He's going to send it to you? You're going to send the beard to him? Does he win the beard? Is that his prize?
Wait, are you gonna mail Biddy Hobgoblin the remains of your beard?
Is that legal?
I am not sure if that's legal. If he pays me $1,000, I'll send it to him.
It seems like you need a toxic sticker on that parcel.
Oh yeah, no, Planky makes a point. Like you should cut half of your beard now, and then the other half when he wins the second match.
Go. Okay, so we're still in this best of 3. Biddy's taken the first game. Lazur, of course, never count him out. Seen Biddy play APEP quite a lot. APEP's been banned a lot of times in the other matches, so it's interesting that Lazur didn't fear the APEP as much as he feared the Milloween. Maybe regretting that a little bit.
Ooh. I'll be back in a second. Food is here.
Okay. Let's just pause the stream. Florian's got something to do.
Yep.
We'll be here when you're ready. Let us know. We don't want to interrupt
Yeah.
your day. Sorry
Yeah,
for
no
the
worries.
inconvenience.
If you need to take some time to, you know, like get your affairs in order before you shave your beard and commit social suicide,
I don't know. I feel like coming on cam with that beard.
or is it a social
suicide.
rebirth?
Yeah.
Like, is this a
Redemption.
phoenix rising from the ashes? Like when the beard goes, FloFlorian like loses all of his ego like immediately.
That's it. That's where his power came from. Okay, so the players just deciding what they're going to go into the second game with. So just a reminder, we're in the redemption bracket right now. 1-0 to Biddy Hobgoblin, best of 3 against Lazur. Not sure who we're going to see after this, but we've got on the other side of the bracket, got Niprex and Nataraja that doesn't look like it's happened yet, so we may see them after this. Hopefully we can see every match from now on if the time allows. We've still got, of course, Deadshot and Set awaiting the winners of this this bracket right at the business end of the tournament. Seems like they got to their stages in the tournament quite a while ago, but that's just how these redemption dual elimination tournaments seem to go. The redemption bracket does take a little longer to get through. We burned through the winners bracket, but don't worry, we've still got plenty more awesome games to go. Okay, so the players just taking a little while to decide on what they're going to do.
All right.
You're back?
Are you gonna? Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Full in action. I'm gonna eat later though, because I am dedicated.
How
caster.
professional.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Just waiting for them to decide what they're going to do. Again, as we've said many times today, a big shout out to GGtoor, to Betadwarf, and to Team Mana Frenzy for supporting this event, for putting it on. A big shout out to Sinobii, of course, for getting everything together behind the scenes, doing a great job in the Minimasters community tournament scene, as well as tournaments in other games. And thanks to my co-casters, FloFlorian, Cosmic Vortex, and Iamthedannysaur. Have a look. Have we got a giveaway running? Let's find out. Okay, let's start another giveaway. We're giving out big dwarf packs as we go today. 300 rubies, 15 power tokens of Minion Masters. Awesomeness. Of course, the rules do not permit the cards that have just been released from the current outlandish expansion. So we're not seeing the Vulture Prime or the TAS. But any other balance changes to the current cards are, of course, permitted. Okay, let's get an update, because we have been waiting for a while. Sorry for the delay, guys. We'll just try to speed things along a little bit here. Let's check what's in the shop today. Oh, Florian's got a hat on.
Oh yeah, really
Free-
cool hat.
Free season pass.
Team Mana
today.
Frenzy.
Hashtag Team Mana Frenzy.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Hey. Remember I made up the hand signs for Team Mana Frenzy that nobody else wanted to do? I can teach you them if you want. Look. Team Mana
No, I'm not gonna do it.
Frenzy. Let's go. I did it for the whole team. Do you know who did it with me? Nobody.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's reasonable.
to be fair, I can't see you right now.
Probably for the
I'll
best.
get to see the motions in a minute.
Team Mana Frenzy. Spent quite a long time figuring that out. Nobody cares though.
No, I must ask you a question, but I'm shaving it for later.
Oh.
Yeah.
Worst joke of the day. Goodness me. Okay. Find out what's going on with these guys. Okay, here we go! Strap in!
Lazur, I believe in you. Please, save me. Anyway,
Save the beard.
alright, Mortar against Ravager. What a... Oh no. Azor, I trust in you. Come on. Ravager obviously a very aggressive deck, and Mortar more of a late game. So we'll see on how this will go.
Here we go,
Let's
Rammer
go.
coming in.
Oh! The ball!
The wall, that's perfect right now. Scotty's going to shred it. It's going to get pulled away by the Vortex. Scrutillery coming in. Needs to get Scotty down. The Rammer could get some value, but not too much. He invested a lot there, the Scrutillery and the Vortex.
I cannot believe
fully
he
worth it.
expected a ball.
Ooh, Scotty getting shredded by the Rammer.
So there was...
Okay.
Wait, is that wild card? Or is
know.
that...
That Rammer seemed to come around pretty quickly. We'll just pay attention to that to see exactly what's happening.
But maybe one of it was
It was a British betrayer.
Yeah, one of one might have been...
Whoa, say that again. Combustion's going to take out the sniper. We've got the Troubadour pushing at the bottom. Needs some support though, but he's got a Nether Step! Nether Step,
Big
he's going to be on
brain.
face. This is huge.
Huge brain. Oh, they revived though. We could have revived that.
Okay, he needs to shred through that Troubadour because he's doing huge. Oh, it's the Vortex keeping it alive. The Rammer coming in as well. This is massive damage. Rip the beard. Rip the beard. Shoprock comes in. Glensbrew keeps it alive. 95 HP. 95 HP. The beard lives on. The beard is over.
Done! Just like that! Bitty Hobgoblin saying no! Not today.
There goes the beard. Look at the look on his face. Look how sad he looks. Wow. Bitty Hobgoblin, huge deck. Very, very aggro.
No wonder
Straight
why
in
Cat
there.
got... Jesus, these decks are dirty.
God.
So dirty.
Goodness me.
And this goes to show you, Bitty Hobgoblin did the research. They knew that Lazur was going to be playing a Mordar, and purposely played a deck that was ridiculously strong and pointed against it, throwing
Wow.
all of their cards into betting that Lazur was going to play this
The
specific deck.
Vortex plays were so good.
Yep. You just
Oh
can't.
my god.
You put your units down to defend, but they just get socked away. Okay. Now, where are we going next, boys? Okay, let me restart my game real quick. Wow. That was aggro on aggro on aggro. Okay, so Biddy.
Wait, isn't that... That's a very similar deck to Lazur deck. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, my beard. What am I gonna do now?
Look like you don't live on the street? I don't know.
So what was the bet again? Please repeat.
You need to shave on
Mhm.
stream
The beard. The beard is gone.
today. The beard.
On stream.
On stream.
Look at him. Can you just confirm the bet? Because I've forgotten already that I've got to shave my beard off and I'm trying to
I
get out
wasn't
of
paying
this.
attention. See, this is why you should pay attention, FloFlorian, because you might wake up one day and then have to shave on someone else's stream.
Yikes. Okay, so I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. When I get back, we will figure out where we're going next. And then we'll get that match ready for you. Okay, one moment.
I'm pretty bad at gambling, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm watching this clip, seeing Lazur's face when the game was decided is priceless. Special shout out to James Bonfires for clipping that.
Oh no. Okay, but we gotta figure out when we're gonna do this and how exactly. But yeah, I said I will do it, and I will do it.
Okay.
I gotta make sure not to dox myself by accident, though.
Right, we might be able to
Alright.
catch the end.
Yeah,
Oh no, they're just finished.
James Bonfire says that you can use either a traditional or an electric razor. You can ban one of them.
No
I'll
wild carding
ban
razors.
the traditional
No wild
razor.
carding razors.
I'll ban the traditional razor. I don't have a traditional, I only have the electrical.
Okay, so it looks like we've got Biddy Hobgoblin versus Nataraja as the next match. Nataraja coming out on top against Niprax, and as we saw, Biddy Hobgoblin beating Lazur. So we'll start getting ready for that. This, of course, is still best of 3, still in the redemption bracket. The winner of this match, if I'm correct, goes through to play Set in the redemption bracket final. It's a little confusing how it is on the website, but that should be correct. Okay, so got to here, right? Biddy Hobgoblin to spectate here. Roger. Using with 2 games running, but doing okay. Okay, Roger here. Okay, wrong button.
So I gotta make sure, I gotta link my phone to my camera thing stuff, right?
Yes.
How do I
First
do
of all, we have to finish the tournament, and then we can concentrate.
Oh,
on
after the tournament. Okay,
removing your
good.
face.
So I can eat now.
I mean, you can do it when
Yeah,
you
we
want.
can do
but-
that.
No, I'm not. After the tournament, we're gonna have a special time, and we're gonna have a.
Alright, I'll be playing Minion
yeah.
Masters while it's happening. I can't be bothered to pay full attention to it.
I don't blame you. Okay, Cosmic's going to join me on the commentary for this one, so we get that set up while we're waiting. Anybody knows anything about the bands upcoming for these, then
Nope.
interesting to find out. Yeah, Biddy Hobgoblin kind of taking some names today.
Mm-hmm.
Very good to see. Fish Tank Guild member, of course, just saying. Name drop. Sorry.
It's a great guild.
Seems pretty good. Oh, I need to
Off
do my
chat.
I need to do my conquest today. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna do a Florian. I'm out of here. I've got to go do my conquest.
Yeah, just do your conquest during the final. Like it's no need to actually like shoutcast or anything.
Let me know who wins.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get in touch with Biddy. Okay. Okay, so we are watching you against Rachel. Let me know. And okay. Florian is not happy with Lazur. Okay. Now, yeah, we do have a giveaway running, so if you want to get involved, Big Dwarf Pack, of course, ! GGtoor with the trophy emoji. Copy and paste is the way to get that involved. Okay, so waiting for the players. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament. We've tried to make it the stream as awesome as possible. We've got the dual deck technology as pioneered by Sinobii himself, so you can see both players' hands. We've got caster cams, so you can see all the casters in their glory. So hopefully that's adding an extra bit of enjoyment to the stream for you. Thanks again for being part of it.
Yes.
Okay, so Biddy's saying he needs a break. How long he wants that for? Right, Biddy asking for a break.
But hey, here's another offer. Something I will do for free.
As long as you're not trying to weasel out.
Whoever subs to Bad as a Fish now will get a shout out while I'm shaving my beard.
Oh,
On
wow.
stream.
Wow.
So
Dang.
I'm gonna write down these names, and you are gonna be in like eternal. You are going to be remembered for all
You're
time.
going to shave your
One
beard
time,
and yell somebody's name.
Everyone knows me. This video is gonna go
Like,
around.
this is for you. Someone makes a special Twitch account that's like I love wildcards and then subs.
Do it. Do it. My goodness. Look at him. The realization creeping over his face. Okay, Biddy wants a little bit of a break. So, see, let's honour that. He says he's just played Cat and Lazur back to back, so he's a little bit mentally exhausted. These tournaments, of course, go on for quite some time. We've been live for 5 hours and 40 minutes. So it's a long event. Remember, there's lots of tournaments available for Minion Masters. We have these big tournaments every now and then every month I run a 1v1 and a 2v2 tournament, which is a play over time event. So instead of having to be here for the whole day, you just get 3 days to complete each of your matches. So there's loads of awesome tournaments available for Minion Masters. Great place to learn. Yeah, go ahead.
I also host my tournaments. I actually have one coming up next week. That's called Rookies to Riches, which is specifically built around teaching newer players the basics. So if you're like, oh, I want to join a tournament, but I'm worried about how well I'll do. Well, the first, like next week, we'll have the 1v1 portion where you'll get placed. And then you'll get paired with someone who is better than you, can help teach you new tricks. And then they can work with you over the next week for 2 Saturdays from now, we'll have a 2v2 portion. And it's not so much about who wins, that it's more about like the community aspect and like learning and so forth.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yo, can you send me the tournament link and like a Discord and whatever for it? I will definitely join that. That sounds so much fun. Like, so much fun.
Put it in the chat as well. Let's get some people in there. Tangelizer just gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Tangelizer.
Hey, look at you, Tangelizer.
Okay, you got to yell Tangelizer's name as you're shaving your beard.
Tangelizer's name and
what about he can? How about Tangelizer can provide a phrase of choice for you to yell?
It depends on how family friendly and if it's wildcard friendly, I'm not sure.
It allows a single wildcard.
Thank you, Tangelizer, for the support.
But yeah, please write down the names because I'm not going to.
Wow.
Yep.
No, you're allowed a single. You're allowed a single wildcard. Just because a lot of the newer players don't understand how to do some of that stuff, but it also takes out things like ungodly amounts of rammers. I found that that's a pretty good compromise between allowing newer players to play what they're comfortable with or what they've already made, while also not having ridiculously cheap stuff.
Oh, something to remind everyone in this tournament right now is that there is that totally OP play of the event. So if you've got any clips of people doing some really funny stuff in the tournament, if you're really lost and you don't know what to do anymore, and you know, let's say like, screw it, I'm gonna play a meme deck, that's your time, because you can win 50 bucks with that, as far as I remember, right? And we will select the top play for the 50 bucks. So even if you're not that good of a player, with just a funny play, you can make it 50 bucks money.
Okay, yeah, just go to the GGtoor Discord to find out more. You can find out about that if you go to the tournament page. Fish hat is here. Look, bracket, just singular. Okay. Right. Yeah, let's just to clarify what my good friend FloFlorian said. GGtoor, totally OP Play of the Event Award. Okay, whether you are a player or a fan, if there is a play during the tournament you think is worthy of winning the award, just clip it. Then make a tweet about it. The tweet must use hashtag GGtour in the tweet. Include the phrase, I nominate the player's name as GGtour top player of the tournament. Include the link to the Twitch clip, and it must be submitted no later than 24 hours after the grand final completes. The linked Twitch clip must also have hashtag GGtour in the clip title itself. Be a clip of gameplay that was live streamed on Twitch and occurred within a game that was part of the tournament. The clip could be either from an official tournament stream, channel, or from the channel of the player who made the play that was live streamed on their own point of view. The player does not need to make it to the top any amount of the event. Everyone playing qualifies for the possibility of winning the top play award. The tournament staff will review all the nominated clips that are tweeted following these rules and pick the winner. It could be you. Okay, so yeah, join the GGtoor Discord if you want to find out more about that. The link to the Discord is on the page, and I can get that for you for your convenience. Okay, here we go. That's not the right one. Okay. Perfect. Right, so we're just waiting. Biddy just wanted to have a quick break. Biddy wanted a break, which kind of suggested that he wanted to go away for like a FloFlorian 45-minute break or something, but just wanted a couple of minutes.
What are you talking about? My breaks take like less than 2 minutes.
He's a professional here. Okay. Right, bands coming in. Right. I've got one player's ban. We'll wait for the other players. We'll confirm them, and then we will move on. Okay, who's casting this one with me? I've lost count.
I am.
Oh. That means I already set it up. Damn. That's good then. Okay. Right, so I've got bands coming in. Okay, bands coming in soon. Remember, Minion Masters is a free-to-play game. If you're enjoying this and think you want to get involved, check out the link in the chat. Go grab it. It is free on Steam and on Xbox. And when Minion Masters 2.0 comes out soon-ish, it will be available on your phone. So that's very exciting. So big things coming in the future. But yeah, definitely check out this game if you're interested in it. Remember, free DLC this weekend. The new patch is being supported with the free DLC, the Outlandish Operations DLC. Grab that. That's available this weekend. I think it ends on Monday, maybe a bit later, but get it now on Steam and on Xbox.
Before you forget.
Before you forget, indeed. Indeed. It's normally about $10, I think, so that's some great value. Betadwarf doing a great job again, supporting the game, updating the game, giving us new content, and a free DLC for an entire weekend. Awesome. Okay, big shout out again to Tangelizer. Thanks for those gifted subs. Thanks for being part of the community. Much love. Okay. So the brackets are available. Always check those out. But yeah, we've still got Deadshot and Set awaiting the winner of this. So we've got Deadshot, Set, Nataraja, and Biddy Hobgoblin. So we're down to 4. If my counting works. I did it on my fingers and everything, so we should be okay there. So we're going to have Nataraja against Biddy Hobgoblin, and then the winner of that will play Set, and then the winner of that will play Deadshot. Simples.
Yeah. Just got like 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like 4 to 5 matches left. 5-ish. Say 5-ish.
Okay. Looks like we're getting the
narration.
We're getting the bands in. Okay, so bands. Let me message the players and then we'll announce it publicly to try and be as fair as possible. Biddy is banning this. Nataraja is banning this. Okay. Sinobii got gifted a sub by Made in Heaven. Okay. Right. Almost there, guys. Just get these confirmed. Right. Let's confirm the bands with the players. So. Okay. Right. So that's bands. Okay. So we got Biddy Hobgoblin banning Apep, Wildcards, Ghost Turret, and Black Hole. Nataraja banning Apep, Wildcards, Blast Crystal, and Vortex. So, no Apep in this best of 3. We've seen Biddy play Apep quite a lot, so that could be a targeted ban towards Biddy. Wildcards banned from both players. Biddy fearing the Ghost Turret. And also banning the Black Hole, so he could be playing some stuff that the Black Hole counters and wants to remove that potential counter. Blast Crystal and Vortex. See, Vortex been nerfed, but it's still getting banned quite a few times here, so players still appreciating how powerful it is. Okay, so let's have a look. Make sure we've got everything set up. Looks good. Okay, ready when you are. Ready. Okay, ready when you are. Okay, perfect. Thanks for the gifted sub to Sinobii. Much love, Made in Heaven. Okay. I haven't been counting how many subs we've got today, but I'm sure if we hit 10, somebody will force me to wear the fish costume.
I think you're at 6 that I've counted.
Well, I subbed today as well. I resubbed again.
7.
I saw someone else resubbing as well. So it's 8.
I feel like the counter's not right. What have we got? We've got Made in Heaven gifted a sub to Sinobii. Tangelize is gifted 5 subs. That's 6 in total. Black Hunter is 7. Poggy. Planky. Why do I call you Poggy? Planky is 8. FloFlorian is 9. So it looks like we're on 9 subs. No fish costume yet, thank God. Okay, got to keep this professional. So I've let the players know we're ready to go when they're ready.
Oh. People haven't given me 50 bucks since. What the hell?
What do you mean? That's not exactly what I said. Shouldn't you be shaving your beard or something? No, I said I was happy that I'm not having to wear the fish costume. Try and throw me under this bus. Okay.
If you will copy and paste the bands, fish.
Yeah. Sorry. I've got them here. Okay. Sorry, folks. Sorry. Okay. Planky subbed early, yes. Thank you. They were on 9. I did the counting. I think it's 9.
Yeah, we're on 9. We counted.
Confirmed. Okay. Okay, Nataraja's ready. We're just waiting on Biddy. Okay, awaiting. That's even better. 9 is more than 8. Confirmed. Right.
You are so smart, Fish.
I know.
You are so smart.
Stop. but don't really. Okay, remember.
I wish I had. So
Oh,
much
here we
burning.
go. Here we go. Good. We can switch scenes. Get rid of Florian. Let's go.
See ya.
Right. Nataraja against Biddy. Or if you're spectating from the other side, Biddy against Nataraja. Okay, Nataraja is Milloween, and Biddy is Milloween.
Mirror match.
Mirror match. Okay, let's make sure we got the score on the screen correctly. So remember, this is still best of 5. 3.
Yeah, best of 3.
That's... Who said 5? Who's here? Best of 3. Right. But this is the last best of 3. The winner of this goes through into the next round, which will be best of 5. Okay, let's get the cards on the screen. See what's going on. Right, here we go. Filling each other out at the start in a legal way. Scritillary coming in just to support it, do a bit of face damage, try to split the DPS, get that Defenso Chopper to live a little longer. So that's not a shabby amount of damage to start with. Activated Swarmers. We'll see a lot of spells, of course, in these decks.
Cannon Roller, great answer to Whirly Scrap.
Ooh, Arcane Bolts.
Arcane Bolt's a great answer to that, yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing that so often, especially on ladder now, since they changed it. Made it a little bit cheaper. People are all over it. Doesn't kill as much as it used to, but that's not so important. The Smite. If that Defenso dies, that's perfect. There we go. Bridges, he's forced out some extra spawns.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. There we
Yeah,
go.
when that it's so annoying when that one Scrat survives, takes the bridge back. Forced him to put his golem down. Okay, so flyby coming in. Black hole stops the flyby. Bounty Sniper lives, and we'll start getting some value. Bounty Sniper's only going to
We do
lose
still
its
have
shield,
Arcane
though.
Missiles.
Yep, there we
Arcane
go.
Missiles can take out the sniper, but it
Oh!
can be blocked. Oh, but it missed!
Oh my goodness. He aims those like I do. I swear they changed something with that, because I started missing them so much recently.
A lot of damage going on both sides right now. That Werewolf working it.
So normally when you see those arcane missiles missed, it's on air units, and people didn't quite target them correctly on air units. But the ground units, especially stationary ground units, shouldn't really be missing those. A little trick with the air units is just to look at the little line and the dot that connects it to the ground, and just aim at the dot on the ground. That's where they are in relation to where the spell's going to go. Flyby comes in, shut down with the black hole. Arcane missiles. Okay, this time takes out the sniper. Nice. But got an XP lead on the blue team here. And a lot of face damage being done.
Yeah, I think Biddy's just slowly behind, and they're just not able to make it up.
It's going to clear here, but look at his HP. His HP's dropped, and we know Milloween's going to have an arsenal of spells available.
I still think there's enough to really defend in Biddy's deck right now.
Arcane Bolt just shutting that golem down. Here come the wolves. They need dealing with. What does he have? Got the smite to clear anything, plus the heal. Remember, the activated smite's going to heal. Those wolves, one wolf's going to live, is it? No, it just goes down. Okay, the smite did a great job there. Still 305 HP. Perk 3 now for Nataraja. He's really in a strong position right now. Nice shock rock, but the cannon roller could be a problem here.
Cannon Roller's a huge problem because the bolt was used to counter one of the golems earlier.
275 HP. Scritillary being used defensively, but that's damage on face. 20 HP.
That's it. That's just a
Flyby
frost
coming
feather,
in.
and that's game.
Wow. Nataraja takes the first game 1-0. Seemed quite straightforward for him. Always seemed to be in the lead. Managed to do a lot of face damage. Got to perk 3 first. Just closed it out. Not exactly what we were expecting, but interestingly nonetheless. Hey. Just to confirm, whatever happens doesn't change the fact that our good friend FloFlorian is going to be shaving his beard. Doesn't matter what he says, what kind of excuses he comes up with, whether Biddy loses in the next match, it doesn't matter.
Like, Biddy is already a winner in all of our hearts.
That's locked in.
Because he's already managed to, you know, get a win for the crowd.
Oh, look, Florian's in the middle of Eden. Let's switch quickly back to Florian. Hey, Florian, what did you think about that game?
He's still muted. He's deafened too. He can't even hear you.
He doesn't care.
It's going to be a full minute before he even realizes he's on cam.
He doesn't care.
God. Imagine deafening yourself while you have your camera open to someone else.
Yikes.
God. I wonder if you even have his stream audio on. Like, Jesus, like...
That joke...
Man, that's just gotta be awkward.
That joke in my head was amazing, and it just absolutely died on its feet. We ended up just watching him in silence eat, and it just made it awkward for everyone.
Yep.
Oh well.
Yeah, no, like it's...
Can't land them all.
Hey man, like, some people just don't,
Tough crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the jokes are too clever and they just go over people's heads. Whose fault's that? Is that the comedian's fault?
That's true.
Or is it the audience
fault?
No.
It's FloFlorian's fault, for sure.
Thank you.
For sure.
He's going to come to the UK. Oh,
look, okay. He just posted in chat. He's about to figure out that he was on camera.
And shave his head. Professional as always, FloFlorian.
Look at him. I wonder if he's going to undeafen himself now.
He doesn't care. He's got his food. He doesn't mind. He's laughing. Okay, moving swiftly along. Okay, here we go. Nataraja playing Mordor and Biddy Hobgoblin. Oi, relax. Keep this channel clear. And Biddy Hobgoblin playing King Path.
Bounty Sniper coming out for the extra XP from the mass.
Be nice if you can keep that Bounty Sniper alive. Flicking off that extra XP. Stint taking the bottom bridge. There we see the Pincer taking out the Bounty Sniper before he got on the bridge as well. So that was nicely done. Remember that the Pincer of Dread ignores shields now. So it's way better than it was previously.
Yeah, and so Biddy can just keep that in their deck cycled with that Bounty Sniper, and if the Bounty Sniper gets a shield, it literally won't change that deck rotation at all.
Okay. Okay, so he's got a number of defensive tools, says Nataraju. He's got the wall, he's got the magma cannon. Now he's got the... Oh, he doesn't want to lose that sniper, but he did. That's frustrating. He does have the prowler, a cheap prowler as well. Okay, nicely done. Doesn't quite kill the drone at the top. I wanted to get a stun on that tombstone.
And Frost Feathers can be pretty risky with Mordor, because if you don't time it right, if something kills one of those Frost Feathers, then you will res a happy little Frost Feather.
Yeah. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt. Okay. Cage Prowler taking damage at the bottom. Is it going to spawn? It just spawned. Remember, if it takes, I think, 130 damage, it doesn't spawn. And it was right on the cusp there.
I can see FloFlorian once again trying to act cool by saying, "Oh, I already know how this match is gonna go."
Okay, best of 3, 1-0 to Nataraja, but we've got a match on our hands here. Bit of face damage coming on to the red team, but XP's about level. Okay, so here we go. Tombstone's activated. Defenso, that's a great res. Bounty Sniper, that's a great res. Gotta watch out here, though. Okay. Pincer. So I think the Pincer originally used to target buildings, but I don't think it does anymore.
No, it does not.
Right, we've got a little bit of face damage coming in onto the blue team, but it's not really important right now.
really good bridge swap.
Needs to try to keep this bounty sniper alive. Mordar's going to get stunned on face, so that needs dealing with. Bounty sniper's going to switch back. Everything's going to die on the red team here, though. Shock Rock comes in. I'm not sure about that, though.
That's necessarily going to do anything.
I mean, he Shock Rocked the Tombstone, but there was nothing about a res. The Tombstone's recharged now, so it seemed like a strange choice. We're going to get Bounty Sniper res at the top. We're going to get Defenso res at the bottom. Bounty Sniper taken out by the Pincer of Dread, but still a lot of units on the field for the blue team.
That defensive chopper is proving to be quite difficult for King Puff to handle, which
this is a
really
strong
unfortunate
push
that
now.
they didn't deny that res.
Bridge Switch is going to help, but it's not quite enough right now to clear this. Looks like the snipers are going to survive here. Whirly Scrat's going to go down. Sniper taking aggro. Oh, the Bounty Sniper moved up, couldn't help his fellow sniper. Bounty Sniper, the other sniper at the bottom seemed to trade pretty well, though. Here we go. Tombstone's up again. We've seen the Shock Rock be used to stun them, but the stun previously was irrelevant. Okay, the Pincer there onto the Warrior. Remember, the Pincer will target the highest HP unit, so the Warrior did tank that, kept the Bounty Sniper alive. Not really going to change things much, though. Needs to be careful here. He's going to get a stun here. The top's looking kind of problematic. Okay, here we go. Prowler's going to come in and maybe... Oh! Did you see the change of aggro there?
Horrible trade up top. Yeah.
That looked like the Stun Lancer attacked the unit that was dying, but stunned the caged Prowler. That was very unfortunate. Okay, here we go. XP well in Blue's favour, but red, Diddy Hobgoblin coming back. Okay, Bounty Sniper's still there in the corner, still alive, still getting some value. He's got a lot of HP, has Nanaraja. Doesn't want to take too much damage. Looks like that Cage Prowler's not going to spawn those. That's 3 mana effectively wasted. Let's see. Ticking away. Okay, there we go. Bounty Sniper down. But his rotation has got a Bounty Sniper available now, so he's ahead of the counter. So he's going to be able to get value out of the Bounty Sniper. He's going to get a few kills, and that's probably why he's ahead on XP right now. I think Nanaraja's in a good position.
Yeah, I think if Biddy's Shock Rocks were a little bit better timed and they were able to deny some of these defensive chopper reses, they would have a much easier time, because those skeleton hordes should be doing a lot more than they are, but they're just getting shut down by the defensive chopper and the whirly scrap. Pincer comes up, but there's already another Bounty Sniper out.
Yeah, Mana Frenzy about to tick over for the blue team. That should seal the deal, to be honest. Okay, Whirly Scrat res. Whirly Scrat on both bridges. We've got Whelps galore, snipers everywhere, Defenso, Warrior, Cage Prowler. One's waiting to spawn. There's another one as well. 2 Tombstones up. He's cycling super quick now. Bridge switch to slow things down, but it's just not going to be enough. Just the sheer value of the reses and the Mana Frenzy is going to be too much here. Nanaraja's going to take this by 2-0. He's going to progress, and he's going to knock out Biddy Hobgoblin. Wow.
Yeah, I did not see
Nanaraja
that
has
shot.
taken that 2-0. Well, like we could see from quite early on in that game how it was going to pan out, and eventually it happened. Biddy Hobgoblin says, "I'm too tired." I mean, these players have been playing for a long time. So big shout outs to them. You know, I only managed to play for 9 hours a day, and this tournament's been going on for a whole 6 hours, so they must be exhausted.
Yep.
No, but seriously though, to play at a very high level like they do for a long time, it is
to play it, because playing Minion Masters for 9 hours is totally different than playing in a tournament, because in a tournament setting you're constantly thinking, like every play you do, you're thinking about bans, like it's like the mental stress of playing in a tournament is so much higher than just regularly playing Minion Masters.
I'm just giving them a hard time, of course. Yes, okay, well played to Nanaraja. You have progressed. That means we've completed the original bracket, and we are in our final 3. So we've got Deadshot, who has been awaiting the next contestant in the grand final, but Nanaraja needs to get past Set if he's going to get there. So Set against Nanaraja is going to be our redemption bracket final.
That was interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
We saw a lot of plays from Billy. that was a lot of mistakes there.
Yeah.
And overall, minion placement, minion usage, when did he use what, where did he use what, the shock rocks were obliterated.
He
So
did say he
that
was tired, and I know by the end of my stream I start playing like Florian.
How often do you beat me? How often have you beaten me in games before?
I've forgotten.
Like
I don't
10% maybe?
I don't think it's as high as that. Okay, so good work, everybody. I haven't done the tutorials. No, leave me alone. I'm new to the game. I'm learning. Okay, so we'll work on getting the next game set up for you. We're going to be moving into the best of 5 territory. The next game will be casted by myself and FloFlorian, assuming you've finished your food. Are you? I don't want to interrupt you. Are you available, FloFlorian?
I am available. I can put it aside for now.
Oh, wow. Selfless.
I'm professional.
Okay, so let's set this up and then we'll figure out exactly what's going on with the players. FloFlorian. Okay, boom. Okay, so let's see if the bracket's been updated. So we're waiting on Seta and Nanaraja. Like the game hasn't been reported yet. Oh, no, now it has. Okay. So I think Sinobii might need to add the... So it's going to be set against... Okay, so... Yeah, we're in best of 5. All the games now are going to be best of 5. That changes things a little bit. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being part of the stream. We're getting towards the business end of it. And of course, after the stream, we may, or after the final, we may be seeing FloFlorian shaving his beard. Which everyone's excited about, except him.
I highly doubt it.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Okay, so let's get this set up. Make sure we're ready to go when the players are ready. We've got Nanaraja here. So I can restart my game real quick.
Yeah. Currently, KP versus Mortar decks, and in the winning of the KP usually, because the King Puff is just with the bridge swaps, especially, be able to take down all of these minions from Mortar very, very quickly and efficiently. I definitely think he could have won the game, but he just didn't. He just wasn't able to take advantage of it. Anyways, and stop it, Azur, please. What a sacrifice for Florian. Thank you, Deathshot.
Putting your supper aside for...
and essentially cutting off half of my soul.
Wow. No, he's talking about you putting the supper aside, I think. He's not even talking about your beard.
Oh. Well, at least we need more people like me in the world, it seems like.
I mean,
at least he said that.
Let's not think about that. You mean people like you, but not quite like you? Like maybe your sister?
No. I really hope you were not gonna make a sister joke.
No, it wasn't a joke.
You have a... Oh, God.
I think it's just funny how uncomfortable it makes you.
Sisters.
Okay. Now.
You like sisters?
No, I just like making you uncomfortable.
Hide your sisters from him.
Listen, I had to create a separate Steam account, right, for this. And so I could add friends, I had to put a whole £4 onto the Steam wallet. Do you understand how much I've invested in this? No, nobody cares.
Fish.
Nobody cares.
You're amazing.
Nobody cares.
It's £4, man. Somebody.
But I haven't spent them yet. I can still spend them on something. Who knows? Maybe I can. Maybe I can refund them after the tournament. Get the money back.
I don't think so.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
Okay, so we've got Nanaraja against... Where are we? Okay, oops. Okay, so we've got set up here. We've got Nanaraja set up here. Okay, so I just restarted the games, which is good. Now we're going to see what's going on with the players. Have we seen any ban information yet? Okay, absolute silence.
I can't read.
Hold on, is
I
Cosmic...
have been
there you
muted this
go.
entire time. Hooray!
Oh, Cosmic's here. Hold on. We've been waiting for 6 hours for you. Where have you been? You've been banned for 6 hours?
I was busy watching.
You were spectating
watching
Florian's
some
gameplay.
of Flo eating. Yeah.
I've been so well behaved, yes. I'm allowed one little mistake, Tantalizer. Okay, so we'll find out what the bans are from the players. Remember, we're in best of 5 territory. Okay, so the brackets now. Let's update the brackets command because we've moved on to the second bracket. Final 3. You want to follow along? Put that in the chat for you. Okay. I wish Florian would mute himself by mistake for hours.
God, wouldn't that be nice?
People ask me why I'm always so angry. Fish, why do you think I'm always so angry?
I don't know. I just a...
Probably because you find out that you think that you're right all the time, and then you find out that you're wrong a lot, and that just naturally just sparks a little bit of aggression each time.
Oh, really? I'm wrong sometimes.
It's just a personality flaw, I think.
Sometimes.
Yeah, like it's not your fault. Like it's just natural that like when you're wrong you get upset, and you're just wrong a lot.
Shut up, man. Jesus. Okay. Thank you. Guess I have no
God, you think
idea
that
what
was bad? You should have
to do
heard
anymore.
the stuff I said when I was muted. It was great.
Oh my.
When we
Like
ignored
that, like
you,
you're.
you were like, tough crowd.
I know. I was like, damn, these are some high-level jokes here, and I'm not getting anything.
I saw you speaking
Like,
in
I
Japan,
made
like,
fun of Fish. I was like, hey, if y'all want to spectate, like, you know, some high-level plays during the week, not tournaments, like, Fish usually streams, and around 7 GMT, he's usually eating, and he's spectating a top player, and you can watch those high-level plays there.
wow. See you like talking, but I couldn't hear you. And I was like, I wonder who he's talking to.
Yeah. Just myself, like, you know, I'm cracking myself up, the best receiver of my own
You're
jokes.
used to it.
Okay. Pick the band.
I'm sure you're used to it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I feel you. I'll
Okay.
talk to myself.
Teamer in the
Well,
chat's
I'm
asking
meaning that.
prediction for game of Set versus Nataraja. What do you guys think?
I'm leaning towards Nataraja.
Absolutely not, Raja. I am honestly surprised that Zed came that far, and not in like I'm not in a negative way. I feel like Zed is a very good player, but against the players he had to play, I definitely did not expect him to take some of these wins. So definitely a big congratulations on getting that far, and congrats on getting a prize money, I believe already. So that's definitely very noteworthy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's definitely the end for him.
Find out. He's gonna perish
Very,
just
very
like your beard. Okay, let's confirm the players are happy with the bans. Okay. Almost there. Stream, almost there. Right. Okay. Okay. Okay, the bans coming in hot. Okay, both players banning Apep and Wildcards. Nataraja banning Blast Crystal and Vortex, same as previously. And Set banning Red Golem and Bounty Sniper. I think that Bounty Sniper is a targeted ban to what he's seen Nataraja playing so far. Interesting. Okay, so let's make sure we got the spectators ready to go. We've got Set versus Nataraja. Okay. Ready when you are. Okay. Right, so a reminder, we are best of 5. This is the redemption bracket final, so the loser in this match will be 3rd overall, I think. And the winner will go through to face Deadshot in the final. Okay, looks like we're about to load in. Get
Yay.
ready.
Oh, are we? Why is my Minion Masters not up? Did it crash?
I don't know. Don't worry. I'll cover for you while you're finishing your game or whatever you're doing. Okay, Nataraja playing Milloween. Set playing Setsu. We've seen that a lot so far.
Are you thinking?
I'm spectating Nataraja.
Alright.
Okay. Howling Moon, we've seen that time and time again. It does set off the other wolf though, but it will get shredded. But Howling Moon in return from Set. We've seen him play that many times before as well. Okay, the wolf split for the red team, but not the blue team. Oh, I keep forgetting to use the bands. Right, okay. And confirmed. Right, so have a look. XP wise, we've already got perk 1 available for Setsu. That's going to be the combat jump. Blast entry.
Pretty obvious choice.
Nice. Well, up at the top, it's going to take some DPS from the crossbow guild. Sorry, the crossbow dudes, but of course they've been taking a lot of nerfs recently, so they are a shadow of their former self.
That was very beautiful what you just said.
Thank you. Managed to get in the game? Are you here? Finish your dinner? Are you ready? Okay. Setsu coming in on face. We've seen before Set be incredibly aggro. The Stun Lancers are going to shut this down. Not too much happening on the other side. Warrior getting shredded. Stun Lancers are going to trade here until Fireball comes in, hits face, and takes out the Stun Lancers. That's nice.
Playing very inefficiently. A lot of times I feel like he's just making plays that are not going to make him get, like, for example, he could have reduced that Setsu to take the bridge and done a little bit of damage and like attack him, but he just decided in the midst of it, okay, I'm just gonna jump face, which I feel like is more a misplay.
Do you think he's just in the mindset that always jump face, and therefore he just misses the other options? Because, you know, there's different ways people play Setsu.
Like the warriors don't do as much damage, so what he could have done is just play the shrimps on the golem, and the golem would have died, and then the rest would have gone with it. But he decided to just put it in front of its face because he was scared of taking damage.
He's a werewolf that's going to get denied there by the stuns or the damage. Setsu coming in. He's going to get stunned though. This is a problem. Setsu stunned,
See,
whether it's at home or away.
Really getting like if you get him like out of your hand, like if he's like confused, what am I gonna do? He's completely flipping out. He doesn't know what he's doing anymore. And you can clearly see he's not in the game right now. And the longer the game goes, Najara is just taking advantage of that. He's really taking advantage of that.
It's a lot of face damage onto Set though. Blue is ahead on XP and HP. Cannon Roller's going to do an absolute job. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yep. Just a bit of a dry throat. Right. Thanks for your concern.
You're welcome, man.
Okay. Howling Moon. Probably get Howling Moon back. Let's find out.
I wonder how he's gonna deal with that, or is he gonna... Wait a sec. Here again, he could have done so much better plays. He could have blocked with the Tantrum Throws and then played the Shrimps, or he could have just let him go phase and killed him. Had full HP Shrimps after that as well.
Yeah, this game's all about making the right choice at the right time, and you know, you have many ways of dealing with threats and managing the game, and it's about doing the right thing when you need to. Okay, Setsu jumps in on the bridge, but gets immediately stunned. Cannon Roller's going to shut that down. Wolves defending deeply. They're going to push along at the top. Looks like they're not going to aggro down, so that needs to be dealt with. But perk 3 now for Nataraja. His Golem's going to be a problem.
he's
Alan Moon,
just
though.
getting really out of control. Like he really doesn't know what to do anymore.
Fireball does a bit of face damage, but those wolves are going to survive. Whelp coming in, going to take that top bridge. Wolves are basically dead, forces the extra spawn for the Marines.
And what the problem is right now. He doesn't use his keyboard. He clicks on the cards.
You think so?
So he has, yeah, I can clearly see that.
Oh wow.
So with that, he has a huge problem right now because like if he clicks on his cards, he has a very slow reaction time to everything.
Yeah.
And with that, he gets stressed out a lot.
That's a huge smite. Setsu's jumping in, but Setsu's probably going to get stunned here. There we go. Setsu gets stunned. Damage still going on face. 870 HP. Perk 3 not available for Setsu. Still going to be a stun lancer. Setsu's going to die and then get stunned when it comes back on the base. This is huge.
It looks like a really weird, like it looks like a ladder match where you're playing against someone who's like just not very experienced. It feels like his experience is just not here, but he's not a new player.
No, he has taken a break for a while, so potentially that's the cause of that. Big lead for Nataraja right now. Perk 3 is available for Setsu though, so that could change things, but I don't think it's going to change things enough. I mean, if he goes really offensive, trying to do damage to Nataraja's face, he's just going to die from the push on his face.
Yeah. He's going to get stunned.
Oh, he spawned, he jumped into the stun lancer. That's a massive mistake. Like, he did the right thing to jump defensively, but...
Turn this wolf into a wolf!
Okay. Nataraja in control. That's a nice fireball, though. But there's
Not
a wolf
really.
on his face.
Ragnarok would have dealt with it anyways.
Yeah, true, true, true. Okay, takes the top bridge. That's a nice trade for Nataraja there. Shrimp's getting shredded at the bottom. Like the dragons. Okay, where's he going to jump now? Okay, this is what he wants to do. He wants to line everything up and just shred it. But hey, guess what? It's not going to happen. Okay, Setsu's still alive, just dies. That's frustrating. 780 HP left.
He's not using it again. Why is he playing this Plasma Marines now?
Okay, he's done a bit of face damage, but Nataraja's closing in on his Mana Frenzy, and that's going to close things out, surely. Like, Set's getting back into this game, but he's so far behind. Here we go.
Definitely won this game. It's very sad to see.
Okay, Setsu trading nicely there, but Mana Frenzy coming, 3 XP away.
This, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This should have been his game.
Okay, it's not over yet, but the beginning of the end could be here with Mana Frenzy hitting for Nataraja. To grab the bridges and then just pile on the pressure. Can be frustrating pushing into a Setsu, but... Okay, where's Setsu going here? Okay, that's nicely done though. Bit of face damage. Setsu getting some value at the bottom there. Remember, Setsu reloads with the spells, but his problem is at the top. He's dealing with the bottom, but what's he got to deal with the top? Cannon Roller? Was the Wolf going to be on face? Fireball's going to clear a lot of that, but that's still more face damage. He's got to hang on until his own Mana Frenzy, but he's only 320 HP, and he can see Nataraja knows he's hanging on, and he's just going straight for face. 170 HP. And we've got units on face now, under 100 HP. There's just going to be a few more hits. That's going to be game number 1 to Nataraja. Taking the first game in this best of 5. 1 game to 0. And from what you were saying about that, it doesn't bode well for the next games from Set. If he's not really making the right choices or reacting appropriately, going to struggle as this game goes on, don't you think?
I don't know what I just. It's a little bit like he had the deck to win this game.
Not making the right choices. Interesting that
Absolutely.
he's not using his keys to click with. Unexpected. I feel like if you're playing with just your mouse, you hamstring yourself so much. Just can't react quickly enough.
Even if you do, like there were so many decisions he just took wrong. He absolutely had the chance to win this game. He should have won this game straight up.
Yeah. Sometimes, you see people that use their mouse, only their mouse, and you see them, they grab a card, they go to place it, and then they change their mind, they've got to go all the way back down, change their card, go back up, and, it's It takes so long to do.
He was. I clearly saw he was nervous. He was stressed. He didn't react in time. It was hard to watch. It
He
was
said
honestly
a similar
hard
thing
to watch.
for his previous match, I think, when he played Deadshot.
Yeah.
But it's not over yet. That's just game number 1 in this best of 5. Just needs to recover, regroup, and go again. Nataraja did well in that game, but
Red
game
Bull is
number
a
2.
motor. Najara playing obviously a very, very cheap motor, and Set going with his special deck again. I
Okay.
feel like this is not going to work out for him. This is not going to work out for him. Nataja saw the deck probably already. So
Okay, Blood Imps on the field. Okay, here
that
we go.
is too early played. Too early. He's lucky that he gets that done.
Okay, so he needs to try to keep as many of these puffs alive as he can.
Oh, he got his mana back. And he got the bridges. And the puffs are still pressuring. So Natajara is being forced to use mana in order to kill these puffs. Which helps Set in completely taking care of that one.
Okay, Flyby comes in. Okay,
Play the stint first.
right. Barley's out. Heal Puff at the top. That was quite a lot of face damage on Set. There's the shields. Those shields just make everything so much more annoying. Suddenly you've got to hit this every scrat twice instead of
And
once.
there comes Whirly's grad.
Whirly is huge in this situation.
Exactly what you're scared of.
Okay, needs to get hold. That's the Succubus is going to just jump back from those Blood Imps. Get some extra value. Push is still going though. Whirly Scrat's going to do well. Needs to deal with the stuns though. That will really help it out, but the wall's down. Okay, that Succubus is shredding. She might need some support though. Stun Lancer, no, Stun Lancer goes down. Scritillary comes in. That heal puff at the top is, I think he's done about a 500 HP heal at the top, so that's huge for Set right now. And it's still going.
Look at XP. He's also leading in XP. The stint is gonna kick care of the Succubus and the Sniper. Probably. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. I think Set will be happy with how this has gone so far. He did take a lot of damage, but that heal puff really did lock down for a while. Okay. Heal puff's not going to last for long at the top. Okay, here comes the push again. We've got the Prowler at the top. Going to struggle against the little guys. Scrat's doing a good job on the Prowler. Okay, here we go. Cleared. Shields.
Oh, that's such
perfect.
a good deck.
That's the Daka that he dreams
And he
of on the
gets
defensive
shield
track.
back on them.
Yep,
You
here
know
we go.
lost the ball.
This is where he can try to make the game just spiral out of control. If he can just lock down the bridges, get his puffs, and then just push past them, keep them generating that mana for him. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
This is a good spot for him now. Going to be getting a lot of mana from those puffs.
Stuns are not coming, so everything is getting murdered from his side. But look at that.
Succubus is going to go down. Heal Puff's still alive.
The pressure he's
Puffs
pulling
at the
with
top,
that.
Heal Puff at the bottom. Okay, it's going to go down eventually. We're going to get a sniper res here, but that was a good trade for Set there. Got another good heal off. Get those puffs alive for a while. Remember the Mana Puff Madness does give the puffs to your opponent as well, so you do need to use it at the right time. Okay, that's awkward getting that wall on that sniper. It looks like it's going to push the sniper back, but it never does.
Again.
Okay.
Such a weird.
Mordor is useful in this situation though, because as he ramps up he will start shredding all the Blood Imps, but the heal puff is doing its work again. XP still in Red's favour. We've got the puffs on the bridge. Okay, here we go. The spirit
Again,
drop in there was kind of annoying on one of the Frostfeather guys. Okay, he's going to take some face damage here. No, just interact.
How would he play XP at that point?
Yeah, he's got a Daka available here. Just to nail something nice. Okay. Blood Imp's out, but that's not going to be great. He needs to get a stun on that Whirly Scrat. It hasn't. Okay, Daka basically takes it out. Like 3 coming up for Set though.
Not good. Not good for him.
I feel like the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for Nataraja though. He is behind.
Yeah, definitely. Here comes Healing Puff for no good reason.
Well, it looked like he played the healing puff early because he knew he was going to cycle to some other stuff. He had a plan. He has dropped down to 1800 HP, but that heal puff there, it has been nerfed recently, so I think it only does 20 heal per second now. But every little helps. Okay, here we go. Stuns on the cyclist. Prowler coming in though, takes out one stun, not the other. This is a problem though. A Whirly Scrat's going to do a lot of work. Heal puff spawn.
No, don't play hard, don't play the hard. Oh my god, I got scared there for a second.
Be super careful with that. Okay, that's nice though. That heal puff taunting, not taunting, but just through the aggro, taking it away. Relax, FloFlorian. Everything's okay. But yeah, you can see with the reses, Nadaraj is getting much more of the feel on the match.
You can definitely see like Seth struggling at this point. Nataraja.
As Planky says in the chat, we're playing against Mordar with. If you're playing Mana Puff Madness, you can force Puff reses, which is really frustrating for your opponent. It could be a... Okay, right. Let's have a look. Sets us now at HP now. XP now in Nadaraj's favour, so yeah, he was struggling, but it looks like the longer the game goes on, the stronger his position's getting. That's a sick push at the top.
Ah, the stun though. All these Dragon Lobs are really, really messing with him.
Okay, this is a lot of face damage though. Needs to deal with it, but he's taken a while to do so. 461. Okay, remember the Blood Imps are out there as well, so the Blood Imps are just adding insult to injury at times.
Both
376.
One.
Yeah, you can't really play as Blood Imps anymore. This is going to maybe be too much. That sniper's not on face yet, but that dog's on face. Daka coming in, but the dog's doing damage, and there's another one. A huge hit on the Blood Imps. That is 2 games to 0, right? 2 games to 0 for Nadaraja. And as Sinobii says in the chat, don't forget to clip good plays and nominate them for the top totally OP play of the event. Check out the GGtoor Discord for full details. Okay, 2 games to 0 to Nadaraja. Shut up, young Smokey! Okay, best of 5. I couldn't hear him through his beard, but don't worry, it's not going to be a problem for much longer.
But yeah, Seth wasn't able to really efficiently get much pressure, like face damage done. He was able to pressure and get the bridges the entire time, so he really could have just played XP as much as possible, get rid of the Whirly Scrats, get rid of the Succubus, and the Prowler, to be honest, was never really a problem as long as he played as his Scrat Hordes and stuff like that properly. But here again, sometimes you just have to react a lot quicker than you can if you're not using your keyboard.
True. Okay, so
It is a little bit demoralizing to watch because I feel like Seth can play this better. I know he can, and I know he knows he can. So I'm sure it's really like hitting him right now. And if I was him, I would be like sitting down, like just think about it, just breathe it through. Maybe go outside for like a minute. That's what I did. If I got really like out of it, I just went outside for a minute because like it really helps. It really helps you calm down, and I feel like he needs that. He's under way too much pressure right now, and you can see that.
Just to forget what's happened so far, just regroup. It's not out though. We've seen many times before players come back from this kind of a deficit. No more mistakes. Needs to
Alright,
play
he's starting the game
almost perfectly now.
there again. Red Bull versus Minion. Same deck?
Let's find out.
No, different deck. Aw.
Got a rammer
Already
in
a
it.
bad.
I mean, we saw previously when he used the rammer it got. I'm not sure if it was him, but we've seen rammer play get shut down real hard. So let's see how that transpires. Okay, here comes the rammer at the top. Okay, so the cannon roller's going to hit that hard, but it's going to get 1 hit.
2 hits, in fact.
Oof, just gets the 2nd hit, so I think you'll be happy with that.
Yeah,
At
absolutely.
least 2 hits is okay.
And roller as well. Brother, why are you using the Soul Stealer? Problem is, he's not gonna be able to do much. Like, the Soul Stealer is gonna go in and just die.
Like by spawning the Soul Stealer like that, you give control of the board to your opponent.
What are you doing, bro? Okay, he was still able to get some value out of it, but that shock rock damage. That was 2 lost mana there, straight up.
Whelp again doing a good job on the top bridge. Getting stunned on face. Pretty annoying there. Very equal so far apart from HP. So decent face damage coming out into the blue team.
Yeah, the monkey is good choice here.
Battle Monkey of course attacks faster based on the number of units around it. Enemy units, so it will shred through those guys at the bottom there. Okay, the support coming from the Rammer. Again, playing a very aggro deck. The Rammer's going to get 1 hit, going to get 2 hits, and it's going to be removed. But again, that's a decent amount of damage to face.
These are like the plays he has to play. Like what he did against with the Shrimps, very clear. He could shock rock that. He could shock rock the wolves, but he didn't, sadly.
Yeah, the shock rock and the Shrimps is really good. The Shrimps, of course, are the Flightless Dragons. They're such high DPS units that you invest that 2 mana and you can get a huge value from it.
So you use the Scrat Horn to block the wolf, which is again, you have 2,730 health. Why are you so worried?
Yeah, health is a resource. Soul Stealer trying to get some value, but it gets taken out ultimately there.
He just put some axes on the screen. He's really not happy about anything.
Okay, this monkey's going to do a great job here. But XP wise, Nataraja is ahead. That's a good Daka. Rammer coming in. Oh, this monkey could do some work here. Rammer getting a few hits again.
Get it now, finally.
Ooh, what was that? Those arcane missiles were just
Hours health
all over the place. 1000 HP. You've got to be careful of that battle monkey. Okay. Nataraja ahead on XP, but he's taking damage time and time again. He's not able to defend against that Rammer and stop the Rammer getting a couple of hits. Set knows he can just cycle that. As long as he spawns it at the right time, he can almost guarantee a good chunk of face damage. Okay, here we go. Howling Moon. Oof, that aggro's a bit of a mistake there from Nataraja, though. He didn't really want the Soul Stealer to aggro on the Whelp. The Whelp's just about surviving that. So there was a mistake, but it didn't really cost him too much. But here goes the Battle Monkey again. The Smite comes in. Oh, huge! I don't know if that was a misplay or just very unlucky. But spawning into that Smite was very... I think was that the first time he's used the Smite in this game, so maybe he wasn't fully aware that it was available. He will now. Okay, here comes the Rammer. It's going to get a hit in. Okay, he got 1 hit in. There was a lot of mana used, a lot of defensive tools, but the Rammer's still got a hit in, so that's good. Set behind, though. The Golem's going to be big now. Perk 3, Nataraja.
It doesn't really matter. He has got a Daka, so he can just completely obliterate the enemy with the Daka.
Yeah, Daka is ready, but he doesn't have any units to power it up. Cycles to that. Okay. Again, see here, he's tanking that on face. That was good. He's got a lot of face damage. Tank it on face, then push. Here we go. Daka is available. Not really a targeted choice yet. You might be able to Daka a wolf here. There's going to be a Daka here. Oh, it was nearly... It wouldn't have been enough to kill that Golem, I don't think. No, he kills the wolf. Here comes the Rammer. He's waiting until his opponent is busy defending, and then the Rammer comes in. Is it going to be face damage? He's gone for the Shock Rock to get an extra Rammer hit in here. There it is, 294 HP. This is close. This is close. Cycling that Rammer with the Shock Rock to get that extra one. Beautiful.
You might take that. Come on, man. I trust
He's in a very good spot here. He is behind on XP, but that's irrelevant right now. Big Smite.
Again. Played the monkey too early.
This is a problem, though. You really need that battle monkey here, but it's not. Okay, he's clearing up. Okay. This is a big push coming out. The Soul Stealer's going to get in trouble unless it can be tanked. There we go. Wolf coming to the bottom. Okay, here comes the Rammer. He's got the Shock Rock available for it. Stun Lancers employed. Shock Rock, though! 74 HP! 74 HP! He's done it!
The Shock
Wow.
Rock. Wow. But you saw
Shock Rock
how
is
he
beautiful.
moved from the bottom, the Shock Rock up. That was so close because he had to move. I saw it on my screen. He had to move his Shock Rock towards that because he was clicking his cards in the bottom.
God.
Wow.
He needed to react quickly and was able just about to.
That was such a close game.
Yeah. That Rammer could have just been locked down by those Stun Lancers and that would have just been a huge waste of mana. But no. The Shock Rock comes in clutch. 2 games to 1. We said he wasn't out of it. I need to run and get a drink real quick. I'll be back.
Alright, I'll take care of the stream. Trust me.
I mean, we could always talk
hi.
about how much. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about this. No.
Nah, see, I've watched the game. I don't play other stuff. You know, it's okay. It's okay.
Are you
I'll
saying
be cool
something?
one day? No.
You good? Okay. I'm sure we're fine, right?
We can talk about how Fish only needs one more sub to wear his fish costume that he also hates. Wink, wink.
Yep, definitely. Absolutely.
Have him show back up and be like, "Hey guys, what's up?" And we're like, "Hey man, where's that fish costume?" And he's like, "Huh?" And we're like, "Oh, so and so subbed."
Really? That would be
Okay.
pretty fun.
I just realised I was really hungry. Some of us haven't taken a break for a 4-course meal.
Oh, Fish! I think you gotta take on the costume.
Oh,
Florian's
look at
gifted a
that.
sub! No, we don't know why he's... Has Set always played with mouse only? Is his keyboard broken? I don't know. He's been typing to me. Okay, good. Fish costume. Thanks for the gifted sub, FloFlorian. Okay, 2 games to 1 in this best of 5. Winner gets to the grand final. Okay. Close your eyes, I'm getting changed.
Oh. Hang on, let me
Oh.
make this full screen real quick. I mean, my eyes are closed.
Okay, let's keep the professional aspect of this stream alive by dressing up as a giant shark. Okay. G.
Are sharks considered fish?
Yes. All sharks are fish, but not all fish are sharks. Unless, except the whale shark, but a whale shark is just a shark by name, not by nature. We even have a command in the chat to confirm this. Okay, sharks breathe through gills and have skeletons composed of cartilage, which makes them fish. End of.
Okay. Yes. Alright. That was a very stressful game. It was extremely stressful game.
It was stressful for
but
us.
Not for,
Imagine
the
what it was.
reasons, not for the reasons one might think.
Why was it stressful? Someone ringing your doorbell, or your phone going off, or looking at your food that you can't eat?
That is also it. That is also it.
Oh,
I'll eat it anyways.
oh wow.
Oh.
Cherry Pepsi is good. Okay. Don't forget, guys, check out Sneak Energy! Use code FISH at sneakenergy.com. Not a sponsor of this event. Okay. Strap
The
in.
sponsor of this channel.
Indeed. 2 games to 1. Best of 5. Is Set coming back from the dead? Let's find out.
Here we see Mortar versus Mortar, and what am I seeing? What is this kind of deck? Why is he playing that?
Let's find out.
I feel like putting a mana puff into a Mordor is a big mistake, because a mana puff obviously is not able. Look at the amount of cheap cards. Is that a Ravager? That's a.
Florian is dumbfounded.
I'm still trying to figure out. Oh no,
That puff's been alive for a while though.
That's easy Dragon Whelp. Not the Greystone though. Well, I guess he's going for it.
Oh, here we go. Colossus.
Oh no!
Oh, why would he let that aggro? That's got to be a mistake, right? I mean, sometimes
Greystone also way too early.
I mean, he could have still aggroed it with the Colossus, but he played the Colossus way too high. The problem he's got here is his mana's all...
So much damage, and Tower is taking advantage of that.
Oh, that's lucky though. That aggro bringing the Colossus back is very important actually. Because he was in a situation where all his mana was going to be down the bottom lane, but he's okay.
Still gets wrecked pretty badly. Look at the Colossus, it's dead.
Okay, this game has definitely not gone to plan for Set. There's a lot of units out for the blue team here. A lot of face damage.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Look, he really doesn't know what to do anymore. He's already down to 1,000 health.
It's so strange that Colossus placement. Could it have been lag? Could it have been...
If he's playing Colossus
Weird
on the
cooking.
bottom, and Natajara is going to take going to take advantage of this. You will be able to see him immediately playing everything on the top.
Yeah.
And look at
Tombstone's
that.
going to go down again. Set losing his Tombstone. Nadaraja's got 2 Tombstones ready and waiting.
Yeah. Horrifying.
Yeah, Tombstone placement's important. As Deadshot's saying in the chat. Things like the Colossus, they're going to take a while to die. You don't want to put
And
your
it doesn't
Tombstone
even
down
hit
too
that.
early.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
goodness! He tried to hit everything and ultimately hit nothing.
No, oh, Nataraja, that was not nice of you.
This is a lot of face
People
damage. This
see
could
the
be
fucking
it.
behave,
I don't think
but
Set
I
can come back from this.
understand
Sorry for talking over you. Sorry, young Smokey. 95 HP.
I'm
This is
so
This is it.
it's sad. If you need anybody to talk to, I'll talk to you, brother.
Nadaraja's taken it by 3 games to 1. Set looked like he was pulling himself up off of the canvas, but ultimately in the end there were some misplays. And you know, sometimes you misplay and then it just throws you and you compound it, and ultimately it was just too much.
It's a chain reaction, it truly is.
Okay. Well, let's bring a Cosmic back in. What do you think about that, Cosmic?
That was like that could have gone so much differently if that first Tombstone would have rezzed the Colossus. Like,
Yeah.
if he would have held onto the Tombstone until after he placed the Colossus, let the Colossus go down that bottom lane, and then get that res, that could have totally changed the entire dynamic of the game and put Nataraja on the defensive. But because Nataraja basically had a free Tombstone to start with, that was just such a huge advantage, and they just stacked that every single deck rotation.
Okay, so that means we have decided on our grand finalists. We're going to have Deadshot, Death Shoot, Dead Shooty, One-E, Unny, whatever his damn name is, against Nataraja. Nataraja, a name that FloFlorian has been stumbling over for the entire day. So it's going to be Deadshot against Nataraja in the grand final. Remember, this is a dual elimination event, so that means when we get to the grand final, Deadshot has reached the grand final from the winner's bracket, so he hasn't lost a match. That means he's got a second life. So if we do the grand final best of 5 and Nataraja is to win that best of 5, it will force a second best of 5. Deadshot getting his second life. Nataraja, of course, already having used his second life, dropping down into the redemption bracket and then coming back here to the final.
Yes.
So this is very nice to see. So what we'll do now is we'll get ready to get set up with the players, and then we'll figure out what do you guys want to do about casting the final. Do you want to switch in between games? What do you think you want?
Good question.
Well, think about it. Gotta...
Oh, I'm supposed to answer that? I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's,
How do I?
you know, questions need answers, right?
I mean, we
Unless
could.
they're
I mean, we
rhetorical.
can just keep. We can do it where like I'll do the next match to be the final, and if it goes into overtime, it could be FloFlorian, or we could have it where I do 2 and then Flo does 2. If
Whatever you guys are most happy with is fine.
Let's do 1 by 1. We never know how long it's gonna go.
Want to swap out each game? That's fine as well if you want to. Okay, so
Or Vortex and I just do it together and you don't.
I don't like that idea at
kick
all.
Fish off of his own stream.
Um,
That sounds good. Let's do that. Let's vote on it.
for
All right,
all-
I vote yes.
Hold on,
Flo,
hold
what
on.
do you
I'm
vote?
struggling to hear
Alright,
you guys. Hang on. Oh god,
You're outvoted, Fish. I'm sorry.
oh, your
Sorry.
cams are dropping off. I can't hear you on the chat. Oh,
We're
I think
only
we've lost them, guys. I think we've lost them.
We own the stream now.
It's too late.
Okay.
Democracy.
Right, so the players need to figure out their bands. Then we're going to go into the grand final. So let's see if we've got the players available here. We've got Deadshot available on this game. Over here, probably got Nataraja available. Find out. Okay. Nataraja spectate. Can't do that because I'm already spectating him. Cancel the spectate. Go back to spectate him. Big brain. Okay, Deadshot available on this game. Okay, well, so far so good. Seen a lot of good plays, a lot of good players, a lot of good games. Now we're getting ready for the grand final, so let's get in touch with the players and see. Okay, let me and have them please done. And ready over here. Headshot against Araja. When? Okay, so we'll hear from the bands when they're ready. Okay, so again, a big shout out to GGtoor for supporting the event along with Betadwarf, Team Mana Frenzy. Thanks to Sinobii for arranging such an awesome event. Thanks to you guys in the chat for helping out and being awesome and being part of this. Hope you're enjoying it. And of course, big shout out to my co-casters, Cosmic Vortex, FloFlorian, and Iamthedannysaur. If you haven't tried this game, Minion Masters is free. Link in the chat. Free DLC right now. If you haven't got it, go grab it. We've probably got a giveaway that I forgot about. Yeah, we got a giveaway. Let's do that real quick. Last chance to get in there. I know it's going to take you 60 seconds to catch up, but we'll do that real soon.
They can read the chat. They can read the chat. The chat's live.
Listen
The
here,
chat
I need
is live.
I need a minute for myself. Okay, don't forget to nominate clips. So if tournament, wait. Don't forget to nominate the clips of the tournament that are totally OP, the TOP. Whether you are a player or a fan, if there is a play during the tournament that you think is worthy of winning an award, just clip it, then make a tweet about it. The tweet must use hashtag GGtour in the tweet, include the phrase I nominated the player's name as the GGtour top player of the name of the tournament, obviously. Include the link of the Twitch clip, be submitted no later than 24 hours after the grand finals complete. Also,
And
link to the clip must be... What?
And remember, y'all can make clips even of the VOD. So if y'all went to sleep because you were hella tired and you are catching up on the stream now, you can still make a clip and still submit it. You got 24 hours.
Yes. So
Go nuts.
make a clip and put it on Twitter and like there's a Discord channel as well, I think. And
Yes.
yes, absolutely. Do your thing, Fish. I'll give it back to you because this is getting pretty embarrassing.
He's like, oh my god, I had to like be productive and I didn't even talk about how good I am or how bad someone else was for like 30 seconds. I'm sorry. I wail on you a lot, FloFlorian. You're a great guy.
And then we had
Oh,
FloFlorian working on his reading.
I've been putting myself into this position for a long time. It doesn't matter whether I'm gonna keep doing it or not, so I'm just gonna keep going with it.
Perfect.
Okay, bands coming in. We'll wait till we got them all, confirm them, and then we'll go. Grand final time. Who's going to win, guys? What do you think? In the chat
Deathshot.
and
Do a prediction?
caster-wise.
Deathshot.
We could do a prediction in the chat, couldn't we? Good
Yes.
idea.
Damn.
How do we do
We
that?
should play this segment. I am actually really confident in going against Deathshot and Nataraja.
Who
All of
will-
them. I'm really
Who
confident, but I'm
will
scared of
win the final. Outcome 1. Deathshot.
Deathshot.
I don't even know what to put his name as. Okay.
That's our only.
Nadaraja. Oni Wani. Okay. I'll put 5 minutes down. Okay. How do you submit a clip? If you go to the GGtoor Discord, the link to that is here. It'll tell you exactly how to do it all. Okay, something's lagging. Hold tight, hold tight. We're lagging. What's happening? Okay, we're back. Oof, OBS had a massive lag then, but I think
We're okay.
okay.
Can you say with a deeper voice, deeper tone in the voice? Wait.
We're okay. Not sure what that was, but through it. Right.
You submit a clip in the GGtoor Discord and obviously on the GGtoor hashtag and Twitter. You can nominate a clip. So please make sure to do that. That's the hard.
Okay, so we got the prediction running. 99% on Deadshot so far.
Oh Jesus! Someone's gonna get rich with 100 points.
100% on Deadshot. I don't know if Nadaraja was playing without a keyboard. Set seemed to be playing with mouse only. Maybe we'll discuss that and figure out what was going on. Okay.
Sick. By Cosmic. Cosmic!
What?
Oh, someone bet 1,000. Angelizer.
Right, okay. Let's confirm the bans and then we can move on.
How are you seeing who's donating the points?
Because I clicked on it.
Well, like who's donating the points?
I only see the top person.
Hmm.
Minion Ordeal with 30,330 points on Death Shot.
Dang. These are some great odds.
There's some ridiculous odds. So ridiculous that I might actually bet for Nataraja just for and hope I'll get rich after that.
Oh, okay, we're going in. They're not waiting. Okay. Nice.
Wait, really? Wait a sec.
Who's casting first? Cosmic, you cast first.
Yes, I'm casting first. Alright.
Okay. Set that up. Okay, it's a bit
We have
annoying they didn't
Deshu
wait.
playing Setsu. Nataraja playing Mordar.
Okay. You're just gonna need to carry the commentary for a second.
Ooh,
Oh, heck
well
yeah.
placed fireball there.
Incredible place there. I definitely see them. Okay.
Okay, bans are in. Nadaraja bans Apep and Wildcards, Blast Crystal and Vortex, Deadshot bans Apep, Wildcards, Crossbow Guild and Bounty Sniper. Okay. That was an unexpected start, but we are here. Okay, so let's have a look what we're seeing. Nadaraja playing Mordar, Deadshot playing Setsu. XP lead for Deadshot. He's very, very good on bridges. I think that's one of his main strengths. Looks like we had a mana burn there as well. Not ideal from Nadaraja.
No, he got a. Oh, Deshoot almost burned mana. Like it was right on the line.
Nice play with the Defenso Chopper there, aggro and everything. Ooh, Fireball coming in. Fireball's going to shut down the Cage Prowler. That's not going to spawn. This is your grand final, ladies and gentlemen. We got Deadshot Waniani against Nadaraja. Best of 5, potential double best of 5, depending on how this transpires. Thanks, Danny. Okay, Deadshot's got a good XP lead right now. And an HP lead. Setsu entering the field. Okay, Setsu against Mordar is
Crushing
normally
the sniper.
Setsu against Mordar is normally a good setup. Setsu can jump and deny those tombstones. Tombstone goes down. A lot of face damage. Wall pushing the units off face, but not all of them. I think Deadshot will be happy with how this is going. He's well ahead on XP and HP. We've seen Nataraj's Mordor just scale up as the games go and get real strong, but can't be too far behind. Don't believe yourself too much. And again, the Fireball's just going to counter and do face damage every time. No Cage Prowler. Defenso's going to go down. Didn't die immediately.
Dang.
But yeah, that's huge. That Defenso is one size fits all defense tool, and it's just getting destroyed.
And those are just the Legionnaires. They still have the Wolf Among Sheep and Death Shoot Sand that he's going to use to push in now, because the defensive chopper is what they were using to defend against that.
Okay, yeah, sorry for saying the ban's real fast. I was just trying to get back into the game as quickly as possible. Ban's in the chat there. Nataraja banning APEP and Wildcards. Same with Deadshot, and Nataraja banning Blast Crystal and Vortex. Deadshot banning Crossbow Guild and Bounty Sniper. Okay, had to slow myself down at the end there. Right, Deadshot's got perk 3. This is where Setsu can get out of control. Double Tombstone available though. Fireball coming in, it's going to hit the Tombstone and the Cage Prowler. That Fireball has been the MVP, really.
Yeah, that Fireball has got crazy value every single time, as well as the Arcane Bolt. Both those spells, crazy value every single time.
When you've got the 2 Tombstones and the Cage Prowler, you're struggling to split them out so the Fireball can't hit too many things at once. Okay, Deadshot's on face. Setsu on face. Going to get shut down. But what damage is it going to have done?
That's a huge amount of damage. Like two good Setsu jumps, and that's game. One Setsu jump could finish it, but I don't think Nataraja is going to give him that much room.
Fireball again. Getting that value.
Shutting down the Tombstone with a Fireball rather than dealing face damage.
Another Tombstone dies with no res. Sad times for Mordor. Deadshot really in the strong position now. He's got his team. He's got his opponent exactly where he wants him. Succubus is going to go down here, but Setsu's going to go. Okay. Interesting. Nataraja was hovering with the whirly scrap exactly in the right spot where it landed. Oh, this is going to be game here.
But that piercing shot, yeah, that. Ooh.
Wow.
That piercing shot was intense.
That was really well played from Deadshot, and this is why Deadshot is just on a roll today. He's just ruling the heavens. I really couldn't think of anything better.
Oh yeah, we know Deadshot's an incredible player. Nataraja's been taking names all today, but Deadshot striking first in the game there. We could see he just had the answers. The Cage Prowler, I don't think it spawned once in the entire game. So many Tombstones were denied, and that's, you know, not getting any value from any of your mana at any point. And ultimately, you're just going to fail. Deadshot will be happy with how that started. Nataraja, not so much. As I said earlier, Nataraja's Mordor deck did seem to scale up well in the previous games, but boy, it got shut down hard that time.
Absolutely.
And I feel like a Fireball is a card we haven't seen that much recently. But now Vortex has been nerfed, I feel like Fireball's going to come back more and more.
Mm-hmm. As well as Poison. Poison counters a lot of cards with its high damage.
Yes, Poison is very, very strong. It's
As well as Frost Feathers. We saw Nataraja using Frost Feathers. Frost Feathers will kill the Bounty Sniper.
Oh yeah, they do a lot. I love to play Frost Feathers, for example, on Red Bull because it also helps your Daka, for example.
Oh yeah. Could really power the Daka up. Okay, so best of 5, potential double best of 5. Game number 1 goes to Deadshot. He has the early ascendancy. Can he run away with it? Or can Nataraja slow him down? Find out very soon. Yep, sorry for going through the bans real quick. I wasn't expecting the game to start. I was trying to get the bans sorted. Then suddenly we had to set up the game, get that ready to go. Just kind of rolled through them.
God, Fish,
I'm
can't
not.
you just do everything at once?
Not.
Just grow a clone.
It's not.
Just / grow clone in your system administration.
It's not an
settings in your life.
excuse.
that easy.
It's
Like,
just...
God.
I'm freaking
by hand.
scrabbling around here trying to get everything ready. Florian's there
By hand.
finishing his dinner.
What? I'm not even on stream yet.
You are now. You see that fork stopped. He was like... Well, you were talking, so I switched back to you because I thought, you know, maybe you wanted some airtime.
I wanted some airtime, but you should probably tell me.
Oh, what do you want me to ring a bell?
Yeah. It's at least something. But it's
Okay,
fine. This is fine.
everything's fine.
Alright, well, what do you think is gonna happen now? I think we're gonna see at least one more time.
Okay. Right, let me finish the things I was in the middle of doing. The match started. Right. Okay,
Who's
what are we
next?
doing? Are we switching casters now? Is Florian going to cast this game?
Yes.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Oh, we're not gonna see him more. I am really terrible today at predicting.
Okay, take the cast for a second. I just need to set this up.
Hide in your shadows, void scum.
Game number
I
2.
will find you.
Okay. Don't say too much, Florian. You there? Hello?
I'm here.
Tell us what's happening.
So... Or did Natasha play his cards too late, or did he burn mana?
I know, I was setting the cam up. Okay, we got Nataraja playing Valorian. We got Deadshot playing King Path. Deadshot, of course, 1-0 up in this best of 5.
What are we gonna see now? Oh! Hog. Deadshot really doesn't care that he loses his Fun Lancer there because he keeps the bridge. Oh!
Shock Rock coming in. Takes out the Stun Lancer.
Oh my god, I hate my life. I hate playing against the cards so much.
What happened with the prediction? Okay, the prediction, 91% think Deathshot is going to win. Dead Shoe. Okay, here we go. First time we've seen Mardred today. Prince of Nightmares. Not going to enjoy pushing into those range units. He's got a heal though. This is a bit of a easy deck.
That is the easiest bridge swap of all time.
Okay,
Oh,
bridge
the
swap.
money!
Massive DPS. Healer not available yet. Oh, that Mardred just got melted.
He's so good.
We spoke about earlier about the bridge swap. Wow. Sometimes that's the problem with those really expensive cards. They can be countered very efficiently.
Absolutely, not just counter, but look at the XP change. Natarja is in a really bad spot here. And Natarja is under the pressure. Deathshot doesn't have to care. Even if he loses, he can do anything he wants.
Okay, there's a healer, but there's nothing for it to heal right now. It's got a spirit on it. That's going to make it more difficult. But of course, the bridge swap's going to allow him to swap the healer away from its target.
So he's gonna play Martyr with the healer, but it's not gonna change much. Because the bridge swap is
He's
gonna
forcing
deal
him.
with that.
He's not sure what to do. Does he go with the healer? I don't think it matters if he goes with the healer because it's just going to get bridge switched away, right?
And switch it as well, so he can make sure that the healer isn't even gonna be close to it. He can switch now. And there we go, healer no more.
Remember the stun from the bridge swap?
Wow.
Mardred does
He did
survive.
save it, but...
Took a lot of damage. Now walking backwards.
Oh, Natarja is nose. Fireball. Oh, not. That was a good choice.
Mardred again goes down. Doesn't even get past the bridge. So susceptible to stuns.
Deathshot got such a leeway that he often just uses cards because he can.
You see that? Valorian comes in, and when he's in doing his attack, he's got the new skin. But he hasn't got the new skin on the tower.
Oh man.
This is going to be a lot of face damage. Nice fear though.
More choice.
It's just going to spread everything further away from Madrid.
This is pretty weird.
What he needs to do, I don't even know if it's going to work, but he kind of needs to hold on to the healer until the bridge switch happens.
Look at the amount of tech he has. 170. Enter again. I don't know about that.
Okay, they got them on the bridge together, but it can be switched away now. Okay, healer removed, stuns, DPS coming in. There you see Florian with the different skin.
He's got so many ways to deal with all of that.
Yeah, it's such a huge mana investment and getting so little back from that Madrid. Headshot's well ahead on XP here. Already marching towards Mana Frenzy. We might not even get that far.
There we go. Keeps the bridges 150 XP versus 96. That's an extremely aggressive play there.
I feel like he felt like he had to.
Oh, misplay. The Tower has to take advantage of that. Yep. He has to take advantage of that.
But can he though? He's got so little HP left.
Oh no, it's over!
Aimbot! Aimbot!
Oh, whoa.
Drone Walker, one of the two. Some kind of ranged robot. That is 2-0.
KP, insane.
I mean, Deadshot kind of lucked out with the deck matchup.
Yeah,
there.
that was amazing deck matchup on Deshoot's part.
Luck is a skill. But yeah, that bridge switch. You tell that to APEP.
Yeah, it's like APEP would have words with you. So would the future cards.
Yeah, but that bridge switch just shut down his whole deck, and probably as he loaded in, as Nadaraja loaded in and saw it was against King Path, his heart would have dropped.
Yeah.
He just knows that's going to shut that down. Okay. 2-0 to Deadshot. Reminder, this is a best of 5. If Deadshot wins it, he is our champion. If Nadaraja wins it, best of 5, then we go into a second best of 5.
Hell yeah, buddy. And I'm going to mute myself now because you're gonna switch.
Yes, we thought of the most difficult way possible for Fish to still shoutcast, and the answer was every time you have to totally flip out your partner.
I could have preemptively changed it, but I forgot. Okay, anyway, Cosmic's going to join us for this one, no problems. Take us away.
Okay. Alright, so we have Deshoot once again playing King Puff, Nadaraja switching to Milloween this time.
Okay, back in the game. Deadshot really liking his King Puff since the updates. Not seen him play King Puff much, but you can see it's playing it very well and it's very strong. Has a bit of flexibility as well. He knows he's 2-0 up. Take some risks maybe if he wanted to.
Okay, Shockrock is huge with the Flightless Dragons.
Look at that.
Fireball coming in. Oh, but it misses the Plasma Marines.
That first wolf just melted. Okay. XP's very similar. We know when Deadshot, when King Puff gets to perk 2, that's going to be where the pressure can really be put on. Yes, big girl. Huge smite coming in. Okay, so the bridges are in Nadaraja's favour right now, but it's going to start being contested. Those whelps, so good, but the cannon roller is going to start shutting them down. Shock Rock again, that's beautifully done. There's no way that cannon roller should die there.
Yeah, no, he's had some amazing Shock Rock plays this tournament. Like, if I could use a Shock Rock as good as Deshoot half the times I use Shock Rock, then I would win most of my games.
Flyby coming in. Not not sure it kills both of them though. I think
It doesn't
one of them...
quite kill both of them. You'll have
Yeah.
one that still lives, and that'll cap the bridge there.
That's very frustrating. Okay, now with perk 2 for Deadshot, King Puff's 4 and 5 mana units are going to start spawning with a shield like the Stun Lancers there, or Rage. You can see from his cards which ones are going to get which, sorry. You can see a Raged. Okay, Bridge Switch used nicely there. The Raged Whirly Scrap pushing at the bottom.
Alright. XP still in Shoot's favor. Rage Skeleton Horde, very, very strong here.
Okay, Cannon Roller and Mana Golem, Arcane Golem, going to shred at the top. Power Spike at perk 3 for Nanaraja. Assuming he gets there.
If he can get there, yeah. This is a lot of what Death Shoot has, especially after it has Rage, will just tear through things before they can even get healed.
Yeah, as we saw earlier, those Flightless Dragons with a Shock Rock supporting them can shred almost anything. Okay, so Deadshot ahead. Remember, if he wins this, he takes the tournament.
Like, being at match point already is huge.
So I feel like he's happy with the position he's in here. He's ahead on XP. Controlling the bridge is okay. He's taking a bit of face damage, but of course his perk 3 is going to get that shield. He does have a stint, I think, so that he can use the stint's additional tech ability to grab a bridge, potentially help him out with that shield if necessary. Okay, bridge switch. Whirly Scrap getting some value.
He's hovering the Fireball, he's waiting for the Stun Lancers to be played. Stun Lancers don't get played.
There we go, there's that perk 3, there's that shield on his face.
There's the Stun Lancers.
Okay,
so...
Fireball coming in, clears the bottom bridge, and he holds it. Nice, okay, he's ahead on XP, now he can start to try to push towards getting his Mana Frenzy, if that's how this game's going to transpire.
Okay, Raged Buzzer's actually doing a decent amount of damage.
Wolves coming in. They're going to split.
Is that going to be the most valuable Howling Moon? Because they weren't able to lower the health at all, and 7 mana for 2 Wolves isn't necessarily the best efficiency.
This might help, but again, that's a big mana investment. That big Golem now trading far more beneficially. Again, Shock Rock comes in. Need to lock that down. That Cannon Roller could be a real pain. Okay. About 20 XP behind right now. But be careful with the stuns here. They are almost dead. The Wolves needing some support though. That Fireball's going to be great at the top. The Wolf does tank it, but it will go down. But there's some support from those Spear Throws. But the Whirly Scrat's going to enter the chat and destroy them. Okay, nice bridge switch. Whirly Scrat's going to get stunned though. Needs some support. Cannon Roller's going to come in. Stun. Misses the Cannon Roller. Cannon Roller's going to destroy. Okay, I feel like with that big Golem, he does have much more face damage potential. Smite coming in.
So there we saw the stint capping the bridge without aggroing behind the Cannon Roller, which protected that face hit. That was huge.
Fireball coming, Shock Rock came in. These are gonna just
Ooh.
melt. Deadshot being really offensive right now. He's ahead on XP, and his lead seems to be growing.
Yeah, that was a fantastic Fireball Shock Rock to deal with the Wolves.
I feel like Nanarajas will know that ultimately this is going to get to Mana Frenzy for Deadshot, and there's not really anything he can do about it. Nanaraja's done incredibly well this tournament, but this could be the end of it for him. Deadshot 2-0 up in this final. If he wins this, he wins the final. He's about to get Mana Frenzy. He's ahead on XP. Cannonroller doing some work at the bottom, stuns at the top, the Wolf getting shut down, but we're still nearly 40 HP behind his Nataraja. Deadshot should be able to close this out right now. Big smite at the top, but there's a push coming at the bottom. Whirly Scrat. Gotta watch out for these enraged units. They will trade incredibly well. Okay, Nataraja needs to be on the bridges all the time, but again, those whelps just melting the Mana Golem, the Arcane Golem at the top there. Fireball comes in, he knows, just needs to get a bit of face damage. Okay, still 30 XP away from Nataraja's own Mana Frenzy, and look at the push coming here from Deadshot. It's just unit after unit after unit. He's about to close this out, I think.
Nataraja.
He knows. This is just too much. Deadshot's going to be our champion, ladies and gentlemen. Fireball comes in. There's a whole swole army. Ladies and gentlemen!
Very well played from Deadshot. All the way.
Deadshot has won the final!
Absolutely amazing pick with the King Puff. Was able to shut down most of really annoying decks we're playing. Even sometimes in a ladder that I just don't like playing against. And the King Puff with this bridge switch just really working out, and holy moly, so well played. As a person who used to play a lot of King Puff, I can definitely see his practice in there as well. You must have played a lot of King Puff to really like get into it, Renard.
Yeah, incredible final. Deadshot taking the lead early and then just bringing it home. It wasn't as close as we were expecting in the end there. It could have gone all the way, but Deadshot, as I say, he got out in ahead and then he just put his foot down and drove over the line. Deadshot has won the GGtoor Knights Duel number 2, sponsored by GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy. Thank you to everybody taking part. We had a huge number of people from the community being part of the event, so thanks so much for everybody taking part. Hopefully you guys in the chat really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We had our dual deck technology. We had our caster cams, so you could see behind the curtain. Much fun was had by all. We may have a giveaway running. I don't know. Yeah, we have a giveaway running. Let's do that.
Don't forget to stick around for the after party where FloFlorian will shave his beard.
Yes. FloFlorian is going to shave his beard, apparently. So we hear. That sounds like that's definitely worth waiting out for. Don't forget to submit your play of the day. Join the GGtoor Discord and follow the instructions. So submit your play of the day. Prizes available. I think that's the Discord link right there. Okay, so let's do our final giveaway. The winner of our final giveaway is General Void. Congratulations, General Void. You have won a big dwarf pack. Big shout out, of course, to Betadwarfs for supporting me as a streamer and all of the other streamers in the community. Really enjoying working with them. Okay, does anybody have anything else that they would like to say before we decide where we're going to go now?
No? Y'all have a great one. If y'all haven't yet, would you mind if I posted my tournament link again?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, so once again, we do have next week my Rookies to Riches tournament, which is geared towards newer players, so you too can start at the bottom and work your way up. That's the link in the chat. If you go there, it has a nice description, the rules, so forth. There are not master bans, so you don't have to worry about the one master that you're good with getting banned. Only one wild card is allowed. So that allows you to still play some decks that you might not yet know how to play, but also preventing people from just totally cheesing their way through the entire tournament.
Nice. So Deadshot just messaged me, and I don't know if I should share this or not, because he's been kind of blowing his own trumpet a little bit. He just said, I would like to point out that I didn't lose a single game.
Oh no.
Just drawing some attention to that.
Just when you thought you couldn't dislike someone anymore.
God, I feel like with an ego that big, like they need to go against FloFlorian. That's the only way.
I mean, we can do a show match against him. I can play against him. I don't mind.
Okay, is there anyone else we need to thank? Don't forget, big thanks to Sinobii for putting huge amounts of work in behind the scenes for this tournament and other tournaments. And of course to my casters, Cosmic Vortex, FloFlorian and Iamthedannysaur. Now, what are we doing with your beard, FloFlorian?
How do I set my phone up stuff?
Load up stuff. How do you English? If you weren't here earlier, FloFlorian made a ridiculous promise that if Biddy Hobgoblin was to win a game, I think was it Biddy against Lazur?
Yes, and Lazur is dead to me.
FloFlorian said he would shave his beard, and guess what? Biddy won. So Florian is trying to figure it out. Obviously, he's had all this time to set up and get ready for it. Has he? No, he hasn't.
Of course it didn't. And I'm gonna make this hell for you. Okay.
Just do it on your cam and shave it in the bedroom. Just put a towel down.
Yeah.
A
Or a
what?
trash bag, you know, like, go nuts.
Why? That's horrible.
Don't try and delay it. I've got nowhere to be.
Oh wait, listen here.
I'm locked in for this.
Buddy.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, we'll wait. Like, whatever you need to do to get it set up so you can shave in front of your camera, like, that's okay.
Okay. Maybe I can do it on the phone. Let's see. With OBS. Bing. Add new camera. Create a room. Wait a second. I'm a very slow person in these kind of things. I think he made a guide for me.
I feel like you're
Oh,
being
we know
slow
you're
on
slow.
purpose.
That's okay.
Oh, wait, it's a remote screen share into OBS, or is it add your camera to be OBS?
Add your camera to OBS.
Okay. Allow. Oh my god, it's actually working.
Haha!
Okay. Whilst you're waiting, guys, make sure you drop follows for Cosmic Vortex or FloFlorian, something like that. I'm not sure. FloFlorian.
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 Who else? Sinobii. Make sure you follow Sinobii. Follow me if you want to.
That
much.
shit says just get a big ass bowl and just catch all your hair in that.
Nice.
Alright, I think I got it. So, and paste.
Thanks
Does that
to-
work? Is it working
Thanks to
or is it not?
Thanks to Sinobii for allowing us to stream here in the fish tank. Thanks for everyone coming and enjoying.
Yes.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the tournament. Let us know what you think or you thought in the chat. Feel free to join any of the Discords available and talk to us. We would love to hear from you.
Is it working?
I'm not sure what you're trying to do. Oh, you're trying to... Okay, you're going to give me the link to it, right?
I did, but
Okay.
is it showing? Because I can't see.
Have a look. I see a blank screen right now.
That is not good. Wait a second, I need to open it again.
It took him 10 years to get that beard.
He's been growing it his entire life.
I started growing it on the 1st of January.
It's
Well,
like a
that's not too long
pet.
then.
What are you going to stroke?
Have you named it?
Hmm. Go.
Oh, Danny, I forgot you didn't. I forgot you actually streamed. But yeah. Sorry. I know you don't stream that much, but yeah, let's give you a shout out and sorry. I'm a monster.
Hmm.
Okay, Florian, this is not rocket science.
Dude, shut up. I don't know how to do phone stuff. Mhm.
So, are you going to the OBS Ninja site on your phone to do it? Is that what
There we
you're
go.
trying
That
to
should
do?
be it. I hope.
Not
Yeah,
seeing it.
that's
I
it.
don't see anything.
Can you like?
Is it a different link?
No, it's the second one. It's
Okay.
the second one.
Right.
You got this, Flo. I believe that you too can learn how to use technology.
Sure it.
Hashtag boomer in the chat.
Sure,
Okay.
I'm gonna take off my.
Oh, I
headphones.
see you. Oh god, that's far too close. Get away. Okay.
I'm dead inside.
Are you sure you want me to show this on stream?
I'm not so sure about this, but you.
What
want
do
me
you
to fucking-
mean? What do you mean you're not sure about this?
Okay.
Listen, you
okay.
promised things. Are you going back?
No, we're fine. We're fine.
Okay.
But how do you guys? Can you hear me even over the stream? Wait, I have.
I can hear
have an
you.
idea
I can hear you. It's fine.
on this on over the OBS thing, because I can't.
That's fine. They just want to see you shaving. We don't have to hear the razor.
But I'm gonna.
I
do
mean,
it
you
in
can
front
share
of
your audio through the
Discord.
or through the Discord. You can also
Or
do
and
it
through the thing.
through the OBS Ninja as well. Yeah, the OBS Ninja thing. Okay.
Actually,
I'm not sure this part will be in the official video for the tournament. Okay, you just
I don't.
just froze.
I think I killed it.
Yep.
It's fine. I have another idea. Let's keep it the
Just
way
get a
it is
bowl.
right now. Let's keep it the way it is right now. I'm just gonna bring everything over.
There you go. Just get a bowl. There you go. The beard is giving him too much caveman energy. You're exactly right, Deshu.
I have another idea. Let's do exactly what Fish said immediately.
Mm-hmm. But remember, it's his idea because he said it now.
Well done. Great idea, FloFlorian. Great idea. Okay. Wait. He might not come back. That might be it. He might have just gone.
He's like, all right, hang on, I got an idea, and then just dips.
Be right back. You just hear his front door slam.
It's like that one screenshot you see of like that one team that's losing. He's like, don't worry, guys, I have a plan, and then it's just so and so has left the game.
Okay, if you've just joined us and you missed the action, you can check out the VOD. We'll put it on YouTube as well for you. But Florian
Hey,
promised
I am
to
dead inside.
Florian promised to shave his beard, so here we go.
My screen is on right now. Yeah.
Should I just do
Probably.
Should I just do big cam? Big cam FloFlorian?
No, preferably not.
You don't want big cam?
I am not ready for
Okay.
that. I am not.
Okay. I mean you're stalling.
Tomcat thinks that FloFlorian should join him
The
in his Friar Tuck
Fire
head
Tuck
shaving.
Brigade.
Which if y'all haven't seen, y'all need to look. Tom, you need to post that in the Discord. Like, please.
Oh, is this gonna be the top play of the tournament or something like that?
Yeah, if you want to remember, guys, you can clip this and nominate it for the top play. Hashtag GGtoor. Tag
And-
FloFlorian.
And if you don't choose that as your top play, you can still clip it and share it with as many people as possible.
As many as you like. There's no limit on how many times this clip could be clipped, posted, shared.
Hashtag
Like
stream fails.
any time that you see him show up in a chat, like you could just paste it, and I'm sure he would love it. Like that would be the greatest thing that he could have happen in his entire day.
I want this clip to chase him around the lost puppy.
Everything. Really, I am so.
In before he cuts his headset cord with the razor.
Here, buddy. I gotta catch all of that shit.
You make a
Phoenix
mess,
is like, it's not even a real beard.
I.
Can you imagine? It's not really just like peels it off. Done.
He's like, all right, guys, here we go. Turns on the razor, holds it to his face, and then just like peels it off, and it's just being held on by tape.
He doesn't even have a razor. He's just making the noise himself. He's like, peeling it off.
So first, we gotta like get off the big pins because that is obviously nothing I can do with the short hair. So
Here we go.
So fucking annoying. I need to wait a second.
What do you mean? Oh no, my razor's dead. What are you waiting for? Do it!
But what do you want me to do? It's so weird to not doing this in front of a fucking mirror. Like look at that. Yeah, it's not working.
Watch the stream. You can see it in 60 seconds.
Oh.
Look, he looks so uncomfortable.
Oh, it's so great.
Oh, perfect. There we go. Maybe you should leave it like that.
I don't know about that one. It's
The
like
No, go for like that Wolverine cut, you know?
The birth of
Exactly.
FloFlorian. You thought he couldn't make it look worse.
Oh my god.
It's
cut
so
himself.
bad, I can't-
Cut himself with an electric razor.
Yeah, you can't. That can happen, brother.
You can. Like, if anyone could pull it off, I'd bet Flo could.
I cut myself with an electric razor, but not on my face.
These soft balls are. Oh.
Looking good.
I think we're done, right?
Oh my god, just tidy up the
Oh
side you
my
started.
god. Man.
Again.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
I look a lot younger now.
Well,
I just
one half of you does.
See, no, Ninja Juliet. See, the issue is if he takes the headphones off, then he can't hear all the shit that we're talking about him while he's doing it. And like, as a person, he just could not let that kind of stuff go unheard, for better or for worse.
Oh, I thought you was going for your hair then.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like,
I
oh
was
man.
yes. In for a penny. Listen, I'm not shaving because I didn't promise the shave. Hey, who is this?
Old.
Who's
this 12? Are we allowed 12-year-olds on this stream?
Can you shut up?
Wait, is that against TOS? Do you have a guardian present, Flo?
That's why he had to run off. He had to ask his mum if he could shave the beard.
Oh yeah, he was like, hey mom, real quick, if any
I'm
legal
very
person
disappointed,
asks you,
but I live by myself. I am completely alone in this apartment because I would never do this if I had anybody at home. The problem in the whole situation is I can't see anything here.
Ooh.
And
just hold the razor there for like 60 seconds while you wait for the stream to catch up.
yeah, that makes
And just kind of hum to yourself while you're doing it.
Can you see anything? Have you got a reflection of anything or a cam you're looking at?
I'm watching at the cam, but it's like
Get back
not
to front.
very clear. So I have no sense of direction. Also like mirrored, so I don't know what is left and what's right.
It's like watching a monkey use a razor for the first time.
It's really bad right now because I have to do this entirely on feeling. If I did on feeling, I'd probably do a better thing, but because I'm like I have no sense of direction. Look at things. Other than that, it's obviously a lot more normal.
You missed the big bit at the side.
Yeah, there's a big bit on the side there. That looks
Yeah,
so
that's
gangly.
the one down there. That's the one
Yeah.
I can't. It's there.
He can't get it off. It's
He
actually
wants to keep that
steel
bit.
wire.
It's like a little rat's
It's like
tail.
he wants something to remember it by.
Wow, who is this guy? Where's he been?
Man.
I'm young Florian, the young man himself.
Look at that.
You look so different. Some would say better. I don't want to, I don't want to say that. Some would say, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that like anything would have been an improvement, but like I would say that this definitely looks better.
Can you shut up?
Remember, make sure you collect all those beard hairs because that is the grand prize for this event. Congratulations,
Yes.
Deadshot. You can wear
No, Bitty
FloFlorian's
Hobgoblin
beard.
earned those. Bitty Hobgoblin earned those.
Oh, maybe they can split
He
it.
deserves to be mailed those.
Good work, FloFlorian.
Also, by the way, no, we're not done yet. And first of all, there's still stuff I'm missing. I've also said something else. I keep promises. All right, Alucard 88. Thank you for subbing to Fish. Hannibal Smith. Congratulations on getting your sub. Made in Heaven 00. Congratulations for your sub. Phoenixer. Congrats
How do you see
Mulakai?
these?
for your sub.
He wrote
I
them
love
down.
you, Bitty
Are
Hobgoblin.
you in my
That's what
dashboard?
I wanted. So Bitty Hobgoblin wanted me to say, I love you, Bitty Hobgoblin.
Weird.
And Sinobii, all the congratulations for the sub and for the great tournament we have here. And Marius 07, Sun City. You should thank me that I gifted you a sub so I can push.
Shameless. Okay, how does it feel? Better?
There's definitely still work to do, but we'll do it later.
It looks much better on camera if it makes
Good
you feel
work.
better.
If only you'd done that 7 hours and 41 minutes ago.
Right?
We wouldn't have had to sit there looking at that thing.
Jesus.
Yeah, but then how could we have had like this epic, after party? Like who?
I swear to God, nobody left the stream. They're still all watching.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, they're also there. See, that's the
what-
best part. Like I was watching, and like normally after the main event's done, like people stop watching, but like the view count has literally stayed the same. Everyone wanted to make sure that you felt, honored that you,
They wanted to
for
make sure
whatever
he
reason
did it.
decided. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. They're all clipping it and they're saving it, and then anytime you say anything in any chat ever, you're just gonna have like a clips of this pasted underneath it.
Share it with anyone and everyone.
I swear to God, this is gonna end up in the realm community as well.
The wrong community.
The realm.
Oh, the realm community. I hope so.
The community where I'm actually a lot bigger than in this one.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, you're actually respected.
God.
I'm not really.
Man, wait, you get respected there?
Not really.
Nobody's surprised at that.
I'm ever quite a troll. There's people that like me and people that don't like me. It's just like that.
Okay, let's bring this proceeding to an end. Again, a massive shout out to GGtoor for supporting and providing this event, as well as Team Mana Frenzy, Betadwarf, Sinobii doing a great job. I've of course been here with my caster buddies, Cosmic Vortex, FloFlorian, Iamthedannysaur. You guys are awesome. Thanks for helping make this one of the best events so far, in my opinion. We've had some great events over the time. We're trying to keep up with those. So well done, everybody. Does anyone have anything else they want to say before we disappear?
No?
Really? Fish, you're an idiot.
What? What did I do? Okay, we need to go raid someone.
They want me to play against Deathshot on stream, though.
What? I mean, we can do that if you guys want to do that.
I mean, if Deathshot is up for it.
But why would we want to see this? I mean, I want to see Deadshot play, but why would I want to see you play?
Hey, I got third place last tournament, and Cat and Lazur beat me, but Lazur just barely. Cat destroyed me.
Oh, that's why you didn't think Biddy would beat Lazur, is because you were salty about Lazur beating, and you were like, oh, if anyone beats me, then they can't be defeated. Maybe?
Oh! Fish should shave too!
No, he said save too. He's talking about my future. I said save for my future.
Yeah, you should save for your future, Fish. Like everyone, you should save for your retirement. It's a good call.
What are we doing? Are we ending the stream, or are you guys doing something?
I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah, I kind of want to get some food.
Yeah, I'm starving. I haven't eaten. Like I literally woke up and then hopped in the voice chat with you guys.
Nice. Yeah, some of us didn't stop halfway through to have a meal.
Oh, he's that short. Too bad for you. Alright, let's make a lobby.
Alright, love you guys. Make sure you follow, subscribe, Fish. Bye!
No!
Bye, Cosmic!
We're gonna cast the game!
We cast it. No, do we have it set up so we... Oh!
Thank you, Biddy Hobgoblin.
Gotta throw these things at me.
I look like a civilized person now.
More of
I'm
a
not a
civilized person.
troglodyte anymore.
More of a civilized person. Okay.
More of a civilized
Cosmic has
person. Let's
disappeared.
not get
Thank
a
you,
haircut.
Cosmic! Okay, you guys want to see Deadshot against FloFlorian? No? Okay, let's move on. Okay,
Alright, we're both in a lobby.
okay, you need to wait to make sure I can set this up. Okay, I've got a spectate of Deadshot over here. What is this? Any rules? 1v1? One match? Best of 3? What is it? Like... Absolutely no...
It's, wait a second. I'll ask him BO3 or BO1.
Any prizes? Who knows? Okay. I just want to eat! Hungry!
Shut up. Best of 1.
Okay, give me a second to set this up. Best of 1. Any prizes?
Any bets?
Any bets?
Possible prizes?
Possible prizes. Okay. Oh, I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Alright, so beautiful and gracious.
Fish is not shaving, no. Negative. Okay.
I need to think for a second, give me one.
Oh,
Okay.
now you're going to be like deck building for 10 minutes. Okay, thanks for hanging around after the tournament, guys. Of course, Deadshot is your final winner. Grand champion. Nanaraja in second place. Good work to everyone. Money being won all around. Lots
Alright,
of
I'm
in-game
ready.
stuff.
I have no idea if the deck's gonna work out because I haven't even tried it.
God, I hope you get crushed. I mean,
It's
good
like,
luck, everybody.
I'm not sure how good it is now because I might have been nerfed a little bit.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
This
I
is not
bet
part of the
that.
tournament. This is just a spectacle of
That's not a
nonsense.
one I would like to play.
Okay, FloFlorian playing Volko. Deadshot. Wani Ani playing Diona. FloFlorian staying in this voice chat so he can hear any stats tricks that I give.
You can also see my face, which makes me very sad and angry.
Not as much as it makes me very sad. mate.
Does it kill them? Yeah.
You can commentate the match yourself.
Oh, bad.
See ya.
Oh, it's okay. He fucked up himself.
Language.
I don't care. I'm
I know
playing
you don't.
mini match.
Okay, we're going to play this match and then we're going to go raid somebody and we'll get out of here. Oh, Defenso Chopper is going to do some work at the bottom there. Okay. How we doing? FloFlorian, well ahead on XP.
Oh, it's not that
Oh.
shitty card again.
The TARS incoming. Oh, we
yeah,
get some value out of it.
Card steals everything I have. Jesus, what am I gonna do?
Relax.
How do I beat that?
Okay. Deadshot playing one of the new cards. Of course, it wasn't available in the tournament, but it is available now. No rules here. Like a Minion Masters Barroom Brawl.
I could have saved that.
Hey, nicely done. And so clears up. It's going to struggle at the top against the aimbot though. That aimbot had the full buff. Vortex didn't work. Unholy ground, being split, grabbing some bridges, maybe. That Skelly at the front, pop out on the other side. That seems like it's cheating.
very- No, you're cheating. Hecka, man.
Okay, what's he gonna do here?
Do you have any proper counters against? Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate this card so much. It's 2 mana. Why is it 2 mana?
It's 2 mana, but then it's another 3 mana, so it's 5 mana. Relax.
Wait, it's 3 mana?
Because you put the building down, but then you've got to cast the spell. So it's 2 mana for the building, and then it's 3 mana the first time you use the spell, 4 mana the second time, etc. I went back to what I said earlier. Read the damn patch notes.
Really? So it's 5 mana in reality.
Yes.
That's a more reasonable price.
Thank God the new cards weren't in the tournament because you wouldn't have had a clue. How's that bazooka scrat hitting that air unit? Yeah, you guys should join the tournaments, whoever's running it. The tournaments are a great way to learn. A lot of fun to be had. You can support the community by supporting the events by being part of them. Potentially win some awesome stuff, make some friends, learn some. It's a good way to learn as well. That's fine, J-Shag.
Okay, we got it.
Okay. It's a 5 mana play in total, yeah. Thank you, Tantalizer. Somebody read the patch notes. If only somebody made a video detailing the new changes.
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Oh, I did, actually. Shame you couldn't be bothered to watch it. Okay, XP's a lot closer now. I feel so tired. That was draining. That was a long tournament.
Excuse me, I'm concentrating. Can you shut up for a second?
Sorry. Okay, two
I'm
mana. 2 mana you burnt there. Does it help if I point out your mistakes? Nice vortex at the top. Cleaver's going to struggle against the scrap there. Oof. Cleaver gets shredded.
Okay.
Deadshot takes the bridge as well. Adding insult to injury.
Oh!
Here we go! Woo! I feel like he's just trolling you with that now. Even if you stun it, it doesn't stop the spell. That spell does 170 damage, by the way, to everything in the line.
Really? It's ridiculous.
But it's one-time damage though, so shields do stop it.
Please, game. Shit game.
Stop! No, we're still on the delay.
Stop, but I'm getting really angry over here.
What? You wanted to play this game. You wanted to queue in and play
Wait,
against
I
somebody
just
that
the wrong card because
just
of
won the
lag.
tournament.
I swear it was lag.
Angry Florian, best Florian.
Fuck, I'm playing so bad! I'm playing so bad!
I should have left your cam up so everyone could see it.
Oh, I thought it's on. Oh.
I removed it, but I really didn't need to. I get it back easily. I don't know what I've done with that. Okay. Good work, J-Shag. No, you're welcome, my friend. Everyone check out J-Shag's video. Links in the chat. Okay, how are you feeling, FloFlorian? What are your chances here?
Still okay, really.
XP's very close. Okay. Deadshot's slightly ahead on XP now, and this is where it's going to really matter. Look what you got there.
How? How does it even work, man?
If you lose this, you're going to blame it on the beard, right? So it's in a straight line that transects, or whatever the word is, it goes through the building. So you can aim it anyway, as long as it goes through the building. Mana Frenzy about to tick over for Deadshot. Bridges are red. This is hugely important. He just needs to push on from here and he'll be able to close out.
So many misplays. I lost.
It's nice to see a tournament winner getting the opportunity to play with a seemingly brand new player.
Toxic behavior, I tell ya.
You're going to enjoy this TAS in Mana Frenzy. I hope he gets the killing blow with the TAS. The Hellfire coming through. Okay, Mana Frenzy for both teams now. Not over yet.
I need to take a bridge.
Bridges are good. A whirly scrat's a problem for you though. Big push at the bottom.
That's fun.
Needs a bridge. Ooh, they're taking a lot of face damage though. That Taunt Trap just delaying almost the inevitable there. Ooh, that's a nice vortex. That's another nice vortex.
So extremely bad. It is unbelievable.
Concentrate on the game, not your excuses.
And that was never an excuse. I'm saying that I'm bad, but that's nothing to do with being an excuse. You're an excuse.
It's a
Why
trap
is he
on
throwing
face.
face? Oh wait, that's the wrong card. Look, I'm playing this so ridiculously bad. How am I even still in the game?
You're a legend.
He's playing with me at this point.
Probably.
There is no way I'm still in that game because like I'm playing this well or anything like that.
Like a huge black bear playing with a salmon. Could be a brown bear.
Oh, I still take that. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, I was about to win that as well. No.
What do you mean you were about to win it?
The other side, I was not able to see far enough. I'm so stupid.
GG. Well, just when we thought this stream couldn't get any better, we got to see Mr. FloFlorian getting shredded.
Obliterated. Like I had no chance from the beginning, guys. He is just he played this 100 million times better than me. I'm not even gonna lie, he really did.
Okay, well, that was a bit of fun at the end of an awesome tournament. Again, a big shout out. Thanks so much to GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Minor Frenzy for supporting this event, bringing it to you. Sinobii, of course, helping out behind the scenes. We've got FloFlorian, Iamthedannysaur, and Cosmic Vortex joining us. 2 of us left. We started with 4. There's 2 of us left. I don't have the scene set up properly, but here's FloFlorian. Beardless, man of his word. Thanks so much for being part of it, FloFlorian. Always fun hanging out and casting with you.
Yay.
I'm not sure, did I forget to... did I thank Sinobii again? I hope so. Thanks, Sinobii. We might have a giveaway running. I'm not sure. We'll check at the end of the stream. But thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for being part of this. I'll be back on Monday for my normal stream. Everybody stay safe. Have an awesome, awesome weekend, whatever you're up to. We're going to drop a raid over now. Looks like Keke's playing. We'll drop a raid on him. He's a very high-level player. Let's go give him some love. Thanks so much for being here, guys. We'll get a sub-raid out in the chat. So make sure you grab your raid message of choice. Any final words from FloFlorian?
It was a pleasure. I feel it's my head feels a lot lighter, by the way.
You're more aerodynamic now as well.
I was going to shave it very soon anyways when I was moving into the new office and my work. So that's what did it earlier than expected. Still have to get the haircut, but other than that, thank you for finishing half the work for me. Also, a pretty good tournament. Thank you especially to Sinobii and Fish for sponsoring, not sponsoring them, for setting us everything. Like the amount of work that went into this is obviously ridiculous. Often you just see the guys sitting in front of the screen, like saying, "Oh yeah, this guy's stupid and this guy's stupid," but there's actually a lot of thought process and work behind it. Even whatever I'm saying it for a reason. I'm trying to entertain people as much as possible. I feel like I was mostly successful. I hope at least, and. For all the people who were watching, I hope you had a good day, a good time, and wish you the best. Yeah.
Thanks, FloFlorian. Thanks for being part of it. You can wave now. Wave.
Stop in
Wave.
the middle.
Wave. Awkward wave. See you guys next week. Have a great weekend. Thanks for being part of it. See you guys in the next event. I think they're still here. Are you still here? Yep, still. Okay.
By the way, the raid is finishing. Jesus.
Okay, looks like the raid went through. We're still live on my channel, Florian, so don't say anything controversial. Okay.
I never said anything
Some people
controversial.
sometimes get left behind with the raid, so there's the raid message. Thanks for hanging out, guys.